this excerpt that we're playing is from a documentary that came out last fall. No, the fall of 2014. And I went to California and saw the documentary. It's about Zappa's visit to Italy in 1982. He's doing his tour in Europe. They end up in Sicily, and Gail and the kid, Frank, he visits his hometown. I wonder if they even played in his home, where his parents and grandparents came from in Sicily. So, okay, what they do is they show the concert that Zappa gives. And this place had never, might have been Palermo. I don't know if it's the actual place where his ancestors came from, or it was nearby. But they had to.
It is, the interview is presented in the Biennale de Venice.
Right. No, I'm giving the background. In 1982, Zappa performed in this Sicilian place, I think Palermo, on Bastille Day or some national holiday for Italy. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be Bastille unless they were part of that effect in Paris. But anyways, this big holiday. Unfortunately, the mafia were being prosecuted at that point. May Brussels would be doing May Brussels and LaRouche did a lot of investigative replay and in-depth of this stuff on the recordings, which I was listening to in 82. So there was a lot about the mafia. So the main investigator got blown up. So there were a lot of explosions going off on that day. And so the stadium authorities did not know how to put on a rock concert, so they put Zappa in a stage, but they wouldn't let the audience be near it. So the audience is sitting in this like soccer stadium thing half a mile away from the stage. And, and Zappa and them are projecting in a very far away situation. So in the middle of the concert, or quite early into it, maybe, a war broke out between, factions, between the police and the mafia.
Did they riot?
And there was a riot. And you will see a painting of it on the cover of the 1982 album Man from Utopia, which shows Zappa on stage swatting flies while tear gas canisters are being thrown at him and the band, and it shows a painting of a riot. So this total chaos breaks out, and it's all videotaped. So that happened in 1982. So like 30 years later, Gail and her daughter, Moon Unit, and Diva, and Dweezil, and Dweezil's girlfriend or wife, they go to this small town. They go because somebody came up, the guy that made the documentary was going to that concert back in 1982 with his father, and I think he arrived late or something, and maybe he didn't even get to it. So 30 years later, he decides to make a documentary about Zappa, focusing on this concert that he didn't get to. But and so he got footage of it from Gail. So Gail and her kids go to this Palermo scene 30 years later with the documentary maker to meet Zappa's relatives. There was still a Zappa family there. So they have this family reunion of people who never saw each other ever before, as well as they go and look at the little rickety little hole in the wall that was the home that Zappa's parents or grandparents came from. And so it's a pretty interesting, moving documentary that came out in the fall of 82. Of course, I was with Gail watching that, and her friend Massimo, who was an Italian journalist, a longtime buddy of Frank's out of Italy. And Massimo was like the host, for the mediator for this. So I'm sitting with them watching the documentary, but I was with them the night before when we went to another documentary on Jaco, the famous bass player. What's his name? Jaco Pastorius or something? Pastorius?
Yeah, I know the Jaco or whatever. I've heard of that, but I don't know any.
So I spent 2 days with Gail, in October 6th and 7th, and then exactly a year later, October 7th, 2015, she transitioned. So
that's the malediction of the
open L virus. And so what we're going to watch here is an excerpt of an interview with the director who made the documentary. And this interview was done a year or two ago, I guess, and put into the documentary. So Gail is going to talk about Frank in general, and that's the part that Roxy wanted to hear. So I hope this documentary gets released. It's really good, very interesting to watch. And it's funny watching the band members, including Massimo. Massimo, who's here being interviewed, the bald guy, he was featured in this concert in the summer of '82, and he got to perform his poetry or rant or something, but he was there directly getting affected by the tear gas, and the band ran off to some part of the bunker, and I think they got trapped sort of, and then they had to get taken out of that. So it was pretty tense for them after a while. So let's see where we can get Gail talking about this. I'll just take it back a bit. So any questions about it? It's clear, right?
Yeah, that was a good context. I'm ready to hear it.
Okay, right. Now I'm going to jump around to get Gail's beginning.
This idea of being an immigrant and traveling to who knows where for God knows what reason. For me.
I'm going to go back a bit.
But the amazing thing, it affected Dweezil so deeply, this idea of being an immigrant and traveling to who knows where for God knows what reason. And I think that part, being for Frank, being an immigrant, the son of an immigrant, was a huge influence on his music, because he often said his job was to go out there and come back and tell you what he saw. And that's his life. That's the story of an immigrant. They go somewhere else, and then they find out, oh, this is different. Or maybe it's the same, but the differences are just cultural, and it just adds to the story. But definitely for Frank, I think he was the ultimate immigrant in the sense that he went out there and came back and told us what was out there.
E volevo chiedere un'ultima domanda a Massimo Bassoli. Questo film riunisce due parti importanti della sua vita, Frank Zappa e l'Italia, che è il suo paese. E che cosa ha rappresentato per lei?
Il film ha rappresentato moltissimo, ha rappresentato questo film il coronamento di una parte importantissima della mia vita, perché l'amicizia con Frank è stata fondamentale per me, ha insegnato tanto, tutto quello che so della musica, della comunicazione, e rifare questo percorso, rifare la stessa esperienza con la sua famiglia, prima con i figli, poi con gli altri, con la moglie e tutti quanti, è stato catartico per me.
Bene, vi ringrazio.
Grazie a te.
Grazie anche per la puntualità.
Okay, so that's the end of the interview. So that we got to hear the main point that Roxy was interested, but I got to get rid of this echo. So, okay, there it is. So that was Gail talking about Frank traveling. I remember reading a review in 1970 in Crawdaddy magazine. Some journalist said that every tribe had young people who would go out, the ones on a vision quest, say, or in some kind of mission. They would go out and travel around and find neat experiences and then come back and report to the tribe what they did. This journalist said that Frank was like that. Very interesting. It's my fantastic memory of all things Frank, that I remember that idea. This guy talking about certain people, kids in a generation, have to go out on some search to find some. Way back there. Sometimes Gail is good for her anecdotes of what was said and thought in the Zappa world, in the Zappa family, way back in the late 60s, early 70s. She seems to remember that stuff.
In a wider sense, we are all like that because we were thrown out of paradise, of Garden of Eden.
Right. Talk a little louder. Make it a little louder. We were thrown out of paradise. Yeah.
Yes, and we, like Ian said, are trying to come back to God. So, in a way, we're all in this mythical trip.
Yeah.
Going out and reporting the experience of the fallen man.
Looking for
trying to get back to God.
Yeah, well, everybody went out, and then they got lost, and they couldn't find their way back home, is Ian's thesis. They didn't get back.
Yeah, so that is why this archetype somehow is universal and reaches everybody.
Right.
Everybody can identify with that.
Well, it seems most communication is people who didn't get back home who tell what they found out as they explored the weird and the unfamiliar and then develop theories or ideas about what they saw but don't know if it's real because they didn't get back home to compare it to. So all of our culture is incomplete. And those that do get back home don't tell anybody. They keep it to themselves. So everybody is making up their version of what they thought they saw. And then Ian shows up millions of years later. Millions. Took 1 million more years for Ian to show up. And he shows up and he tells us, well, this is what you actually did, and this is who did get out there and did report back home and did tell you and got back home. That's what Ian's doing. He's telling us which reports are accurate or what the writer meant but didn't know any better, so Ian's translating it. You get that in the Revelation. So now in McLuhan's... yeah, go ahead.
The philosopher Michel Serres talks about the troubadour.
Does he?
Because he says all philosophers, all mystics, all artists are actually doing that. They're being troubadours, and the word troubadour is from the Languedoc, because there were two languages in France, the Languedoc in the Aquitaine, the Basque part, and Languedoc is the French we know, the French from Frank I. Frank I made it official that they were going to talk the French Languedoc, no, not Languedoc, but the troubadours spoke Languedoc. And the main one was Richard Lionheart, because many troubadours were not just musicians. They were actually nobility, kings and barons and very well-educated people. And troubadour comes from the Languedoc, and it means, the verb means to find, trouver. And many people think the troubadours were only thinking about love and romance, but actually they were in a quest of finding things and going around reporting their findings. And this is what Frank is doing and Bob is doing with Richard and Joyce and everybody.
All the good guys.
Yeah.
All the good guys and gals are doing that.
Yes.
And Richard the Lionheart, he lived from 1157 to 1199. And they say he was king of England from 1189 until his death. So only 10 years. But he ruled as Duke of Normandy.
He was only 42 when he died? Wow.
Yeah. Duke of Aquitaine. Remember, 100 years ago, you know what the average lifespan of a male? I don't know if it was the whole world or just the West or just North America. It was 47. 100 years ago. Humans were expected not to get past their 40s. Interesting fact, eh? Mm-hmm. Duke of Aquitaine, Duke of Gascony, Lord of Cyprus, Count of Poitiers, Count of Anjou, Count of Maine, Count of Nantes, and Overlord of Brittany at various times during the same period. He was the third of 5 sons of King Henry II of England. King Henry II of England was really important. He, the date in Finnegan's Wake, 1132, may have something to do with Henry II because his career, if you look in the wiki, he's 1133 to 1189 is his life. So he's born a year after the date of Finnegan's Wake, the repeating date, and he's the one that sort of started to conquer Ireland. He's the one who grabbed Ireland. So he's an important character, Henry II, in this period. And let's see. His son is Richard the Lionheart, Lionhearted. Now, Richard the Lionhearted, he marries. No, his mother is Eleanor of Aquitaine, and that's Henry II of England marrying Eleanor of Aquitaine. That gets you into the House of Navarre, the Basques, this whole southern France English connection, right, Roxy? That's the beginning of it, it seems.
Yes, at the time it was the same kingdom.
Same kingdom, yeah. Aquitaine and Navarre and Basque, all the same?
And England.
And England. Oh, yeah. England was part of it. It was England territory or Basque territory. So they say Richard the Lionheart, because of his reputation, he had the name the Lionheart because he was a great military leader and warrior. He was also known in Occitan, that means the language, as yes and no because of his reputation for terseness.
Huh.
Remember, Ian said today, many hours ago, that when Bob gets mad, he becomes terse. Or Ian said that when Bob's mad, they're forced to be terse. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was the word terseness.
You get the Lionheart.
What? What?
You get the Lionheart.
I got the Lionheart. He brings that up. I never heard him describe me as terse or bring that up, but he did it today because he knew this was being said, 5 hours later. So that's a good example of Ian's overview of the composition that's unfolding. So you're saying that Richard the Lionheart was a troubadour? Here he's this great military leader. How did he have time to do that?
Yes, actually the most famous troubadours were mostly kings and royalty and warriors.
When did they do this?
They were educated, and actually Eleanor of Aquitaine was a great civilizer.
Civilizer?
She thought the women in the court civilized men, because otherwise men would be just like barbarians,
right?
Fighting wars and
that's
educated.
When the phrase pop art came up in the 60s, McLuhan commented on that. He said, "This is very strange to bring in dad or pop into the art world." He says the art world always was run by the women, in education and teaching and whatever else they organized in the course. And so it should be mom art, but to call it pop art was a whole new aberration in the history of culture. Now, you've never heard this idea ever said before, what I'm saying, right? But it's historically sound that it was odd to bring dad into the art world. But that's what pop art is. It's the men taking over. They already, dominated art, but they took over the media dynamics of the Android meme. In a way, okay.
The singing.
Because they were obsolete. Because the satellite environment was making everybody go right hemisphere, which in the myth of right and left hemisphere, the women are right hemisphere, and the media would favor women taking over media images in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So the last gasp of men in art, the patriarchal part of art, as the artist, as explorer, whereas the women would traditionally introduce the artist to a court or some place or to a classroom. So they were the museum keepers. But the actual artist had its supernova of male domination of art in the 60s with the term pop art. But that's an example of how McLuhan would take the word pop and then make a bunch of puns and multi-levels out of it. Right?
Fun.
Pop art. Daddy art. What?
I said riffing. It's improvising.
Yes. So Eleanor of Aquitaine seems to be an archetype of one of the original, in Western civilization, one of the original culture vultures, right? You're saying that we've got to bring culture in to civilize these barbarian men we live with. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, they made it like a big deal to propagate Christianity. That's the time of the crusades.
Yes.
And they had they developed like a code of
behavior,
and also the ideals that they should be fighting for. They thought they had to get the Holy Land back.
And you know they were looking for the Holy
Christian
Grail.
Values.
And they were actually looking for artifacts. That's the whole point.
For relics and
right. And
stone.
Yeah, the white stone. They were over there. I've talked to I used to interview the Evergreens about this. What the real Holy Grail was. What this was, what that was. And when we first talked to Ian presented all kinds of these artifacts in cultures all over the world. Very magical, transformative or catalyst. So that's a part of the Crusades that is not, it is today maybe because he had the counterculture for 40 years, but most of the last 200 years nobody talked about the Crusades as looking for mystical artifacts. It was to preserve Christianity against Islam. So Richard the Lionheart.
One of the big ideas of Christianity is love, but that's why many people think the troubadours were only singing romantic love.
Right.
But they had a higher understanding of this concept of love.
That's
because
right.
It was nearer to the word agape.
Agape, A-G-A-P-E, yes. LaRouche uses that word a lot. Agape is like higher wisdom, higher compassion, higher something. Now this, Alyssa and Nate, brings us exactly to Frank Zappa in a way that's amazing. You have all these baby boomers, and Zappa is a little earlier, just before the baby boomers. That's generally regarded in 1946, and Zappa's 1940, but he's part of that generation and entertaining them. He's the only guy in the love generation, because these rock bands were talking about love, tribal love or sentimental love or some kind of spiritual value. I remember McLuhan one night saying all rock is the new form of spirituality. He said all the rock bands present themselves with some kind of spiritual key or wisdom. But Zappa was the only one who refused to sing about love and said love should be a given. It's not something you sing about. Everybody has it. It's not a big deal. So he actually was following, according to what Roxy just said, the higher ideal of love, not the conventional idea of love.
Yeah, he was a real troubadour. He understood that it's not about the romantic love.
Right.
But the love, like some philosophers understood that, some mystics, is it's only like engagement with other people to make a type of recognition that recognizes like your higher aspects, like I might say, the God in you.
Right. Now, you know, the higher aspects are ring 8 or 9 in the angel chart. I think it's ring 9 where Job is an example. You know, Job had this great tolerance and patience. And developing the higher emotions is laid out there in ring 9. And that's what we're talking about, the higher emotions. So what do you think of this, Alyssa? You got Frank Zappa. There was the TV environment retrieved medieval culture because it had the tactile values, pre-literate values coming out of its content, the mosaic screen of the television. So it retrieved tactility. So there was a lot of retrieval of medieval images like the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit books. There were a lot of popular fantasies of going back to the pre-Raphaelite, pre-Raphael part, pre-Leonardo da Vinci. Now, LaRouche hated that, and LaRouche spends a lot of time dismissing the oligarchic misuses of that medieval retrieval. But here in the middle of the medieval retrieval is Zappa contradicting the cliches of the Beatles. Beatles are, all you need is love, all you need is love. Frank said, no, we don't need any love. Essentially what he said. He considered love is already there. And this Ein says this, you don't need to go into love. You don't need to go into the fact you're ascended. That's a given because you're eternal regardless. They're never going to get out of your eternity. So you already have a great factor for the joy of living, or the joy of being.
You got a good base going.
Yeah, you got a good base going already in your being. It's the improvisation beyond that, which leads to a concept of agape. So it's pretty neat that we can bring in what Zappa actually said. Remember Jared Fialka, he had this rare interview where he quotes Frank saying he's not interested in love and this and that. And he said, wow, you know what that is, Bob? Well, why would Frank say that? So I remember explaining it to him. And I was just like Roxanna's great-great-aunt, who when she was 3 years old could explain the Bible and make people cry in her ideas that she said. I did the same thing to Jerry Fialka. He cried when I explained what Frank meant by not being interested in love. So, and you know, when Gail would talk about Frank, she would talk about how, warm the guy was, how nice the guy was, whatever, those human sentiments. And that was true. But one didn't get that image often in the media for what Frank was. So he had that mystical softness in him as a person. And Gail would mention it. No one else ever talked about it, but she could. So there's the beginning. Frank as the real troubadour aspects, as opposed to anybody else of his generation. So that's what you're saying, Roxy. Frank was a troubadour.
Well, like Michel Serres says, all philosophers, all artists, all mystics are actually...
No, you got to speak louder. I want to hear it. First of all, I want to spell his name. This is Michael Serres.
Yes. I say all philosophers, all artists, all mystics are doing what the troubadours did. They go out and explore, and then they come back and share what they found.
Now that is...
And it's in this dialogue that...
That's what? Style?
The dialogue, the communication, their singing, or their declamation of their poetry is what... is how they share, how they loved the other. The recognition they had for the audience was by sharing these creations.
Now this is Michael Serres, S-E-R-R-E-S. You can see an essay by him, an essay on him by Arthur Coker in the book The Postmodern Scene, came out about 1986. So Michael Serres is a famous French thinker, And he's saying that all art is the troubadour archetype. That's what you're saying.
Yes, because it's an aspiration to homily, to the coitus of communication.
Yeah. The coitus.
A recognition we need, because we're aware of ourselves and of our environment, but we need to talk about this awareness, what we are and what we experience.
Does Michael Sayers bring up the idea of the other in his essay that you read or looked at?
Yes, because that's the highest type of love is this type of communication
with the other, which is exactly what I told you the other day, and I said it again.
Tell me more about that, you guys. I don't have any context for that.
Right. The other is a major concept taught in the humanities or in postmodern cultural studies, whatever you call universities today, and you're not in the engineering class, you're a non-engineer, you will hear about the postmodern. It seems to be a postmodern idea. I don't know who started it, but somebody came up with the idea of the other, which maybe it was Lacan, a post-Freudian.
I think the existentialists already talk a lot about.
Okay. The other. Now, I told Roxy the other day that to grow, to ascend, you have to look at what Gurdjieff called your chief feature. There's something about yourself that is your core self-image of confidence or knowing. Okay, you have this image of, okay, I'm like Nate and Alyssa say, we're musicians. We can sing. We're artistic people. That would be a core image of yourself. Well, there's going to be the opposite of yourself, which is called the other, and the other will eventually confront you. What would be the opposite of a musician? A chartered accountant, a great accountant, monstrous accountant will show up and challenge you in your musicalness, and that's the other.
That is the metaphor of Ulysses. Going back to Ithaca, he encounters all these monsters.
Yes, yeah. In Tibetan, it's your bardo. So, because little man believes in good and bad, and hurt, pain, and pleasure, this dialectic, he's always siding one side and afraid of the other side, and the other side will always catch up to you. In the end, if you have a good long life, you're going to have to confront your opposite. So I was telling Roxy this, and I was telling someone else today, you've got to become your opposite. You've got to engage your opposite. You've got to put on the opposite of what you think you are. And that's part of the journey for the little man. The ascended person doesn't have to do that. But the ascended person doesn't have another, I would say. They know the other and have merged with it.
They are the other.
Yes.
And
that's the merging. It's a psychoanalytical concept, maybe, of ascension. Heaven and hell, or heaven and earth merging, the opposites. So the ebb and flow and the dialectic of the opposites is the core aspect of consciousness, of being human being, if you're a little man. So the troubadour would go out and confront the other. May not know it at first, but that's what they were doing. Right. It's like a hypnotism. You're going to have to deal with the other because it's waiting for you to notice it and then engage it in some emotional level, and then usually have a battle. So the postmodernists started saying that woman is the other for man, man is the other for woman. The gays are the other for heterosexuals. Maybe the bisexual is the other for the gay person, one who's just a homosexual lesbian. The child, the one who believes in pederasty, is the other for heterosexual people. So any opposites, like the African American is the other to the Caucasian in American culture, right? So It's a pretty simple idea. but nobody knows about it as the other. Like, you've never heard this idea said to you with the word other. That was new to you. You didn't have that kind of education. It's very common in university education.
Yeah, I never went to college. I didn't need it.
Right. But you don't know that word. Now you do. Now you're educated. Now you can get a degree. You know, that's all you have to know is about the other.
Consider me educated.
Oh, you're educated all over, all you know, modern ways.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking street smart as shit.
That's right. You know a lot about music and a lot of other things as you travel. But the sheltered suburbanite who goes to college and then just drinks beer or does porno movies while they're in college and tries to make friends, that sheltered would be forced to take these courses and hear about the other and may not even understand it. Or if they do understand it, then they try to go to New York and become some kind of lofty sophisticate in some institution. You know, museum intern, publishing industry. They go into some media thing. But it's useful to know what those terms are, because someday you're going to be, if you hadn't met me, you'd be sitting around with some educated college kids, and they're talking to you, and they would start bringing up these ideas, and you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that word, but now you know, so you're fully initiated into the...
Finally.
Final initiation.
And also during the Middle Ages, there was like a hierarchy in this type of entertainment. There were like the jongleurs.
Yeah.
The jongleurs. Jongleurs, you say?
Yeah.
And the troubadours. The troubadours were like the ones that were talking about higher emotions, and the jongleurs could be sometimes rude or vulgar,
right,
or funny.
Low art, lowbrow.
Yeah, some became troubadours, but there was also troubadours that went down in the hierarchy to become only jongleurs.
Interesting.
But Frank Zappa plays with both, with the troubadour.
Yes.
Like he can do this amazing music, and with the jongler, with the vulgar.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's good to say that.
And he did that because it was more effective. Instead of preaching people with all these higher ideas and complex philosophy, and he will do the opposite. He will say something to provocate the audience.
Yeah.
And like, for example, this song, he says, "Broken heart is for assholes," and he will say things against romantic love. And
yes.
And this makes people react and say, "Wait a minute, this is not true. Love is important," and this and that, and so it makes you react and think.
Yes.
An argument, maybe only for yourself, but that will be more effective than preaching, and he will do that a lot. He will say things that are really provoking.
You know what he was being? He was being the other for people. He's putting on the other attitude, the other philosophy, the other idea. He was acting out the other role.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, and we could link with this thing that is so important now. Trump, without knowing, without being aware, he's being a troubadour, and,
yes.
and he's also doing this. He has provoked the most discussion in media, the most reflection, the most articles. So by really saying stupid things,
a little bit of juggler in there as well,
react.
Troubadour.
Bit of a juggler, yeah.
Yeah, he's yes, he's more a juggler, yeah, than a troubadour. But
no, he's a troubadour. He's not. He's taking the high road of saying, I'm not paid for. I'm independent. He's taking a bit of a lofty attitude about himself, that he's not a vulgar, connected, bribed politician. So he's not just
in the book you sent me, The Culture is Our Business, McLuhan starts writing a whole book. Is just like slogans.
Yes.
Like a series of slogans, like ads.
Yes.
And that's the way Trump speaks.
Yeah.
Like he just says, "Let's make America great," and short phrases that people can remember. He's not really making a big discourse, or he doesn't even talking about politics.
Right. He's not engaging in the dialectical arguments. He's putting on people. He's wearing the audience with the guise of unifying the tribe. And he's not going to get bogged down in factional fighting, which the literate journalist requires. And McLuhan said that the literate person is a dupe of ideas. Because they're literate and they have ideas, they are suckers for ideas. Trump's not offering any ideas, and all the literate media journalists are outraged. This guy has no program. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He can't talk intelligently. Well, he's putting on the emperor. The emperor doesn't lead anybody. He just wears the tribe. So he's wearing, he implies, for some people, he's a leader of a movement. He says, we have a movement, but he doesn't have any program. So he's even outdoing Wall Street. What was that called? Occupy Wall Street. They didn't have any agenda. So he's wearing the American myth of a country that's been ripped apart. It's been destroyed, and he's going to rebuild it, and he's not presenting ideas. The post-literate audience does not respond to ideas. They respond to the emotional multitude. And, you can't, you get me on Charlie Rose, which is a big watched program, I assume. I'll say this stuff, and everybody will go, holy shit. It's obvious what I'm saying once you know how to say it. But the journalists in that, they don't want you to know this. They want to make ideas seem important. They don't live as ideas are, if ideas are important, because they're always making new ideas every day in their articles. So there's a great hypocrisy that Trump is exposing, more than maybe he realizes.
Definitely.
Yes, and he's the artist of
the emotional multitude. He's not. I don't know if that's ionic. I mean, in Buddhism, is it Hinduism? The god comes to the major spiritual leader, and he has to decide whether to go to war or not, and then he goes to war. So the spiritual leader has to figure out whether he can accept war. How's that relate to Trump? I forget what I was going to say. Is he offering a war? I don't know where I was going to go with that. He's got the archetype of people, spiritual crisis, and so whether you go to war or not. Is he presenting a war? Yes. He's against the Android meme. Yeah, he's saying the lying candidates, the lying media, the lying everywhere. They said he went after the CNN's Megyn Kelly again, this woman who hosted one of the early debates, and Trump has refused to go back to Fox News. He's turned down 2 debates, and one of them he outmaneuvered for ratings by having a celebration and raising money for veterans. That's the most tribal image you can come up with, is celebrating the soldier, right, who's gone off to work for the tribe.
Yeah.
Try to go into a soldier camp, or any of those guys, into a tavern where they are, and you start telling them May Brussels stuff, Sherman Skolnick stuff, Iron stuff, that they're just dupes of the oil company, of the oil business. Oh, man, they don't like to hear that. I don't know if many of them would take kindly to you.
No. Not.
If you start doing that. And you can't, I get this sense that a lot of people are embarrassed by the soldiers, a lot of educated people, and there are a lot of educated people in America. They're embarrassed, and everybody ignores them. But the simpler people who believe in tribal battles and they think something's being defended, they'll celebrate the soldiers. But there seems to me a big ignoring of it. And the educated people who aren't necessarily believing in the war mythology, they avoid interacting with the soldiers that come back because it's embarrassing. What are you going to say? So that's a sidebar. So I'm looking up at the angel chart, and ring 9. Okay, so the point is Trump really celebrates the veteran, right? That's the tribal part of Trump's image. So he's quadrophenic, so he's going to be part fascist, part communist, part anarchist, part monarchist, and part, that's it, anarchist, Marxist, monarchist, fascist, and communist. The ring 9, it says the 7 higher emotions, or mediations of mortar. That means mediations of public crowd dynamics. And they are 7 of them: patience, kindness, not proud, long-suffering, lack of envy, not rude, and not provoked. Now, to the degree I'm a poster boy for Ion, I fail in all those things. I'm obviously a guy.
You're the other to those things.
Right. And actually, Trump being a quadrophenic, he says he's a nice guy, but he includes the other. He says, he's not a tribal guy. He's not controlled by anybody. He's playing off both sides. And plus media imagery, which squares the dialectic between you and the other. The other dynamic is, the dialectic of you and the other is stimulated in the Android meme.
Yes, and I think this discussion is very important because, as Ian says, Trump might really become president, and McLuhan says here in Culture is Our Business, most people just judge if something is good or bad, but they don't really go into understanding the process or the phenomenon of
what McLuhan really called the language of forms. They don't look at the language of forms.
Yes, and most discussion about Trump is only these good or bad judgments.
Right.
But they're not really seeing other aspects of how could he be innovating, revolutionizing many things, many aspects of politics. And,
right. Okay, let me say this. For many educated people, politics is not taken seriously. It's considered a con, or at best a game, and it's tribal imagery warfare, iconic warfare. So, what is it about a game? You're supposed to bring the culture together as president, but in the daily efficient causality of making ads and competing against your running mates, you're allowed and it's accepted that you beat the shit out of each other. It's like the slanging matches in the medieval era of the verbal fights. But you have in hip-hop or rap culture, they have these competitions where guys insult each other. And because it's a cynical, detached, barbarian world we're in now, in relation to literate values, there's no more decency, then the daily of slanging and insulting each other goes on, every minute in politics. The late 80s, when Bush Sr. ran against Dukakis, the big problem with his image was everybody thought he was a wimp. And that was when you were starting to get in the late 80s, early 90s, where the tribalism had really taken over in the Android meme. You didn't have this wimp factor discussed in the 70s. It was still a transitional. So this warrior, these are major football players of ideas or of tribal imagery. Now, is Trump doing that? Yes. He's worse than anybody. He does nothing but. He doesn't wait for the ads during the week. Go out to smear your competition. he starts doing it right in the forum for the actual civilized exchange of ideas. He's the one who's being violent right there on the podium, accusing each other. So as a violent image, he has crossed the boundaries, and that's what's shocked people. He has brought the actual ground of politics, is this warrior sport game thing. He brought it on stage. He took it out of the underbelly. At the same time, he can use the major media's attack on him and say, I'm a nice guy. These journalists are violent liars. So you'll see in different contexts, he acts a different way. So he's being the other in different figure-ground relationships. So that's where he's quadrophenic.
That's why he's so effective.
Right. The young people like this. They know there's something real in what he's doing because they live that every day. You guys have to live this. You're listening to Ion in your van while traveling. You can't let the other guys know you're listening to the van. You have a little secret culture going on right there in your on-the-road life, right?
Kind of. Yeah, we don't keep it a secret, but we don't. It's not something that we're trying to make like a conversation with everybody.
Right. You have to respect the tribal indifference. Tribal cynicism.
I think that if Zappa was alive, he would be discussing Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Like we are doing now. And
no, you know what he would be doing?
We're only in this for the money for
Roxy,
campaign.
Roxy, he would
and culture is our business.
Roxy, he would not be discussing Trump. He would be the antidote. He would say, I can't take this. I'm going to save this country from Trump. He would run against Trump.
Well, he ran for president and he didn't make it. And
he didn't run for president. He explored the idea. He actually went to Washington and talked to some people in the I think it was Democratic Party bureaucracy, and he came back. He said, it is too Byzantine, like Byzantium. There's too much of a Byzantine bureaucracy. I'm not encouraged to engage this. I learned from these experts it's a huge waste of time, or you really have to go through this proper pecking order. But he juxtaposed that with the idea that he wouldn't campaign in a normal way. He would just do interviews, basically run from his home, just do interviews. And then he got sick. Then he got diagnosed with cancer, and that was his alibi to quit. But we never heard a final statement where he said, I'm running. The last bit we heard was, I don't know about this. It's pretty obsolete. Now, I asked the Evergreens about this, and they said, no, Zappa could never be president. He's not part of the world of acceptable norms. You have to be part of the political establishment. I mean, why does a vice president get to run in the next election? If you make vice president or you're some kind of major governor, you're the one who gets to run. The average person can't enter the election, can't answer the campaign. So the Evergreen said that Zappa would make a good local city hall guy, whatever you call him in the States, assemblyman. He would be good, excellent as a local politician. He'd probably be a leader. He probably could get to be mayor. They never said that, but he could be mayor. But you see what I mean? He's high school. He's not college level. Congress is college level. I mean, that's the point. These idiots who, you see this in the TV shows like House of Cards, Ambassador, what was that? Ambassador Secretary, whatever that one is. All these things about politics and West Wing. It's normal if you get to be vice president, then you can run for president. And yet you're just a jerk you're usually a nobody to become vice president, but apparently because you hung around for 4 years, you're qualified. So it's really a closed shop. Politics is such a specialized area. You have to spend years like a doctor in politics to be eligible to run. So it's a medieval hierarchy, it's Byzantine, and it's not your populist democracy anymore. Can't be done. But Trump is trying to upset that. That's what he's up against.
Yes, and Zappa always said politics are the entertainment branch of the military-industrial complex.
Yes.
And Trump is really like an entertainer, but he's saying he's not going to keep up with this the way things have been done until now, just making debt for military interventions and wars when there are other needs in the country.
Right. Now,
so that's one of the things that really attracted my attention.
Right. Now, let me say this, Roxy. You gave me an idea. McLuhan said that in the electric age, that the traditional division from the Gutenberg era between art and commerce. You know, the artist was a guy in the garret. He's not a materialist. He's not bourgeois. He's not trying to make money. He represents some kind of alternative spiritual values, or McLuhan would say acoustic values. Most of modern art, most of romantic art in the 19th century was trying to get acoustic space, retrieve acoustic space versus Newtonian visual space. But in the electric age, art and commerce go together. They merge. There's no difference because it's all within an information society. So what we have with Trump is the businessman as comedian or as entertainer. And since business as a separate function, specialist activity, is obsolete, it's merged with everything else because you can't define what people are doing today. You have to say, well, it's an information society, and people are marketing in different levels of information. So Trump is the ex-businessman who has nowhere to go but to the center of the Android meme and take charge. Yeah, you were going to say something?
McLuhan anticipated that with, I think he said that there are no more jobs for roles.
Yeah, just roles.
The global theater.
Right.
And
let me add to
the
that.
Android meme.
When Zappa in the 80s says the media is all there is, and he had to learn that. I don't think he understood that in the mid-'60s when he sort of started the Youth Revolution and was actually trying to start a third party called the Interested Party and run for president. He was talking about running for president in 68 and 69, but he got Tom Wilson to do it first. But anyways, the idea that politics was a serious, humanist endeavor of managing society, by the 80s, the media had taken over so much that he knew that there was no ground for that kind of Gutenberg politician. So with the media being all there is, that brings in McLuhan's point that people can only have roles in the global theater. So you find all these accomplished scientists or businessmen or whatever, athletes. The big temptation is to become a politician. Because you did well in your field, you're supposed to go into politics. And that means acquire a media role. Whereas other people like Donald Trump, he never took politics seriously, but he wanted to get in the media, so he became the host of the TV show. Most wealthy people want to get in some media role. That's the modern currency. That's where you get attention. So they do all kinds of things.
Wake, there was this phrase, love thy label as yourself, as thyself.
That's Phineas Wake. Love thy label as thyself. Right. That's love your media image.
So you are a label.
Right.
You are the business.
Yeah, you are an icon. Let me just check something. We have a whole new name here. Whenever a new name comes in, I like to see who they are. I'm unmuting you. 541-285. Who are you? You want to?
Hey Bob, this is Paige.
Oh, okay, Paige. Yes, you're an intellectual. You'll find our conversation interesting here. So I'll put you. I've never seen you. You've never really called in much, have you?
Not much at all. No, just a few times.
Do you have any comment on what we're saying so far?
Yeah. Well, you finally came around to it towards the end there. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yes. Yeah, you're clear.
Okay, cool. That Trump for what the past 10 years had built up his
role playing
king of the Android meme. Yeah, and his show, which was like one of the top rated reality shows for year by year it grew in popularity, and so here he was as just this massive celebrity figure who was part of this, every week after week shown in the boardroom as this, major guy making the deals and saying you're fired, and that's
that's almost being presidential. He was being presidential as presented in TV shows like House of Cards and whatever other ones there are. There's 2 or 3 of them about the White House right now.
And so he's not really anti-Android meme or the opposition to the Android meme. He is the Android meme.
Yes, he is part of it, but he can retrieve part of the juggling of the 5 bodies is the curious retrieval of the chemical body. Remember a week or 2 ago I read Croker on body drift and how in a discarnate post-physical body media simulation going on, media circus, there's so much emphasis on the flesh, the beating up of it, the destroying of it, the aborting of it, this, the that, the pornography of it. The flesh image dominates. So he's taking the flesh image. He's saying, I'm a chemical body, and I don't like the way the Android meme has wrecked our country. We must bring back chemical body values. He's falling back on that. You know what I mean? And he's saying that there's too much media management by the other politicians. They're too much part of the script. And they're ignoring jobs. They're ignoring chemical body issues.
So you're saying he's trying to retrieve the chemical body? Yes,
he's bringing in chemical body concerns. That's all the president can be. It is not. It is the heart of the Android meme. It is an image, and a fluctuating image, a quadraphenic image. That's all it can be. So Trump is being a bit unconscious, unaware, naively doesn't understand that his values cannot be created. Or he's super planned, and they put him in the apprentice thing, and he's had a plan for 20 years to become this role he's got, and he has some secret backers. Now, when I bring this up with Ion, you'll hear it when I play it.
I think it's the case because there is an episode of The Simpsons where they present Trump as the presidential candidate. So many people are saying that was already planned a long time ago, and he has these secret backers.
Right. Now, Ion, you'll hear me when I play some later. I'll play my latest talking to Ion. I asked him how many of the 418 group are supporting Trump, and Ion did that. You know what can you tell me what he said? How does he
22?
put him? No. How does he put importance on it? How does he put significance in his answer? What does he say when it's an important point? He says, we didn't say that. Or he says, we have no comment. He won't say. So when he won't talk about something, it has the tradition in Iondom of being, that's too heavy. That is probably true, and then Ion is bound by secrecy not to tell,
Yeah, well, I think his secret backers are, well, pardon me for being, semi-conspiratorial, but the Clintons, the establishment.
Well, that's interesting. I don't. You know who the backers are? In the end, it's Iondom. We are causing him to be noticed because he's got the RNA drops around him and other factors.
Oh.
And I asked about the Chinese. I think this is in the recording. I said, "What about the mountain? What about the Chinese?" No comment, Bob. No comment. You can't know that yet, Bob. There is some serious.
I also asked him if Trump is the trumpet of the apocalypse.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good. Wait a minute. Roxy, what did Ion say? Did we get a clear answer? He didn't really answer about the trumpet thing, right? I was asking
yes, but he suggested that's right.
Okay. Yeah, I may not have heard it. What were you going to say, Paige?
I was just noticing when I was looking into The Apprentice and who was behind The Apprentice and all these other reality show TVs like Survivor was the other huge one, and
that was the beginning.
And a few others is the whole burn meme. You have Feel the Burn with Bernie, who they're comparing these two people, Bernie and Trump, as like the two outsiders, sort of, I guess. But you have the guy behind Trump as Mark Burnett. Burnett is the guy who was the executive producer of Survivor and the Trump Show Apprentice and a few other ones. A few other, like The Voice is the new American Idol. And so Feel the Burnett, Feel the Bernie, and there's this whole weird burn thing going on. There's a big burn happening right now.
The house is burning down, and they're the firemen. They're going to put it out. Or they are the arsonists, are burning down the establishment. Several ways it goes. It always has to be multi-level because so many institutions are interacting with each other. That's the kind of training of perception you get from Finnegan's Wake and from McLuhan.
But I just hadn't heard anything, maybe it's out there, but I hadn't heard anything from the Android meme yet regarding the Burnett factor and the Bernie factor, coinciding with the burn.
Well, now that you've said it here at headquarters, it will show up at some point over the next 24 hours or
here at Anomaly Central.
Yes, here at Anomaly Central. Which is exactly how Zappa fucking conducted the band, Anomaly Central. That's what he did. He would conduct an environment that he allowed the unpredictable, the accidental to happen in. That's what his concerts were. So back to... that's what I call the satellite conductor. So, okay, Paige, we don't want you to hear too much. Do you have a comment on Zappa? Are you informed on Zappa?
Well, hardly.
Right. See, that's why we're going to mute you. We appreciate your input for the backgrounder. We're going back to Wolf Blitzer now, and the themes are before us. So it's a really good question. What would Zappa do today about this? McLuhan was on top of this in 1968. He had a serious election in 1964 because it was the recovery from the Kennedy assassination. So no room for humor. And you even had Barry Goldwater, a very right-wing guy, saying, let's nuke North Vietnam. So there was still that 50s dynamic there. So by 1968, the world has gone crazy. In 65, 66, 67, you had every major turmoil, social movement going on. And so Pat Paulson, a famous comedian of the day, he runs for president. So when they asked McLuhan, what is the method of your sociological analysis? What are you doing? What is the role you're playing? They were trying to figure out McLuhan. He said, well, I consider myself doing the same thing as Pat Paulson. He named a fucking comedian running for president as a description of what he was doing. He's a serious professor. That's like, what would that be? That's like the head of Harvard saying, well, my role model is the head of the porn industry. That's how outrageous it was back then. You name some porn star. Today, that would be more what it is. And some respectable professor saying that I'm engaging in the media in the style of a famous porn star. That's how outrageous it was. And McLuhan said he was like a Pat Paulson, that he was a comedian. So
yes, because he was a troubadour, and he was seeing deeper and understanding more the process of what's really going on, not only the surface of a comedian trying to be a politician, but why would a comedian be doing that?
Right. Why would a comedian be doing it? Now, McLuhan was the first in his books in 67, 68, I think really in 68, he was the first to point out that entertainment has become political and politics have become entertainment. He was the first, I think, to really say, hey, even though gets assassinated, it was a serious world. McLuhan recognized the entertainment, the amusing ourselves to death aspect that was sneaking up on everybody. And I think Zappa...
Yes, and with the TV... He said everybody has to do his thing. Also, Zappa used to say that.
Wait, did you say Zappa said it or McLuhan?
Yeah, do your thing.
Who said that?
But McLuhan says that also in Culture is a Business.
Yes.
He says everybody has to do his thing, play his role.
Yeah. And you're saying Zappa said that? Did Zappa say that?
Yeah, he was always saying, do your thing.
Yeah, well, what he made fun of it on Lumpy Gravy, he has one of the voice guys, Motorhead, one of those guys going, do, 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 and they call that doing your thing. Do, 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 like some mindless little riff. That was the amateur level of doing your own thing.
But also he said in Culture is Our Business, I think it really links to what's going on now.
Yeah.
Because he says arts are like the cave art, and cave art was usually put in very deep places where nobody could see it.
It was an art of ESP.
Are out, but are not really to be seen, but to influence people from a distance.
Yeah, when I used to tell people that, Roxy, I used to tell people that ads are not meant to be noticed, everybody said, but that's nuts, because everybody had the conventional view that ads were brainwashing, and they wanted to get your attention, and then they'd seduce you. They thought that you had to get your audience's attention to be noticed to influence them. They didn't understand that you influence them by being on the sideline and being part of the hidden ground. It's like everybody watched the program and then ignore the ads. And so the ads have
hidden in plain sight, that's how you said.
Hiding in plain sight.
And the troubadour is the one that finds
the secret.
The hidden.
The hidden.
There is the hidden in plain sight and the hidden, but most things are hidden in plain sight.
Right.
Plain sight.
In the world, you're in the art community of Berlin that you've been part of for 20 years. I'm not sure if this applies. It probably still applies, but definitely the generation before you. There's no way they thought advertising was art. McLuhan would come on and say, well, the arts are all obsolete. We only have one art today. What's that? Advertising. What do you mean? That vulgar shit, that commercial crap, you're calling that art? He goes, yes. And he would explain it. Now, that's a counterintuitive statement. The real art was sitting right in front of everybody. And it was team. He said more research goes into advertising. It's the biggest budget. And it's teamwork. You can't be an individual artist anymore. You know, the Gutenberg role.
Yes, and McLuhan said, the artist, the troubadour, is the one that discovers the processes that shape us and mirrors the environment. And that's why he had an expanded view of what an artist is.
Yeah.
I mean, he would consider Trump a big artist.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No.
And mirroring the environment.
Wait a minute. Here's what's different. He says in Cliched Archetype, written in the late 60s, that everybody in modern, first world media world is forced to be an artist. So to be an artist is not a special position anymore. Then he would quote the Balinese who say, we have no art. We just try to do everything as well as possible. That's the values Americans have. They try to be loyal, they try to have different kinds of values, but they try to do everything as well as possible, and they don't know what art is in the old sense. That's not there. So if everybody is forced to be an artist, to adopt an exploratory attitude because you're confronted with so much new stuff no matter where you are in society, you have to become like an artist. So what is the artist? What is the new definition? And so McLuhan said the artist is a man of any field, humanistic or scientific. In other words, not a painter, not a musician. It's anybody in any field who's aware of the consequences of the technologies in his own time. In other words, you have to really see through media effects. And the only guy who could do that was McLuhan. So McLuhan was saying he was the only artist around today in his era. He was the only one aware of the consequences. And there's an article, big headline back in the 60s. The title is, I am the only one who knows what's going on. Listen to this. The quote is, I am the only one who knows what's going on. This is what he would tell people. Whereas,
yes, that's the definition of the troubadour. He's the only one that finds out what's really going on. And
true.
He finds...
Well, the troubadour is the
So you will
floater.
be then the only artist around.
Right. McLuhan picked up from Wyndham Lewis the idea of the artist as enemy. So Lewis started a journal in the late 20s when he was very unpopular. It bothered everybody. He called the journal The Enemy. And McLuhan, in a respectable family TV documentary called Telescope in 1967, at the peak of his mainstream coverage as a new phenomenon, he's sitting there in his office or on a subway rolling along, and he says, well, I consider myself the enemy. He's talking like a terrorist. He's saying, I consider myself a terrorist, an enemy, the enemy. So he's quoting Wyndham Lewis. So the troubadour is like an anthropologist. He's floating around on the outskirts. He's not part of the daily grind of information designing, which is the whole society is involved in. He's outside like a satellite floating around. That's the enemy. So that's what the troubadour is. The troubadour is the enemy, disguised as a what?
A Trump.
A Trump. Yeah, a Trump? Or a drunk?
Yeah, disguised as Trump.
Disguised as a fun-loving, folk like Nate and Alyssa are troubadours. They could be. It's the best. You know how? Are you guys still here, Nate and Alyssa?
I am. Yeah, Alyssa went to sleep.
Okay. Well, Nate, you guys are troubadours not because you're on the road, but because you're on the road and involve yourself with Iondom. You're involving yourself with the enemy. You're allowing yourself to be identified with it. That's the new troubadour role. Not going around being a minstrel. There's millions of people doing that. Well, what is the new kind of troubadour? The new kind of troubadour wouldn't be a singer, Roxy. Wouldn't be a pop star. And maybe Trump is close to that because the rumors are that no one ever liked Trump. He always was an oddball. He always was not accepted by New York society, though I don't know much about that, though. Some people say that. He always was an outsider, not liked. So that's the new troubadour.
That's true. No need to be liked.
Right. Well, he's really rubbing it in people's face.
McLuhan also says in Culture is Our Business, business and culture have become interchangeable in the new information environment.
Yeah, art and commerce, business and culture.
And Zappa said, we're here for the money.
Yeah.
That's Trump.
Yes. Well, Trump's not there for the money. He's there. He's saying he's being responsible. All the other politicians are not. They're controlled by so many factors, they can't be real. He's saying, I'm serious, I'm real, because I don't get tied in through the purse strings. I'm free to really do stuff. So he's actually, I have always said the White House is the only real information center of the Android meme. So if you want to be an artist today, you've got to go towards the White House. So the fact that he's upsetting the whole process really makes him become almost an artist. The new kind of artist. I don't know. I don't see him as being aware of the effects of technologies the way McLuhan defines it. He's acting it out. It's like Zappa acted out McLuhan's message, but he couldn't articulate it as well as McLuhan did. This is what Walter Bower's complaint was. McLuhan stood on the sidelines, he said, and just observed what was going on. And then Walter would say, I was in the middle of it. I fought the good fight. I started underground journalism and all the things he did. But McLuhan was an outsider. And what Walter didn't realize, you want to be the outside observer because the world of pattern recognition is the only thing that there is. And you want to stay alive to be free the next day or 2 years down the road to make new patterns, to communicate patterns. So the impotent observer is not so impotent now. And then
they're more like omnipotence.
Yeah, it's like in art. the university professor is more important than the artist. The artist comes in, and the teacher shows off the artist to the students. Oh, this is what an artist looks like. This is what you're studying to be. And then the artist goes out and has to struggle to get a grant or to survive. He can get a gig in a gallery, whereas the professor just carries on managing the information society. So in academia, the professor has got the security more than the artist. And where else? There's a new TV show called Vinyl, which is about this failing record
I've been
producer.
watching that.
Yeah. It's a bit over the top, but it is showing the crisis of someone who lives on information and has to come up with new information and is losing sight of how to find it and in this total state of panic, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and seemingly the show seems to be moving towards him finding that new information.
No, I don't see that. It's going to be...
You don't think so?
So far, he's a disaster. Did you see the most recent show?
Yeah, I thought there was a little turnaround point.
No, he became every show he's a failure. He's hated more and more. He duped his partner into thinking that the partner lost the money.
Really? Wait, I must have missed that.
Okay, did you watch that one? They go to Las Vegas?
Oh, yeah, I watched. Well, maybe I didn't. I thought I watched all the ones that exist so far.
It just, what's today? Well, no, it's been up for a few. I think it comes out on it comes out on Sunday. There'll be a new one tonight or tomorrow night. But anyway, so they go and try to sign up Elvis. Do you remember that?
Okay, no, I haven't.
Okay, well, you'll see that
it gets worse.
It gets worse. The guy is really fucked it after this last show. You know, I mean, it's really bad what he did. Every show he causes a real problem. I mean, he was causing problems with his wife and family. Now he's lost them. Now he's. I don't want to tell you too much about it, but you'll see. It's. I think it's obvious what happens at the end. Not hidden. Okay, so back to this thing. One thing Zappa said. And listen to this, Roxy. In light of the corruption around you, what Frank said to Carol and I and Jerry Fialco and Bob Marshall when we were interviewing Zappa in October '88. We're sitting. We actually go to the water cooler, and Frank is getting a drink of water. And we finished the interview. Now we're doing the 3.5 hours unrecorded part. But he says, you know, all these people that are famous in Hollywood, I know them all. I knew them back when they were nobodies. That would be in 65, 66. That'd be the Jack Nicholsons and Dennis Hopper. Everybody was on the scene, like the famous guy Harry Shearer, who used to be on Saturday Night Live, and he's done some interesting stuff. He actually was on Freakout. He was part of the audience on Freakout. So all these people that became famous were around the scene like Frank. And so he says, I know all these people. I know what creeps they are. We didn't go into it. He didn't carry on gossiping, but he made. Do you remember that, Carol? You don't remember it? Yeah, it's striking how he set himself apart. He was implying that he was not a creep, that he had not sold out. Well, if you read Barry Miles' biography, Frank was a real creep. But Barry Miles was representing the Allen Ginsberg New York faction out to smear Frank's image. So it's I recommend the book, Zappa by Barry Miles. It's a good confrontation of the other image of Frank. Frank is the other, not the hero that most fans see him as. His incompetence in all kinds of activities, including how he alienated his own daughter, Moon Unit. So Barry Miles, who was a great fan of Zappa in the late 60s, was one of the best journalists. We've read excerpts from his good interviews, weeks ago. He somehow got turned off to Frank, and he dedicates his book to David Wally, who had the falling out with Frank when the first biography was being made about Frank by David Wally. So there's an interesting story. It'd be good we should call up Barry fucking Miles. Now, Roxy, there's someone I'd like to interview. I'd like to confront him about all this. Really, let's go into what is your motive and force him to explain himself. Yeah, I'm going to do that. We're going to get in touch with fucking Barry Miles because I know his history.
Okay.
I knew David Wally. I know a whole bunch of things about the guy, and he wouldn't be talking to some dumb millennial or Generation Xer or even baby boomer. We'd have a fucking incredible dialogue. There's a guy that has to be dealt with. I mean, I put him down. I say he represents the Allen Ginsberg, old humanist Gutenberg values of a poet, whereas Zappa was a new kind of poet. And the book writers don't like the new kind of poetry that McLuhan and Zappa were pointing out. Hey? What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's threatening.
They thought that this...
What, Rob?
Actually, real culture is just like business.
Right, it's business. And Zappa was very proud of being a businessman. And, of course, in the late 60s, early 70s, it bothered the young rock critics. This guy's too much of a businessman because they were romantics. They liked the Ginsbergs and the Lou Reeds and the, Tim Leary, just the renegade guys out there bashing the establishment and then sort of going nowheres with their movement. And they didn't like the efficiency. I remember seeing Tim Leary in Canada at a comedy store, or no, forget, Yuck Yucks, right? Isn't that what it was called, Carol? There used to be a comedy circuit of clubs in Canada called Yuck Yucks. So Leary shows up in April 1980 after he gets out of jail, and, of course, I'm in the audience, and I'm going to make sure the issues are discussed. So I confront him about McLuhan, and it was not a question period. He would do a bit of a humor thing, but then he was ready to take questions. So I bring up McLuhan, and he didn't have much to say. He says, well, he just lives down the road, or something like that. And, 8 years later, he's really promoting McLuhan, and that's when we go and you can see the interview dialogue me and Nelson have with Leary. And I found in his library a copy of McLuhan's Take the Day of the Executive's Dropout, signed by Corinne. So he got it after McLuhan died in 1980. So the other thing is I brought up Zappa. So I'm bringing up the key people, McLuhan and Zappa, to this guy trying to live out the romantic idea of the troubadour comic, and in the old terms. And I said Zappa, and he goes, Zappa, he's got another album out. Another album. He has so many albums out. That's all he would say. He put down Frank for being so fucking efficient and productive.
Prolific.
Yeah, prolific. So Frank was, that's right, he was proud of being a businessman. Now Warhol, you have two guys, Warhol and Zappa, coming out of ad agencies. They both were in the advertising business. And they come out of it, and Warhol says, eventually, by the 70s, I want to be a business artist. I'm a business artist. He insisted on that. And so does Zappa.
And in a way that relates to Trump, because he's also being more a businessman than a politician.
Right. He's raising the archetype of the businessman. As if they're... Yeah, but see, the businessman, that's the chemical body nostalgia. And Trump's not a businessman in any conventional sense. He's a guy who survives bankruptcies. He knows how to float above that. And this is what Croker writes about. All events in the global theater go through expression, what's his word? Ecstasy and then collapse. Crash, that's right. It's spasm, crash. That's the economy. Spasm, something runs the attention field, gets billions in 10 days, and then crashes. Spasm, crash. That's the dynamic. And Trump is a spasm crash guy. I mean, I don't know what he did. He's got gambling casinos. He's got golf courses. He got some kind of entertainment media success, but he's also known to have many bankruptcies. So he does both spasm and crash. So really, his image is really, I don't think anybody could say he is the perfect guy. He's everything. He's got the spasms. He's got the crashes. He's had the many wives. He's a Christian. He's a TV star.
Shows.
A TV show. I mean, holy shit! The guy's got everything going for him.
He transformed the whole country into a reality show.
Yeah. Yes, and he's what is he doing when he goes? You're out, he yells at the protester, "Get out of here! You're gone!" That's Survivor. That you're off the island. Get off the island. He's a floating island. Yeah, you're fired. You're off the island.
You're fired from this.
What's really sad is that the journalists can't be honest or clear, I won't say honest, clear the way we are being right now. They can't write about the hypocrisy in their own business. They have to fit it back into left versus right or integrity versus corrupt.
The cliches and the archetypes.
Yeah. Of Gutenberg, art versus commerce, intelligence versus education, or education versus unemployed. You know, all the old stupid values of what you would call modernism. Postmodern, they're all postmodernists, but they hoik up the past. And they can't, and so they're so knee-jerk in their rejection of Trump. You know where you find the support of Trump? In the new Web.2 columns, News with Views. There's all kinds of places where people, citizens and former businessmen and this and that, can write their opinions, and they're usually knocking the mainstream media. So there's lots of satellited positions out there in Web 2.0. I mean, we encountered a couple of them in Cambridge when we went to the medical award for Carolyn, and one guy ran one of these sites, and his people come out. They love Trump. Trump to them represents a guy against the media establishment. You know, so there's a lot of support on, I'd call them the naive post-journalist opinionators that get to the, what's that place called, the Houston Post, the Huffington Report, or whatever the fuck it is, Huffington Post. Yeah, you don't get paid, but you're allowed to, you have a forum, a pontificating forum. Salon is like that. Had a lot of intellectuals, former university professors, former successes in different obsolete fields who get to pontificate in these respectable forums. There's different gradations of that. There's the more right-wing, the more left-wing, the more populist. It's just like the journalists, they ride the hatred of Fox News. They don't want to recognize that Fox News is so accurate because it admits that it's making a myth. It's all about making a myth about America. It celebrates making a myth. It makes shit up. And the journalists get really mad at that, the old POB, print-oriented bastards. So, anyways, there's nobody saying much like I'm saying here. Nobody. You might get occasional McLuhanist college professor talking about it. I am your greatest fucking critic. I am the greatest, the only artist alive today. Well, we know that. I don't. You guys already converted to that, right? I am the Trump.
Yeah.
Trump.
Probably. Let's just say it is.
And here's what I'm saying. What is my art? The art was the ultimate alchemy of retrieving ion. That's the art. That's my my canvas. That's my movie.
Well, that's the ultimate finding.
The ultimate finding. I'm the ultimate troubadour. I am the final, last, and complete troubadour. What is it?
Yes, because it's the ultimate finding because it's really the finding that is explaining everything.
Right.
I think it's the exploring more than the finding.
Well, it's the finding of many things. You don't stop finding.
Yeah, it's endless.
Yeah, endless finding. And with iron, you can endlessly find stuff. Iron's always introducing interesting aspects, new aspects.
Yeah, and you can even ask him the same question on a different day and get a different angle on it.
Well, did you hear Ion say that's all I do? I get up every day and ask the same question every day. The same question every day.
That's funny.
So Zappa was a great finder of obscure musicians who were really talented. You know, many people were hired by more famous bands after they saw how good they were in Zappa's band. People like Adrian Belew, Steve Vai, let's see, there's other guys, Ian Underwood, George Duke. So many people passed through and went on and specialized in more music industry slots, whereas Frank kept being non-music, non-movie maker.
He was the other to music.
That's right. He was tactility, and he was trying to get you read in his biography how he almost got a nightly talk show where they were going to satirize.
Oh man, that would have been great.
Yeah, read it in the biography how he conceptualized like doing a commentary on the news, on the media society, which he shows it's acted out in the Dio Fa final big opera he was going to put on called Dio Fa, God Lies. But he actually almost got Daniel Shore. Daniel Shore agreed to be on it. They were going to analyze all the other TV shows, all the other information outlay. So, and he knew that would be a real important position if he could get into that part closer to the center of the Android meme. And, of course, he was denied. They wouldn't let him. Anybody who was reasonably open-minded...
He would have become too popular.
No, I don't know if he would become popular, but everybody knows that Zappa was kind of a good show. So the only reason they never let him was they were afraid. And he was already blacklisted in music, so they weren't going to let him do that. He'd be too smart. In that sense, he might have become a Trump Roxy. He might have become really popular as a spokesman for the cynical, for the ones not impressed with glamour.
The enemy.
Yeah. And most of the chemical body is in the position of being the enemy. That's Trump's charisma. They call them the angry white man. No, it's not the angry white man. It's the ripped off human body, chemical body that's pissed off. Not limited to angry white men. There's all kinds of people angry for all kinds of different reasons, different ages, races, and ages and sexes. So they're really, the journalists want to limit it to they want to keep it on the man versus woman level, so that gives Hillary a chance. She can say, I represent the women, and we're up against this patriarchal asshole. So what was that point there? Trump is representing nostalgia for the chemical body, trying to get control. And it can happen because the Android meme's shrinking. The Android meme is smaller than you now. It contains huge environments, but you can float around the Android meme and attack it in many forms. He is really the Web 2.0 candidate. He's representing the blogger.
Develop that a little more, the blogger analogy.
Well, in Web 1.0, in came email, in came going to different websites, and then forums and chat lines, and going to corporate websites or websites that somehow got their shit together, got funding, and therefore you would go look at them. Well, with Web 2.0, which begins with MySpace, and then YouTube in 2004, 2005, and all the other super angelization of the digital discarnate body, you started to make your own space, and you could broadcast. You no longer were going to
you publish
mainstream broadcasting, right? You and comment.
Yeah, you're your own publisher.
Your own publisher, movie maker, video maker. So you are king of the media. That's Howard Stern's problem. He ain't the king of the media anymore. He can't be the king of the media. But people do. Little man looks for a central image. They don't want to have total power and make their own world. They want to have somebody being a bigger world than you that you can bug, that you can snipe at, that you can dance on the toes of. So Web 2.0 was everybody broadcasting their own objection to the mythical virtual supernova of some centralized place. But as the 2005, 6, 7, 8, and 2010 unfolded, there was no center.
Yeah, everybody had spent enough of themselves trying to find that center, and then it took long enough for people to realize that there just isn't one.
Right. Well, the last one was a sitting duck. It was dumb George Bush, or the guy who had the dumb image. He actually, what is it called, played possum. He played dead. He said, I don't engage in the information environment. So he survived 8 years by not engaging, and everybody just taking pot shots and trying to figure out how we're going to get out of this mess. This icon out of the White House has been ruined by the dumb George Bush and his horrible, stupid wars that led nowhere. So he was the final dead corpse of the center. So what is Obama? Obama is the mystery candidate. Nobody knows if he's even an American. He represents some kind of intergalactic invasion. There are websites out there that show that he, as a young man, went to the moon on secret missions with the CIA. Now, that's Albert Weber's site. And there's a whole industry of these guys that go around on the New Age circuit saying that they worked with Obama when he was 22 years old and went to Mars. There's a lot of that kind of information out there. And then there's the more mainstream that, okay, he's not even an American. So there was no president after George Bush. Obama is a different phenomenon. He violated all decorum by going on talk shows and stupid shows and entertainment shows, right? He broke the barrier. It's like there's what is that? The division between serious, responsible public space and a comedian broke down.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, other presidents went on shows and stuff like that.
No,
but it didn't feel
I don't even
so
follow it.
like.
Hey, Nate, I never followed it, but I would find out later. Oh, my God, Trump went on, and he named some show I never heard of. I'm just registering the outrage that went out by people. You could just pick it up on chat forums. It doesn't matter where you are. Someone's going to come in and talk about Obama, no matter what forum you're on. And so I'm only citing what I heard. You know what I mean? That they were outraged that he went on. Nixon went on Jack Parr in 1960, and he played the piano, and that helped. But when the president starts going on raunchy post Johnny Carson shows, that was a bit indignant or undignified.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
A little below his pay grade.
Right, and he went on Reddit. Reddit is that place that, I was quoting those guys saying that Bob's an alien and he's this, all those crazy quotes about a month ago about me.
Yep, I remember.
On Reddit, that's what he went on Reddit. He went on that place and engaged tweeting, interacting digitally. So, I don't think Obama, every angle can support their view. He's been a total failure as a president. Now, I get emails from Ike Willis, one of the main Zappa guys in the 80s. He's always posting, or his friends are always posting, proofs that Obama is the greatest president ever. He's created the most jobs, the most welfare, the most this, the most that. There's all this statistical layout of how Obama is an incredible, successful president, but the racist white media, suppress that fact. That's what I get from Mike Willis, and he's black, and I get that kind of stuff comes from his site. They think the criticism of Obama is a neo-Nazi thing. Racism. So nobody knows if Obama did anything. It's just each meme, each faction has their statistics to prove. Here's Trump saying that Obama is one of the worst presidents we ever had. What's it based on? What did Obama do bad?
I think he got that on a napkin, so you can trust it.
Yeah, the napkin told him. Now that's an interesting thing. One of the main interviewers of me was Nardwar, the human serviette. That's what he called himself. Nardwar, the human serviette. And he actually, in the 90s, got on CBC as a cultural commentator. But he's this ridiculous guy out in Vancouver who confronts rock stars backstage with this ridiculous high-pitched voice and mocking them. And usually he got famous because you'd watch footage of the rock star being just shocked at this idiot haranguing him. And some of them would get interviewed. But I came on that. I was interviewed by him right around the X Day in July 1998. And I did so well with him that people called in and said, you know, Nardwuar, I never thought I'd see it, but I think you've met your match. This Bob Dobbs guy is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. I out-absurded Nardwuar.
What band does he play?
What'd you say? What?
Which band do you play with?
Which pun?
Which rock band? Rock band.
Yeah.
Which rock band?
Church of the Subgenius. I was on there because of the Church of the Subgenius, because it was the famous X Days, July 5th, 1998, and he was enough young guy to know about the Church of the Subgenius, and he heard that there was this real Bob Dobbs, and he was genuinely intrigued. He couldn't believe it. And it was in the news in July 98 because they were having their big X Day. That was the day the UFOs were supposed to come. And they made a video. They all met in upstate New York at this resort, staying and everybody, and there's a long video of all the weekend activities. Well, what happened when the UFOs didn't come Sunday morning at 7 o'clock on July 5th, 1998? They took Stang and they threw him in a pond and tarred him with pink feathers. Okay? So I was given the video of all this, so I watched it. So there he is, standing there crying, pretending that Bob's vision was a lie and the X's didn't show up on 7 o'clock the morning of July 5th, 1998. So somebody in the audience says, I guess the Canadian Bob was right. And they start praising me. And Stan goes, yeah, go to Canada. Yeah, you guys go hang out with him, that idiot, that creep. So I've actually discussed at the last act of the fucking performance.
Nice, the first and the last.
Yeah, the first and the
last. Everything is about you.
Yeah, it always becomes about me. It's incredible that it's all about me and how I remain a successful, low-profile guy who does not have reporters hassling him yet. And, of course, we're well prepared.
Who hassles the likes of Nardwuar.
Yes, I want to play you that. Here's what happened.
Well,
I got something to tell you.
The only reporter hassling you is me.
That's right. And we're not sure what you are. You're using Ion to prop up your family history. You're finding out that you were at the core of everything, or at least your great-great-grandfather. So yes, we're not sure if Roxy is a triple agent and what she's an agent of. Right, Roxy?
Probably quadruple agent.
I'm working for the Habsburgs.
Wait, you both spoke. What did you say, Roxy?
I work for the Habsburgs.
Yeah. She is the Illuminati bitch. She actually is the bitch from the old Illuminati. No, really. Roxy could be, if you look at what she's finding out and what Ian says about the people that she's investigating. And have you followed enough of this, Nate, to know what she's discovered in the castles and all that?
Not a lot of the discovery. I just know that's been your main line of research. I know that was a shift, do you think the last year or so or something like that?
You mean caused by Roxy?
Yeah, I'm wondering when Roxy started really getting into the castles and the ancestry.
Oh, that only happened a couple months ago.
Okay.
It
felt kind of recent.
Well, Roxy,
because of Zappa.
Right. This show, that's right, this fucking show, we do so much, we can't even remember what we did. This show caused Roxy, she looked into the Japanese monster movies of the 50s and found that there was a big cultural celebration of these cheap monster movies that came out of Japan that Zappa celebrated in his music, like King Kong. He used to, he grew up.
I loved those movies.
Well, did you know Zappa was the first celebrator of them?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay. So Roxy just checks out this monster movie thing because Frank was into it. So I don't know how much Roxy knew about
Yes.
it, but she checked it out.
I'm actually taking a break.
Yeah, she thought she was taking a break, and she went over and found that the Japanese culture vultures, the elite, were celebrating the wonderful B-movies, the Japanese movies, because they held Japan together after they'd been nuked in Hiroshima. It was a big, important cultural retrieval. In other words, there's no cliche back then. It comes back as an archetype. So then, how did it go from the Japanese monster movies to the castles? How did that happen?
Yes, there was in the YouTube a video with the picture of Frank the First with the thing you have on the bottle.
Yeah, the RNA drops.
And that was it was related to Godzilla because the symbol of Frank I was the salamander, that sometimes really looks like a dinosaur or Godzilla.
Right, that's where they came. So are you saying that the Japanese footage referred to King Frank?
No, it was one of the videos, you know, the Android me sort of proposes things to you when you watch something.
Oh, right. This was a special message to you from Ion.
But
right? You serendipity.
Yes, I've seen that painting of Frank I many times, but I never noticed the
RNA drops
the background.
Yeah. So, but does it come from a Japanese documentary? How do you go from the monster movies?
No, it's not. It was related to the theme of like the reptiles or the
right, the salamander.
The salamander.
Right. Okay, so then somehow the Japanese salamander becomes this monster Godzilla, and then the salamander is in King Frank. So it just slips over in there. Okay, so that's how we got into this, Nate. And then
wow.
and then she finds out it goes back into her own family. That's what's amazing.
Interesting. So then how'd the castles come into it?
Well, the king, who is this king who she studied? I mean, her main education was in French. She went to a French school in Mexico. The higher society of Mexico believed in French education. So Roxy being a Mexican princess or a Toltec princess or a Spanish princess or a Basque princess, take your pick, she goes to this special education and they learn about King Frank. And as a kid, she saw that picture. He was the guy who started France, started the nation. So she sees the fleur-de-lis or the column on the RNA drops design, the top of the ionic column, is in King Frank in the background, but it's upside down.
No, if you turn the bottle upside down, you see that there are like three faces of a king with a crown.
Right, and that was in King. Okay, so she goes.
If you see figure and ground, the figure of the painting is the portrait of Frank I, and the ground on the background in the fabric, the brocade, you can recognize that face that is in the bottle.
Right. So here's what happens, Nate. She looks, who is this King Frank? She looks into who he is and finds out that he was the last friend of Leonardo da Vinci. That's what blew her mind. This fucking guy, Da Vinci, leaves Italy and starts hanging out with King Frank. Why? What were they doing? And then they made this castle. Then she looks at this castle, and it's an incredible, huge, 150 rooms, and then we never heard from Roxy again. She disappeared, went down the rabbit hole, and ended up talking about her fucking great-great-aunt, who were nuns, who met all these people.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a good example of someone creating their own reality, and you're really studying yourself.
Yeah, quite a tight weave.
Yeah, and so she sent me today copies of the books that her great-great-aunt, who started a nuns' convent order in Mexico, and it went around the world, this is 150 years ago, and online she can find her great-great-aunt's books. So she sent me the pages of the description of St. Cloud, Castle St. Cloud. I couldn't read it. It's in another language, but they're there online. And then she goes and starts reading her great-great-grandfather. He's the brother of the nuns or the father? Who wrote those books?
Those are the sisters of my great-grandfather.
Yeah, but they're sisters. Sometimes I think they're the father. And the guy?
My great-great-grandfather was the diplomat, and he also wrote many books.
So the guy who wrote the books is the brother of the nun sisters, and so it's not the diplomat who writes the books, it's his son who writes the books, right?
No, those are the nuns.
No, the guy. one of those people, he wrote many books. Remember, we found a publisher in South Africa 3 months ago that republished them? The History of Mexico books.
Yeah, those are from my great-great-grandfather.
Don't say that. Are they the brother of the nun or the father? Who wrote them?
The father.
Ah, and the father is the guy who worked at the Vatican, right?
Yes, he worked everywhere.
There's a painting of this great, I don't know how many greats you put, great-great-great or great-great, the father of the nuns. There's a painting of him leading the Mexican delegation of nobility, which are all Basque, because the Spanish king only gave the Basque because they weren't invaded by the Moors and they would be more loyal. There's this whole story behind that. And there's her great-great-grandfather presenting the crown to Maximilian. It's a well-known painting, you will see. So she sees this guy, and then I remember in that period, she suddenly sees that the South Africa publisher republished this guy's books today. Why republish them? What's valuable about them? So now she's reading those books, and now really looking into her family, and we find out that this guy who was in the Vatican had an affair. I got more details on that today. Had an affair, a tryst, with the genius behind Tesla, Marie Henrietta, who's the estranged wife of Leopold II. And these people are still alive today, monitoring what they're doing. Monitoring what we're doing, I mean. They're monitoring us.
Who isn't, though? There is no dead and everybody's around.
Yes, not many people.
There is the two physicalities.
Right. The castles are these incredible environments, multi-world and weird situations. We won't go into all the details, but Roxy's talked about it before, probably on this series. Parallel worlding castles. There's 12 of them on the Loire River. And that's what
I watched a couple things about that.
Right. So let's go back. So why are we talking about this? The Godzilla, how did we get... We're talking about Zappa. How did we go from Zappa to this?
Well, all these things actually came from doing Zappa.
Right. That's right. Zappa caused this. But we're talking about what would Zappa do today if he was around? Would he satirize Trump? What would McLuhan think? McLuhan was the first, talking about a comedian being a president. He used to call them Emperor Clown, Emperor-Clown, and he said. Bucky Fuller was an emperor clown of philosophy. He was a famous architect. He said that Pierre Trudeau was an emperor clown. Emperor cum clown, I think was the phrase. It didn't take today. But he says America was the crux of the global theater. It was the one country that was responsible for everything, so it had to be serious. It could never afford an emperor cum clown. 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It was serious. It was running the war against the communists, and you had a real problem in Vietnam and around the world. America was the bastion of all that was sane, and they could not afford to be jokers. And then the gradual erosion of the jokers is you get a peanut farmer. A peanut farmer is president? That's Jimmy Carter. And then a Hollywood actor who acted very serious and kept the American archetype going, right? He revitalized it, but he was an actor. That was sort of, things are getting flimsy here. And then George Bush is a CIA guy. Oh, my God, his big brother's running the White House, CIA director. And then you have a good old boy, Clinton, who's just a nut. I asked Ion.
Saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show.
Right. Yes, that's right. He started to violate the boundaries. So he couldn't come on and be a joker, but he had to have a talent, but it's rock and roll talent. And
and it connected with the youth.
Yeah, I asked, there's reports Clinton's been acting odd. Mr. Clinton, he's been speaking oddly, and so there's rumors about his mental health. So I asked Ion, is Bill Clinton going crazy? He says, are you kidding? He's been crazy for years.
Still crazy after all these years.
So Clinton we're talking about the denigration of the serious image of the White House, the heart of the American battle against all that's evil, the city on the hill, and so it gets eroded from, Carter to Reagan to Bush to Clinton. And then, after Clinton becomes the dumbest guy in the universe, George Bush, George Bernard Shaw, reading him in the LaRouche book. George Bush, he says he doesn't read newspapers. He debated Gore, and he won by winking. He had nothing smart to say against this super-informed Gore guy, but Gore didn't know the information was obsolete. So while he was pontificating with all his facts and how he created the Internet, George Bush is on the sidelines winking at the audience. That's
George Bush was flirting with the audience.
Yeah, he was flirting. You say, look at this guy. He thinks he knows something. He thinks information is important. He doesn't know the medium has no message anymore. So Bush totally wrecked it, and then Obama took it to another place. So that means it's time for the emperor come clown. Finally, America has eroded its self-image enough to have a Trudeau image. Yeah, you could write a column. Trump remember, he's going to be king. He's not going to be a leader. He's going to be a king. He's not going to be subject to any political, legislative, executive, judicial triangulation and compromise. He's on his own. He's a king, going to create his own space. So he's an emperor come clown. Awesome. Now, this is supposed to be a show about Zappa. Let's try to, definitely. Definitely, but it is exactly how one would talk about Zappa, because everybody says, in the 90s, they used to say, I wish Zappa was around to satirize the Internet, to satirize all the things that's happened in the last 25 years. Everybody expected Frank to come out with an amazing, beautiful satire of something. And he's not been around, so people have been looking for it. So if he was here, he would talk about the fads. And the fads more and more have centered around the heart of the Android meme, the late Android meme, which is the White House. So he definitely would be commenting on Trump and all these things. So we're trying to figure out what Trump is. This is the kind of thought process that Zappa engaged as a composer. Stravinsky didn't do that. Perez didn't do that. They did not engage in the global theater and battle with the White House image. Remember, Zappa's, one of his great songs starts off, Dickie's such an asshole, talking about Nixon and Watergate. That's the lyric. Dickie is such an asshole. And Frank could only get away with this because he had enough decentralization in the recording industry to make his own albums and have his own company.
Yeah.
But he couldn't have put that stuff out.
Maybe you can comment in this. Marsha McLuhan said TV turned politics into participation.
Mystique.
Some type of politics. Yeah. And it's more like a rock concert. It's not really being engaged in socially or politically or having some ideology.
Yeah, ideology.
More like attending a concert, a rock concert or a football game.
Right. Let me explain that. You've said enough. Ideology is the key point. The public was created by the printing press. One public. And the members of the public would develop opinions and a point of view about religion, politics, education, culture, okay? And they were supposed to be informed in these fragmented topics and then vote on the smartest opinion about what to do, about whatever the issues were and problems were. Once you bring in mass man, the electric world, you don't have a public of educated, opinionated, with the viewpoints, a point of view kind of citizen. You don't have citizens. You have mass, angelic, discarnate man. And mass man does not have a point of view. You can't have a point of view. There's too much going on. The mass man becomes a role player and engages in the drama of the moment, the crisis of the day, and that's called the participation mystique. I think he got that phrase from Owen Barfield, who got it from anthropology. The anthropologists talked about how the natives were so involved in their fantasy of their weird tribal world that it was not based on a detached, literate point of view. It was just basic acoustic surround. You're forced to dance. When you live in an acoustic space, the drums are going all the time. You have to keep in rhythm. Or you can drop out of it, just run away and leave the tribal trance. So we were becoming more and more a tribal and trance people. But at first, in the 60s, people said McLuhan is predicting the retrieval of tribal man, tribal, non-opinionated, not subject to ideas, just participates in the drama, the crisis, the war, either as part of the war or against the war. So that was the first image. Everybody thought McLuhan was saying mass man was tribal. Well, one day in the seminars in the 70s, late 60s, or in this early 70s, McLuhan said mass man is not tribal. I look around. Nobody's fucking doing a double take. What? Mass man is not tribal. And I listened. And I noticed it. So I started reading his stuff. And I noticed he said, here and there he said, mass man, modern 1960s, 70s man, is not tribal because he's gradually becoming a singular, automated, matrix-possessed hallucinator. There is an autonomy where you start doing your own thing. You don't do the tribal thing like the Nazis did in World War II and everybody fought in World War II. You're now more and more getting isolated by early digital technology, so you're making your own space, and you've got your own transistor radio. McLuhan used to talk about the image of the teenager coming down the street listening to his own transistor radio, not the tribal radio of the 30s. He has his own autonomous radio that he can program or listen to at his own time. You're beginning to get the video recorder where you can watch things not in the tribal trance but at your own convenience. So autonomy is coming in, a disconnect from the tribal trance of the early. Yes, the Walkman is the beginning of the digital phase, you could say. So my image back then was the astronaut floating around the planet. That's where the do-your-own thing came in the 60s, that you were becoming an astronaut floating around all the older broadcast media. And the Internet replays that. Now you're floating. You're a cybernaut. You're not an astronaut, but you're floating around all the media, especially in Web 2.0, and you're taking pot shots. You're like a Dr. No in a James Bond movie floating around the planet, attacking cities from your little spaceship. So there was a new level of virtual autonomy on the Internet. So McLuhan saw that, and he said, okay, mass man is beginning to be split. He's neither tribal, he's neither autonomous, he's a bit of both, and he's something else. He's an angel, super angel. So that was the beginnings of noticing quadrophenia. So so people like William M. Thompson, they started writing in the 80s, sort of reevaluating McLuhan and saying, McLuhan was right, there's some kind of weird tribalism going on. And so Thompson said the citizen is gone. The problem with LaRouche is that, says Thompson, he's trying to harness citizens to join a political party, an independent third party, and take over the White House, have a coup. But Thompson said, no, people are very involved in electric media, and they consider politics, he said, as much as a rock concert. When you engage in an election year, you're going to rallies, much like you've been doing for 20 years at rock concerts in stadiums. So he called that the participation mystique, or the participant, the drunk, involved participant of electric media. And then he said that the elite today, and he said this 10, 15 years ago, they do not engage. The Illuminati does not engage in electric media. They meet on golf courses. They don't broadcast. They remain relatively invisible. So he knew that we'd move to a post-information environment, while the techno-peasant is very involved in not having a point of view, but finding the band they like or the politician they like, and then going to the rally and drowning out anybody who disagrees with your brand, which is what you see at the Trump rallies. They start yelling at one voice, one Matrix Web 2.0 guy who yells out, "You're a fucking asshole, Trump," and then the whole hive mind yells at the guy. You know what I mean? But he does have the one voice that protests Trump is a product of Web 2.0. And Trump is mirroring back Web 2.0, but Trump is putting on the participant mystique. He's reviving the rock concert aspect of politics. So it becomes a movement.
The problem, I think, with the older candidates, or LaRouche,
right,
they're old school. They still think there is party politics, and they have to have a program and an ideology, and Trump is proving that doesn't matter. You don't have any ideology or program. People doesn't care about
it's a popularity contest.
And that began, you could say, that began with Reagan.
The image, the icon of...
Yeah, even Zappa complained about it. He said he was sick of conventions. All it is bunting. Do you know what bunting is? B-U-N-T-I-N-G? You ever heard of that?
Like in baseball?
No.
No. Bunting is at different points. Maybe it's only at the ending when they nominate the presidential candidate, and everybody's cheering. Then they let the balloons and ribbons fall out of the ceiling. You remember that?
That's called bunting.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that's called bunting. B-U-N-T-I-N-G. That floating, graffiti. What they used to call it in World War II, graffiti? No, it was a graffiti.
Confetti.
Confetti. That's right. It's confetti for weddings, and then there might be another word for when they would throw stuff. The soldiers march down Madison Avenue or Park Avenue. Millions of people would rain down paper from their offices. Well, that's now miniaturized and happens in every ending of a political convention. So Zappa satirized that.
Like a metaphor of somebody coming on you.
Yeah, the golden shower. Yeah, the golden shower that Zappa talked about. But Zappa, there's a couple of interviews where he's ranting on about these idiot presidents and their bunting. And he mocked that. So Zappa is old school on a certain level. And, he represents the genius. And he's pissed off at the people. But Frank, being quadrophenic, he didn't stay stuck in that. He could shift from that detached perspective, critiquing the culture, to just being another rock and roller wailing tranced in the electric drum, pounding it out.
Yeah.
Just rock it away. No point of view. But you're right, Roxy. The old politician. Okay, so the bunting thing starts in the 80s, if I remember. Reagan brought in. He didn't remember. He's a dumb guy. He really hasn't got many ideas. He can't lay out an articulate program. So it became just a cheering. The guy comes out and everybody starts cheering, and he doesn't have to say anything. He's just going to say, "America's great, and I'm going to win." What?
The pep rally.
Yes,
the pep rally. And it's just gotten worse and worse since Reagan. So
behind this slogan of "Make America Big Again" is what McLuhan was saying, that there is no more national or corporate identity, and also the individual identity was lost with the electric environment.
Right. Every form of identity was gone, creating a constant...
Trying to retrieve the America.
Yes. Reagan tried to retrieve...
America great again.
Now, Reagan...
That doesn't exist anymore. The countries.
But let's go through the phases. Reagan said we must recover from the stigma of Vietnam. America lost in Vietnam. It wasn't fair. The media wasn't fair. We didn't treat our boys right. We need to recover a confidence, a celebration of the war was correct. So then Reagan spends save face, which McLuhan predicted. Tribal people, the most important thing is saving face. So all through the 80s, Reagan would conduct little wars against nobody countries to rebuild, to show that America was tough, And then it peaked with the invasion of Iraq. But so they're trying to recover and reestablish the image of America. There's still a retrievable small-town image that Reagan can retrieve, and the Android means said he was successful. Remember his fucking funeral. He was given a pharaonic, meaning pharaoh-derived, Egyptian fucking funeral. They had his fucking coffin out there for a fucking week, up there at the top of the pyramid or someplace. You remember that? He lay in state for a fucking week like a mummified pharaoh. Okay, so he retrieved America as a sacred empire. All the time, digital technology sneaking up, and it's going to destroy America. So he covered it up. And Thompson writes about that, how Reagan revived the image of America, but actual chemical body of America fell apart. So here comes Trump redoing everybody, including Reagan. But what's he saying? America disappeared. There is no America to retrieve. Whereas Reagan retrieved an America that was important, that was powerful, that won World War II. Trump's saying the place is such a mess, we got to start over again. We have to rebuild the country. Reagan didn't say we have to rebuild the country. We just have to save face. We have to restore our historical meaning of the 60s.
Better tuck our shirt back in and get back on the horse.
Yeah, so Trump is post-apocalypse. What is that guy called? Max, Mel Gibbons, whatever that guy's name in those movies, Mad Max?
Mad Max, yeah.
Yeah, the post-Armageddon movie. I heard Roxy snicker. That's her era. Is that your movie? That's her movie. She grew up looking at Mad Max in the post-apocalyptic world.
But I think it's quite revealing that he makes his whole plan to build this wall.
Yes.
Like there is no more countries, but he somehow wants to.
That's rebuilding a country.
Market.
The digital world destroyed all spaces.
To retrieve the country by building a wall that says, this is America.
That's right.
Again.
Yeah, we need boundaries. He's rebuilding the chemical body. The chemical body is built on a wall, a division between heaven and earth. The literate thing, it got exaggerated with literacy, but the idea that you are bounded, a bounded space, that's the anthropomorphic physical. That's the chemical body being retrieved, and of course it has to have a tribe. And so you build a wall. He's building a castle. Aha! He's building a fucking castle that's feudal.
True.
Balbus is building a wall.
Yeah, Balbus is building a wall. Now, that's a line in Portrait of the Artist's Young Man. Joyce took it. Balbus was a general, Roman general or something. He built a wall. And this became a theme all through Joyce's writings. The building of the wall, became the printing press and visual space and all that. And then the wall is a big deal in Finneg's Wake. So that's what she's quoting. Balbus is building a wall. And Balbus is the first syllables of the first thunder. It's ba-ba something. Bow-bow, B-A-B-A. The Balbus of Balbus, building a wall, is in the first thunder. First syllables. I know it's really Bob, right? Bob. It begins with me, the first thunder. Think of that, man. Can you claim that? No, you can't. That's why I'm Bob and you're not.
Claim that. My name's Bob.
You are building a wall of mortar.
Yes, I am the handy. I'm a wall that I sell to people. Okay, you want to get away from the invasion of your 5 bodies by the android meme? We give you the product that insulates you and makes you feel stronger than the android meme. That's what the drops do. They give you autonomy. We create a temporary wall for you so you can get some slack. Then after you get bored of having slack, then you can enter the world of mortar again and be participatory tribal, but with new vigor because you know there's a place to go to retreat to. Remag, renew, remite, and RNA drops.
Retreat.
And realign.
Which is just a candy bar that you guys rebrand.
Yeah, the restruct. What candy bar? What was that?
I said retreat, but I was joking, making a play on the word treat, like a numbing treat.
You're too burbled. You're burbled. You're making a joke on retrieve?
Yeah. When I have to explain the jokes, we know that they're just not winners. We can move on.
Hey, man.
I was saying retreat, like remite,
You're
retreat.
slurring your speech. Nate, your speech, you're up too late. Your speech is slurred.
All right. I'll try to be extra articulate.
Clearly. Yeah.
So, to recap this failed joke.
No, retrieve. I want to get the idea you're saying. You said something about retrieve.
All right. I said retreat.
Oh, retreat.
Yeah,
okay.
And then I said which is just a rebranded candy bar that you guys would.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. We give people retrieved, retreated, a retreat. Relax and allow.
But, what would you say when Ian says that you obsolete all bodies?
That's happening. Ian
it's trying to build a wall like a way of reacting to this dissolution, like they need this
Yes.
sort of physical boundary that somehow...
Okay, when Ion rejected McLuhan in the first year, and then he started saying, we like your body's model. I said, well, that comes from McLuhan. So he had to concede a little bit, but he told me, you can only bring up McLuhan, you can quote him, but then you must say, however, Bob says, and they demanded that I go further than McLuhan, because I said I had gone past McLuhan. So emphasize yourself. If you're going to quote McLuhan, okay, but always say however. So sometimes I would quote McLuhan and forget, and then I would come in, however, he'd prompt me, however, and then I have to make up some shit about me, right? So he's actually encouraged the talking of me and making it all about me. So then he's talking about the five bodies, and then one day he says, well, Bob, they actually are obsolete. They've merged, and we're in a new zone. And he didn't know that I knew that, because I consider the chart a visualization of a merged situation, but you can't see the merged thing because you see the five quadrants. But visually, it looks separate. So he then went on about, we moved to the hexad, the sixth body. And he actually shut down fivebody.com. We couldn't get on it for 2 or 3 months. I would not let anybody on there until I changed my name to six-bodied. I was called five-body. And so he actually interfered on the website. This is back when it was still active, and people wanted to be on it, but they couldn't. So he talked about the merger of the five bodies, and I was able to talk about it, but you'll see him saying, Bob doesn't know the Endor means gone, or that there's five bodies have disappeared. That's the hidden ground of my chart, is the disappearance, because it says at the bottom of the chart, waiting for the spinning clothing crystals, waiting for organic bodies, the spinning clothing crystals have danced the hexadvertisement. That's the hexadic. That's the sixth level. Now, waiting for organic bodies, we have an argument in the LaRouche quadrant, the Thompson quadrant, the McLuhan quadrant, the Kroger quadrant, and the Dobbs quadrant over what is a body today. So you have different levels of retrieval. You have Trump politics and boring stuff is a retrieval of the chemical body. New virtual Silicon Alley technologies are a retrieval of the chip body. Better and better TV shows is a retrieval of the TV body. So there's endless retrieval of the bodies, Baroque spirals of excellence. But politics is a retrieval of the chemical body. All right? So that's the merger. And we're definitely post-merger, because Trump, he can't get as far as us. We're in the hexadic. He can retrieve pentatically the chemical body quadrant with a bit of Dobbs quadrant thrown in, but it's not going to lead anywhere. He's got a bigger problem, which is us, what we're doing to the world.
True.
Trumping the Donald.
Right. Trumping the Donald, right. And then you've got the five bodies, and you've got us trumping every one of them. We do better TV, we do better chip stuff, especially with Ion, we do better chemical body stuff with our products, and we do better astral knowledge, and we outdo the mystery body, because Ion is making the mystery body, he's exposing the mystery body, revealing it, and moving us past that to hexadic. So we got all the bodies. Now you, Nate, you didn't go to college, but Alyssa did. You guys went and got educated. Nothing like what you're hearing is taught. There's no inklings. There's a little bit of chip body if you read Croker, but not many professors teach Croker. Do you realize how avant-garde our curriculum is?
Yeah, it's the best salon out there, I think, for the edge of human thought.
Of everything. At the edge of spiritual thought, because the spiritual thought is merging with physical. So we even have a new zone called the two physical. It's not measurable, our success. And it's actually so nutty that the average limited person can project their superiority into us. They can easily feel they're superior to our nonsense, right? At whatever level they're coming in.
I suppose.
Like the Deepak Chopras, the David Wilcox, those guys in the New Age circuit, the Greg Bradens, who do forwards for all kinds of New Age books. They can't come near us, and they could actually say, well, that's actually an evil demon over there in Dobbstown. saying what he says, swearing and threatening to smoke people. We don't have the lovey-dove. What?
Swearing.
Yeah, why do you say that? The way I said it?
Yeah, he's over there. He's a demon with his swear words.
Insulting people. We are so violent in New Age etiquette terms that they can feel superior to us. But they don't know that they're going to die off. We'll be still around. That psychic told me. Did you re-listen to what the psychic I played last week? That psychic told me in '96, or maybe it was Bertie Catchings in 1988. Said, "Bob, you will outlive everybody." I've already outlived fucking everybody. Been here for thousands of years, right? But she picked up on it. You're going to outlive everybody. That's the best that a human being could come up with. Not that, holy shit, Bob, you've been here forever and you're going to be here forever. You've been here,
you are
and you're going.
Outliving everybody.
Yeah. So I thought it was neat that she picked up on that. So what were we saying
we gotta get
before?
Back to Zappa.
Beg your pardon?
I said, man, we got to get back to Zappa.
We are going to. I'm going to go get an article, but there might be something else to say. We're having a very good conversation here, or I'm performing quite well, and you guys are supplementing me very well.
I think it's
for yourself.
A great example of what we want to illustrate, what is a troubadour, the findings, what you see in this whole phenomenon and how you analyze this from other angles. Nobody
comes up with.
Does this,
they don't know how to talk the way I do. Now,
besides just the judgment of good and bad.
Right.
Bad Trump and his.
So we're saying Zappa. Zappa anticipated Iondom, and the modern troubadour would not be just walking in the countryside singing folk songs like 800 years ago and maybe getting access to a castle and seducing the queen or the princess or something. The troubadour today is in a population where everybody's adrift. Everybody's drifting. That's the name of Croker's book, Body Drift. All the bodies are drifting. So everybody is the old version, chemical body version of a troubadour. But a real up-to-date troubadour would drift into the different institutions of the android meme. So you see in Zappa's biography, he goes and visits the Rothschild Bank to get funding for his projects. They turn him down. He's going into TV studios. He's going into different media environments. That's where he's drifting. He's drifting into different media environments to get a position in them and hijack them. He's drifting over into orchestral music. He's drifted into rock music. Whereas the David Bowies in them, they just drifted on a smaller level. They do a movie.
Even drift into politics.
Yes.
David
Bowie got himself in a tax problem, so he had to go live in Switzerland. He couldn't run for politics in Britain, his native country. Zappa could. So Zappa is the ultimate troubadour before Ion. And he has to be a troubadour everywhere, as is shown in Finnegan's Wake. HCE is everywhere. Then Ion shows up as the completion of the troubadour myth, because Ion's drifting all over the place and telling us that we drifted over here, we killed Steve Jobs, we drifted over there, we killed Obama. Ion's listing all these people that he's a troubadour assassin. He's emperor come clown, come assassin.
The goals are to become the lover who loves.
Yes.
But in the higher sense, like the troubadour understood.
That's a good point.
Love.
They brought in the concept of love.
He also said, you are creating the new song. So it is the new art of the troubadour, of the finding and sharing.
That's a really good point. You realize, Nate, the idea of personal love comes in with the troubadours? They didn't have that in medieval times or going back.
I didn't realize that.
And it's a product of visual space. Yes, the literacy, the manuscript, the visual space coming in with the phonetic alphabet of the late Dark Ages, beginning of the later medieval, before the printing press. The idea of a private personality, not a role player, that is what love was. The knight would come in and engage with the role player, the queen, the princess, and he would seduce them from a corporate role where they would be married off to anybody, and it was a strict business tribal relationship. But to have personal emotion involvement with one person, the emperor, the princess doesn't do that. They put on everybody. They're impersonal. So tribal people are impersonal. This personal love comes in with the troubadours.
Interesting.
Yeah. So then, that gets exaggerated with the printing press, and then the nuclear family becomes a be-all and end-all, and marriage is a very important institution. Personal love is the ultimate saving grace for the average pagan or secular person or bourgeois. And then Ian said they were in a post-love world. That is accurate, because when you get into electric age, people start to become role players, become impersonal, and they become, in Gutenberg terms, they become social psychopaths. Gang banging, raping, seducing, adopting all kinds of sexual roles and identities quadrophenically. Becomes a violent exploration of a shattered identity. The love identity is gone. So we're well into a post-love world, a post-Gutenberg personal love world. And let's see.
Yes, and another thing, the singing of the new song is not only limited to this world. It's like Ian says, you can go further to other worlds.
Right.
So the troubadour.
That's a good point.
The new song is
you're troubadouring across worlds. That's right. And you can have families in different worlds. Like Ian says, McLuhan has 3 families. Yeah, he had 3 families. Really? Yeah. So the traveling is a new troubadours travel. There's a new kind of traveling when everybody is in the same space and there's no more time and space. There's nowhere to move to. Well, then Ian comes in with a anti-environment. Oh no, there's other worlds. So that's one part of traveling. But Ian also emphasizes that you ascend on the spot. You going to other worlds is fun and dandy, but ascension is more than traveling. So Ion is the anti-environment of traditional troubadour mythology. He's the anti-environment to everything, every meme, every institution. And Zappa attempted to be that. Phineas Wake attempted to be that. Dobbs attempted to be that before Ion showed up.
Yes, and you said also that the troubadour is very important in the Finnegan's Wake. Yes,
Tristan and Isolde, that major, medieval troubadour myth, is a key story in Finnegan's Wake. It begins with Tristan taking, he's cuckolded King Mark.
On the castle of the head.
Yeah, House Castle and environs. There was a fad to retrieve medievalism in the 20s, and it begins in the 19th century with John Ruskin and the Pre-Raphaelites. Do you know about them? William Morris, the craft movement. They did not like, in 1850s, 60s, they didn't like the industry, the shoddy or mass-produced industrial products, so they retrieved the aesthetics of the chemical body working and making beautiful objects. Now, it was a lost cause, but LaRouche spends a lot of time in the late 70s, early 80s, describing how the oligarchs, the aristocrats of England, wanted to retrieve a medieval sensibility. So they promoted William Morris, John Ruskin, the Pre-Raphaelites, and Oscar Wilde and all these guys. They represent a retrieval of pre-printing press sensibility, which the aristocrat was invested in. And some of these aristocrats were these parallel worlder guys that we find along the Loire Valley. So LaRouche says, no, that's nostalgia. But the aristocrats had nothing going for them but promoting the retrieval, and much of the art of the teens and 20s was still craft-oriented. In the art schools, there was a big craft movement again in the 60s and 70s, and LaRouche was against that. And McLuhan was against that, in the sense they said this is just a knee-jerk fad retrieval and will have no staying power and is not about the ground. And Zappa was like that. He said he hated poetry. He knocked all the traditional arts that the counterculture was taking time to do in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and Roxy did that when she went to Berlin. She engaged in the counterculture of performances, theater, making costumes. She was doing the craft stuff, right, Roxy? That's what you did.
Yes.
You were pre-Raphaelite, a dupe of Queen Victoria and those 19th century oligarchs. That's why I felt quite confident in not doing anything. I wasn't going to become a craft person. I was not going to make anything because I knew processing. McLuhan says in one of those great recordings from Tony Schwartz, he says, the work of today is to stay informed and engage in pattern recognition and just know what's going on. That's all I did for 40 years. Engage in pattern recognition, kept up on what was going on by specializing on the best pattern recognizers. LaRouche, May-Brussel, Joyce, Lewis, Zappa.
Sure, and furthering their work.
Furthering and completing the work. Unknown that, a media whore is Ion. Pattern recognition, the fucking guy can't stop, or they can't stop making patterns. That's what he does constantly. They're like a broadcaster. He's always wanting us to comment or ask about what's happening in the news, in the stock market, in the White House, in the campaigns, in art, in movies. He's up to date. He's informed, right? He's a whore of pattern recognition.
Quite informed.
Yes, super informed. So he's showing all that McLuhan said you had to become. Even if Ion is from the astroplane, which is the Thompson quadrant, then he's showing that even the astroplane has to do this pattern recognition.
That's what
Zappa
life does.
Beg your pardon?
That's what life does. It's just kind of...
No.
Yes,
not life.
That's why I sent you this video, Broken Hearts Are for Assholes, because I think many people feel disappointed with Trump becoming president.
Yes. Well, it's a shock. It shows the present too much. People have their jobs, their roles. They think these roles and activities they do are important. They think that they have a fragile identity invested in this thing. And Trump shows you the top position, and what a joke it is at the top. That's shocking.
Yes, because we tend to romanticize not only love, but politics, arts, everything.
And purpose. We have to have a purpose.
Yes, and as you said, during the Romantic era, there was this retrieval of the Raphaelites and all the Gothic and
right.
the cathedrals and the medieval, because we tend to have this romantic view of things like love, which is not the right one. It's deformation, like Zappa will always say. That is not love they're selling you in these songs.
Yeah, did you say deformation?
Yeah, deformation?
Yeah, deforming. Deformed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, here's an interesting point.
Distorted, you will say. Distorted.
Yeah. So listen to this. McLuhan says that the printing press comes in, 500 years ago, and it takes all of nature and processes all of the earth, the elements, as its content. So that means mining, which becomes strip mining, going across the planets and wrecking cultures in South America and grabbing their gold, processing the material of nature, and that includes the chemical physical body. So you have more and more processing of the body with the terrible slums and ghettos of that early part of industry in Europe, especially in the United Kingdom. And eventually the chemical body is shown how expendable it is in the concentration camps, in the ovens of World War II. So all of industry for 500 years is considered a monstrous invasion of human scale. And so everybody from the say 1750, in the 1850, that period, the Romantic period, and before and after, is a retrieval constantly of culture before the printing press, which was before industry and the assembly line. Right? So the New Age people of the 80s, they retrieved the Native American or the Aboriginal in Australia, always retrieving further and further back the most primitive, untechnologized, unmachined situation. But people don't realize that the first machine, impersonal machine, is the printing press. It's the first thing to have a product that repeats itself, mass-produced.
Mm-hmm. Everything else is one of a kind aspect. Huh?
Yeah. Everything's celebrated, things making their own spaces. And the electric age retrieves making your own space, but eventually it's taken over by the Android meme. My chart is a picture of the Android meme. That means the Android meme created McLuhan, LaRouche, Zappa, all these guys are anthropomorphic physicals to make people think there's still a chemical body here. It's a chemical body that, is pretty obsolete, and most people think of it as a cyborg, but you must retrieve the human form as the printing press created it. That is the content of media. That's celebrity culture. They just keep showing human beings on there. And there are no human beings in that physically book-oriented taught image that they teach in med school. We're not that body anymore. You've got the digital landscape and the TV landscape and the astral landscape clipped on you. So we have more and more. I go online and you go to one of those British papers. They have 50 fucking stories on the right-hand side about 1 million celebrities. Every little T-shirt, some idiots in one little TV show. They have an article on them. This endless marketing of the image of the human form. And yet in academia they say, no, we're in a post-human situation. They don't know how to image it. And then you have Ian coming back retrieving the post-human with a new archetypal invigoration. Ian's not retrieving the human. He's retrieving the pre- and post-human.
Yeah. Pre- and post-human.
But you have to really see how the printing press created this abstract visual space that started to eat up the whole planet. It's called imperialism, colonialism, industry, empire, capitalism, all those derogatory things that show that people are just victims of monstrous capitalists. That is just a complaint about the effect of the printing press. And its creation of visual space or money, which swamps everything all around the planet.
Yeah.
And so then you get into the electric age, and the electric age is starting to consume literate media, not human beings. So human beings get forgotten. So by 1945, the human chemical form is just thrown into an oven. Because radio is processing movies, telephones, bulldozers, ships, all the older media, not the human being. The human being got processed from 1500 to 1900, and then 1900 to 1940 is media content for the radio vortex. That's why Joyce could throw all media. He just went through the 1911 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica and just grabbed as much information, threw it into the stew as possible, because all of it was being chewed up by the processing of information that radio and soon television would do. And then the Android meme comes along, kicks out all 5 bodies, and takes on a life of its own.
What do you mean kicks out the 5 bodies?
The analog media that goes from television to early computers to the satellite, they're all extensions of the human being. Once the satellite extends the whole planet, not just the human being, what's extended after that? The technologies inside the satellite environment, all the older analog media, start being extended digitally by this machinic Android meme, and it's only extending itself, not the human being. It's not extending our body parts. It's extending its machinic self.
Yes. So it's not an extension of a human chemical body sense anymore.
Right. You could say the anthropomorphic physical is something that's extended either through body language or ESP or speech. And you run through the whole history of technologies. They're all extension of the human form. But we've been living in a situation for the last 40 years or so where the human form is not being extended. Not even the planet is being extended. The digital, machinic, whatever the fuck it is, nobody even understands it, is extending itself. So that's post earlier media. And, Baudrillard would say it's not even a medium. It is an active process that you can't find the origins of because it's like genetic cloning. As you clone more and more, you can't remember what the original thing you cloned. Or you can't find it, apparently.
So now we're just having fun.
No, most people are exploring pain as a antidote to too much fun. In my quadrant, the Dobbs quadrant, the syndrome is ecstasy. In my quadrant, subsumes the other four. So ecstasy is the main experience that people are having, either by taking drugs or just engaging in the flow of life with all their distracting information in different bodies and media. The anti-environment that is to explore pain. So you start off in 1970, Chris Burden, an early performance artist, he started chopping up his body. That was his art. Do you remember, you guys ever learn about him, Roxy?
Mm-mm.
Yes, look out, Chris Burden, ChrisBurden, he was the first guy to, chop up himself, mutilate himself in performance, in a gallery. And then you have variations of that. Then you come up to Stellarc, Stelarc. I think he's Australian. Coker celebrates him in the 90s. He did these massive installations where he'd attach all kinds of modern hospital biometers on his body and then amplify them so you'd hear his heart pounding. He'd put himself through painful stretchings, and the stretching of his body and the inner proprioceptive mechanism would be broadcast. So he was a big deal in the 90s. Stellarc right now, I think he chopped his ear off, or he took an ear and he attached it to his arm. That's how far he's gone. Now, he's taken the chemical body a little too literally, but he attached a body part to his arm. So to do this, he had to go around and talk to surgeons, and no surgeon would do it. It was just too disgusting. It took him a while to find one guy, and a lot of signing and lawyers involved, for the guy to, grow this ear on his arm. And that's what Stellarc's doing lately. So then, then you have jackasses, mutilating the body. So McLuhan said in the 60s that pain is the new dynamic to explore. So everybody's exploring pain in some way. Like, you obviously are sick. You need medication. So 99% of the population is treating pain or exploring it by taking antibiotics that create even more problems. So it's what Coker calls a nihilistic situation. People are just suiciding themselves. Coker says you can be either an active suicidalist or a passive suicidalist. Both of them are suicidal. Unless you understand what's going past the five bodies or even past the chemical body, you will get lost in the chemical body dilemma. And you will explore pain as discovery. What do you think of that, Roxy?
Plight of the little man.
Yep. The plight of the little human. Are you still... Oh, Roxy gone? To get knocked off? Let's see. Time to check the monitor. Oh, look, my thing is out of... Retry now. Okay, so you're there, Nate, right? Yeah, you're still on.
Yep.
So it looks like, so I got to call, bring Roxy back in. So I'm going to put some music on so that I can go look, get some materials to read. You still going to be able to stay up, or you had enough?
I think I'm going to go to go to sleep so that I can hop back on tomorrow.
Later. Okay.
Yep.
No, you got an incredible bunch of stuff from me tonight.
Yes, just a wealth of good
patterns.
Things.
Yeah.
Just patterns.
Let me just see. Yeah, let me just see. Is that you, Bert? Are you coming in under blocked? Has Bert arrived yet? No, it's not Bert. I don't know who it is. Okay, so what? You know what? I want to play you a bit. I want to play me talking. I want you to hear Nardwuar, the human serviette.
Yeah,
okay?
That sounds good.
So
I did listen to that in the archives, but I'm sure everyone would love to hear it again.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it all, but just to hear how absurd this guy is. While they were celebrating, the Church Sub Genius was celebrating it. I'm there in troubadouring out in the wilderness talking to this vagabond college radio guy named Nardwuar. Talk about fringe. I was there in nowhere land. That was how and now
it's way underground.
Right. And it was so underground that when he invited me back on, I let the Sub-Genius know about it. So this time they weren't caught off guard. This is like a year later or something. They all invaded the show. And unfortunately, there's not any recordings. The recordings of that got lost. But, man, that was quite a battle between me and them. Nardwuar was just sort of sloughed aside, put on the sidelines.
Didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and I'm blasting Reverend Nikki, I think her name was, Reverend Nikki. She was an employee of Stang's in Dallas, and Dr. somebody who was one of their main tough guys. And, man, did we go at each other. And that was the second time. Okay, so we scroll down to July.
Also, you said you had some stuff that you were going to play of Ion, too. I just remember that.
Yeah.
You said you were meaning to do that.
I'm going to do that, but that's later. I don't know if we finish. I don't think we finished it. We haven't finished the episode, and you want to go to bed, so you'll have to hear the recording of that. I'm going to play that later, after you've gone to bed.
I feel a little elbow in the ribs.
No, you can stay, but you say you want to sleep, and I'm not playing that.
No, I do. I thought you were just giving me a little grief, like friendly, sort of like, oh, but you just want to go to bed.
No. Yeah, you should. You're going to go to bed. You have to, and I'm not going to play this stuff for a long time. We haven't finished with the Zappa show yet, I don't think. So once that's done, then I'll do the digital. Okay, so I'm looking.
Good thing this is live in front of a taped audience.
Yeah, no, Iron says in front of a recorded audience. The fucking audience is simulated. It's recorded. It's already been recorded, the audience. That's how I take it. The live show in front of a recorded audience. Well, they're recorded, but look at that. It could mean it's like simulated laughter, canned laughter.
Yeah, we got the laugh track. I wish I would have had the laugh track on some of those jokes I threw out, but I was mumbling, I guess.
Yes, at the very end you were. Did you do jokes before that?
No. I'm harvesting the chuckle that you get when you lose out on a laugh on a bad joke. You get to make fun of that it was a bad joke to get at least a little chuckle. Okay, I'm going to start playing this, and then you can listen to it as you go. So as you prepare for your life in the other world through sleep. So we make sure that that sound is gone. This thing is up. Volume is up. Okay, nice talking to you, Nate. Yeah, you too.
And so here we go. This is July 17th, 1998.
And you're listening to CITR Radio, FM 102, Vancouver 102, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and it's time right now for the Nerdword of Human Serviette radio show, and who do we have on the line right now?
Bob Dobbs.
Who are you? Who are you?
Well, there are two images circulating of me in the media. There's Bob's Medicology and Bob's Medicology Squared. Two albums were put up by some McLuhanite disciples in Toronto in 92, 93. In 1980 or so, pamphlets started to surface out of Dallas, talking about J.R. Bob Dobbs, and it's known as the Church of the Subgenius. That is another cargo cult that was inspired by my doings in Dallas in 78. So there are two images, J.R. Bob Dobbs and the voice image you get from listening to the CD, Bob's Medicology. You're talking to the guy that really did it.
You really are like Bob Dobbs. Like, you are, like, who is Bob? I'm confused, Bob Dobbs. Like, I mean, you really are legendary, aren't you? Are you really the Bob Dobbs? Like, did you start the Church of the Subgenius, Bob?
No, what I did is, I was born in 1922 in Paris. I grew up in an aristocratic situation, so I was brought into not the world government. It was an international intelligence agency, but I call it, once you get into 57 and the early 60s, the solar government. And the solar government basically treated the world as a test tube and did genetic programming via collective media. Genetic engineering per se was a minor avenue working on the old obsolete remaindered flesh. So that was my background. While I was doing work for the solar government, I was in Dallas in February 78, and I met these two young men at a bar. Their names were Doug St. Clair Smith, and another guy was Philo Drummond. I don't know if that was Philo's real name, but that's how he was introduced to me. Well, over the next couple of days, I discussed various interests they had. They'd just come out of college. They had read Robert Anton Wilson's Illuminatus Trilogy, Art Klepp's Boohoo Church. They're normal kind of guys from college in the 70s in that atmosphere. So I started telling them a few things that actually did go on, rather than in the realm of Robert Anton Wilson and speculation. And this inspired them so much they came back for the next couple of days, and I fed them more information. And I didn't know this would have an effect on them, but like creating a cargo cult, what happened was they started releasing pamphlets and broadcasting on CB radio in that area, talking about J.R. Bob Dobbs, the character they had invented or sort of crystallized in how they understood me and the effect I had on them.
Is that what you look like? Do you look like the guy with the pipe in your mouth? Is that modeled after you, Bob Dobbs?
Well, I'm 76 now, but here's what happened, is that when I eventually saw the pamphlets, I didn't even know this was going on. I noticed that the image that you're talking about, the man with the pipe, looked exactly like my father. And I had shown a picture of my father, which was probably taken in the 30s and 40s. And that image is what they imitated, because they knew they couldn't use my face because I could sue them. So they took an image of something similar to my father as their sort of reminder, their code.
Was that book that's out there, The Church of Subgenius, did you write that book, or was it those guys in Dallas that wrote that book?
They wrote it. They took my information. Reverend Stang, he created a new name for himself, Doug St. Clair Smith, called himself Reverend Ivan Stang. He took LSD and lots of other stimulants, and under the influence sort of put together ideas and images that were implied by what I had told them.
So if you flip open the Subgenius book, that is your stuff that's in there.
That's an interpretation of my stuff.
Now, Bob Dobbs, are you Bob Dean? Because I saw something listed somewhere that said, Bob Dean, traitor to Canadians everywhere, claims J.R. Bob Dobbs is based on himself, utter wanker, calls people up and bugs them. Well, you did call me up last week there, Bob Dobbs, and you are live on the Nerdword of Human Serviette radio show. This is Bob Dobbs, the guy from the Church of Subgenius, or so he says. And if you'd like to speak to Bob Dobbs, it's 822-247-UBC-CITR. And you can speak, you are the original Bob Dobbs, aren't you, Bob?
I am the real Bob Dobbs, and I think you just read a posting from Popes Lilith out of Portland or Seattle. That was on the alt.flac listings, right?
Right, and what's this Bob Dean? Is your name Bob Dean?
No, I don't know who that is, but I have an idea of where it came from. What happened was there was a journalist who worked at CKLN named Bob Marshall, who I used to prepare the ground for going on the radio in 87 in Toronto. I was on for 4 years, and tapes from those shows were used on the Bob's Medicology album. But I had no say in that. They picked what they wanted. So Bob Marshall was a journalist there. He got removed, and I came on and replaced him, but I had planned that. Now, Bob Marshall knew a woman named Carolyn Dean, a doctor in Toronto, who actually was my wife, Connie. And she, Connie Dobbs, had to have a cover while in Toronto, disguised as a doctor, so she used the name of a friend from Nova Scotia, Garrett Dean. And that was her name. Now, Bob Marshall was seen to be in her company and in the clinic, her medical clinic in Toronto for many years, so many people thought that was Carolyn Dean's husband. So they decided that Bob Marshall was not his real name, and they called him Bob Dean. But there is no Bob Dean. There is a Bob Marshall, was a friend of Carolyn Dean. Carolyn Dean was my wife. Her real name is Connie Dobbs, and that's where the confusion came from.
And you are Bob Dobbs, 822-247, UBC CHS. I'd like to speak to Bob Dobbs. Now, Bob, when you mentioned Canadians there, like traitor to Canadians everywhere, I've always been confused about the Canadian connection because, I picked up those Subgene's books on, it is something out of Texas. And then, you pop up in Toronto doing this Canadian stuff. Like, are you from Canada? How did you were living in Texas? How are you a traitor to Canadians everywhere?
Yeah, good question. I was born in France, so I was French. I'm still French. And when I was stationed in North America for the Solar Government in the 50s, I met and inspired Marshall McLuhan as a young spy infiltrating his operation at the University of Toronto. I then was involved in many things in North America, and being a European, it took me a while to get adjusted to North American culture. But eventually, I was more located in Nova Scotia in the late 50s, early 60s. So I developed a bit of a Canadian identity there, but I wasn't a Canadian citizen. Then when I went to the States in the late 70s into the early 80s, I became sort of American, but by that time I still had sort of a Canadian accent molded by my Nova Scotia environment. Then I went back to Toronto in 84, because that's where Connie was stationed, and I didn't have to be in Dallas anymore. And since Canada was the Switzerland of the Solar Government, a very important place represented by the former ambassador, I think his name was Alan Gottlieb, the most plane flights between Washington and Toronto and Ottawa outdid any other plane flight. So Canada really ran the States in the 80s, the secret government level. And so I had to be in Canada, and I was in Toronto, and I acquired more Canadian patina, but I'm not a Canadian, but that's what they're talking about. Basically, because the album Boston Ecology was made by Canadians, they call me the Canadian Bob Dobbs.
Bob Dobbs, please unmask the grand deception. What is the grand deception, Bob Dobbs? Where does the Reverend Ivan Stang fit in the grand deception? Are you two at war?
No, Reverend Ivan Stang is a close friend of mine behind the scenes, but I treat him and regard his work as very funny work that he and his team that they've created, the Subgeniuses. I consider that a John the Baptist kind of work, preparing the ground for my surfacing, which actually starts this year. I spoke at the Banff School of Fine Arts last December under the auspices of Sarah Diamond and Sylvain Latrange. I then spoke at Fordham University here at Lincoln Center in New York City at the McLuhan Symposium. I'm now servicing my files. The Real History of the 20th Century will come out in Flipside starting this next issue will be on the stands in a couple of weeks, the July issue. That will give you the real history of the 20th century that nobody has explained yet. And so Reverend Stang is purposely pretending he's suing Nelson Thal and the people in Toronto, but that was arranged by me, and he's a total puppet and helping promote my operation.
And you are Bob Dobbs, 822-247, UBC CITR. Anybody has any questions for Bob Dobbs? Now, anybody can be Bob Dobbs, can't they, Bob Dobbs? Like, there are tons of Bob Dobbs in the phone book.
Anybody can be Bob Dobbs, modeled on the Church of the Subgeniuses Bob Dobbs. But nobody can be me, and nobody has the experience that I had. Because remember, the Church of the Subgenius is not what I do. I am not connected to their interpretation. For example, they thought the Exes were coming a couple weekends ago, July 5th. And, of course, I've always said in my Toronto show many years ago, the Exes landed, there's the extraterrestrial intelligence, landed in February 1988 and helped me take over the Secret Council of 10. I used to play recordings of a conversation between me and the Exes. So the idea the Exes were coming as a monster UFO gang a couple weeks ago was not going to be fulfilled. Now, Reverend Stang has a problem what to do with that, since his whole cult and cargo interpretation of me was based on that. So there is something about the Exes that I need to clarify as the times improve towards the opportunity for me to do this.
Well, Bob Dobbs, if you are Bob Dobbs, what are you going to do? Like Jesus, when he comes back, he's supposed to turn water into wine. What are you going to do, Bob Dobbs?
That's a very good metaphor, water into wine. We've been through 2,000 years in astrological terms. It's been the age of Pisces. and we're moving into the age of Aquarius. Well, and I'm talking strictly astrological terms. The age of Pisces was symbolized by the fish and was the period of the water. What I'm announcing is what Awareness Channel right there in Seattle, just south of you in the middle 60s, the idea that Rai returned to essence and our basic tridoshia of earth, of fire, air, water is being mutated, so water is dropping off and mutating into akasha. This will have amazing effects on all our beings, inner and external, and on our machines. We right now are seeing the externalized mechanical version of water with the liquid web experience that people have, the internet and all that stuff of the fluid interactivity. That is the machine imitating water, pretending it's the second coming, and the mutation of water into wine. But the real fact is that water will be transmuted into akasha, new being. And that's what Connie and I are bringing forward with our medical marvels. And cold fusion, we're supporting the use of cold fusion around the world. There's a great Pons and Fleischmann invention that Japanese corporations are funding right now.
Caller, are you there? Go ahead to Bob Dobbs. This is Bob Dobbs.
Yeah, well, he says he was born in 1922. I'm wondering what he was doing during World War II, because he should have been serving. He was of age, right?
Yes, I worked for the French underground and for the French Nazis. I had to work in all levels in the solar government, and segments of that will be released in the July and September issues of Flipside. But in particular, a very interesting thing I will be showing is how I was smuggled into the Battle of the Bulge in December 1944, and at the Malmedy massacre, where Otto Skorzeny and some Nazis put on some American uniforms and infiltrated the American situation there and killed 86 soldiers. I was part of that double cross.
Did you meet Adolf Hitler?
Yes, I did.
Where did you meet Adolf Hitler?
Well, my father, in Berlin, we went there, and my father represented forces more powerful than Hitler, historical forces, but he was powerless after World War I to do anything about it. And so he went, I remember, I have that file in an upcoming Flipside. This is 1936, I think in the fall after the Olympics. And I remember sitting in the corner cowering with this maniac who was calmly talking to my father, explaining his reaction to the fact my father said, "We cannot resist you." Now, what Hitler did not know is my father had other game plans up the sleeve that would eventually remove Hitler from the world stage. But you're talking about the Up the Orphic Ante essay where I talk about who I met.
Well, solar government, what was that, working for the solar government? What was the solar government?
That began with Sputnik. Once you had a satellite network over
But, before that, you were meeting Hitler. Like, what authority were you meeting Hitler? Why would Hitler pay attention to you, Bob Dobbs, the young kid in 1936?
Because we were part of the Fondi. Now, the Fondi were the ancient oligarchic gold cartels that ran most of European society for several hundred years before the 20th century. And we represented forces that had to deal with the new technological revolution of the 20th century, which were not really controllable by money and wealth. Money collapsed in 1929. The managers took over, and it was a different kind of society. So those of us who had great wealth and power based on gold were in a weakened state in the 30s. We aren't now, or we weren't in the 80s. That's why we brought back Prince Charles, a representative of the Fondi. But the thing is, you're asking me about what's Hitler's role in this?
Well, I was just wondering. Actually, caller, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, he's talking about Hitler, and some people think that Hitler was Kalki, the 10th and final incarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu, who apparently was going to come on a white horse to destroy the cosmos at the end of each world cycle. I wonder if he has any comments on that.
I certainly do. Hitler was not the reincarnation of that. He was an appendage of the reincarnation of that. And you know what the reincarnation of that Hindu situation was? It was the radio environment itself. The tribal drum. The tribal drum had incredible effects on world consciousness in the 20s and 30s.
Oh, wait, caller, anything else to add at all?
Yeah, what the hell is going on down in Texas?
Nothing much now. The game's up. They had their X-Day on July 5th, so Stang was tarred and feathered up in Sherman, New York on July 5th because the X's didn't show up. So now he's trying to market the videos and claim that the Bob Dobbs he was talking about, the J.R. Bob Dobbs, had the wrong date, and he's hoping to continue the Carter cult to make as much money as possible.
Well, thanks so much for phoning in, Bill.
You're welcome.
And do-do-do-do-do.
Do-do.
And you're listening to CIGO Radio, FM 102, Cable 102, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and the Nerdwriter Human Serviette Radio Show. And we have live here on the phone from an undisclosed location, right, Bob?
Oh, no, I'm calling from Manhattan. That's where I live now.
You are Bob Dobbs, but we don't want people to know your phone number. That's why you phoned me, right?
That's right.
Now, who are the bad guys? Who are the bad guys? Who are the bad guys?
Bad guys are the guys who killed Kennedy, who created AIDS, who are covering up the meaning of the crop circles. I was part of those people, but what I pulled off in February 88 was a weakening of their position, allowing me to surface. And I've been in the media since then, and I even have a stronger support structure since the end of 97.
Now, subgenius, what exactly is subgenius? It's impossible to define, isn't it?
Oh, no, very simple. Very simple. The definition was given, you see, I was forced to talk about those terms even though I really didn't develop them in the Church of Subgenius, but because everybody thought I was identified with Stang's Church when I was doing my talk show in Toronto, I would comment on the terms. And the meaning of subgenius, as I told him in the bar, but he created his own parody of that, but the technical meaning is that all geniuses create cultural and technological products for humans to deal with, for example, the radio environment, the reincarnation of the Hindu god. These technological products have effects, and the subgenius studies the effects or the subtext of the works of genius. So it's a subplot that the works of the genius create. That's what a subgenius truly does.
And what about Bob and Bill has also told me that, like, there's two choices for slack. In the pursuit of slack, at least subgenius, you can either blow up or you can relax. How do you relate to that?
Well, both of those things are inevitable for kids today, for anybody born since 1967. So I wouldn't say slack is neither or either. Slack is the understanding of why that happened.
Carlo, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead to Bob Dobbs.
I just wanted to ask Bob where he got all this stuff from.
From my experience, which I was just been explaining in the last 20 minutes, because I was involved in intelligence agencies you haven't heard of, what I call the solar government, which came in with Sputnik, I have an extra advantage that nobody has, and that's why I've gone public. I'm trying to help you people.
Caller, are you satisfied with that explanation?
I don't know. I'm still not satisfied. How come I've never heard of it before then?
That's part of the problem.
No, this caller is not, you've not heard of Bob Dobbs then, caller.
No, I've never heard of it.
And the Church of Subgenius. Now, Subgenius is quite popular. Actually, a member just ran in here to CITR. Just said he's a member of CITR Radio, Bob, and he's also a member of the Church of the Subgenius. Now, Subgenius is not a fan club, but you want people's money, don't you?
No, I don't sell any products. I've never made any money. Reverend Stang does, because that's what a cargo cult will do. They try to profit from one of the hypnosis that they got from it. But I don't want any money. I'm actually going to free up the situation so you don't have to need any money.
So you're not a salesman at all. It's those guys in Texas that are the salesmen.
That's right. That's their interpretation. That's an American interpretation of Bob Dobbs. The albums, Bob's Ecology, are Canadian interpretations. But I'm neither.
Anything else to add at all, caller?
Yeah. Where did you get? What are you getting from this?
Actually, the caller also. Well, actually, go ahead. What are you getting from this?
I'm getting a chance to reappear, you people. Since everything's disappeared, you guys disappeared a long time. Most human beings disappeared in the 19th century. The machines ran the global theater. They were the actors on the stage for the 20th century, but they disappeared by 67 or even 77. So now that we're in an invisible state where there's only Bob and Connie who have successfully reappeared, I'm trying to reappear you humans. And we're at the point where we can do it.
Bob, why aren't you scared as caller? Like, caller, do you realize you were speaking to a guy who's actually met Adolf Hitler?
I don't really think he did, though, so.
Oh, I did. As a matter of fact, I talked to, there's a very good medium lives out there in Vancouver, near down in White Rock, that I use constantly, and the transcripts are put in Flipside magazine. I've talked to Frank Zappa, Marsh McLuhan. Flipside published my dialogue with Tim Leary 5 months after Tim Leary died, and I've talked to Adolf Hitler not only in person in 1936, but through a medium.
So did I.
Well, you probably can't tape it, though. I have it on tape, and I broadcast it.
I have it on tape, too.
Well, let's see you broadcast, and we'll compare interviews.
Okay, fine.
Okay, caller, thanks so much for phoning in, and doot-doodle-oot-doo.
Do.
And you're listening to CITR Radio, FM 102, Cable 102, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and the Nardwuar Human Spirit Radio Show. We have Bob Dobbs, Jr., Bob Dobbs, live here on the Nardwuar Human Spirit Radio Show. If anybody has any questions for Bob Dobbs, it's 822-2487-UBC-CITR. Now, you were sent on assignment to observe Marshall McLuhan, and this is by who? Who did this? Are these the people that killed Kennedy that sent you on assignment to observe McLuhan?
Yes, this was what I call the Secret Council of 10.
And so you know are the people who killed, like, you know the people who killed Kennedy then? Like, you met with these people?
Yes, well, I was actually one of the people who was involved in murdering him.
And how come you have not, you've been not knocked off like many, like Lee Bowers, the guy in the tower and stuff like that?
Because you'll never find us. That's the point, is that you think of Arthur Croker's theory of the virtual class. We're a virtualized class. Now, I was forced because I was born into that situation to do that. But I'm trying to make the virtual class disappear and reappear the human element that might have been possible. So who killed Kennedy is the most dangerous question you can ask, because those people that were involved in it are still around and will still snuff anybody who gets really close and gets access to the media.
So you know who actually killed Kennedy then, Bob Dobbs?
Yes.
And you don't want to say it right now?
If I said it, I will tell you a couple things. But if I said actually name the people, you'd be dead within a week. You, Nardwar.
Why?
Because anybody connected to that virus, anybody who's in the media, you just cited Lee Bowers. Many people in the media used to talk to Sherman Skolnick, Mae Brussel, and other Kennedy assassination researchers. Those people in the media, they would be killed if it got really serious.
So it's Kilgarren.
Yes, there's someone.
So you're saying, Bob Dobbs, if you told me who killed John F. Kennedy, I would die. Would you die?
No, I'm protected.
So if you told me who killed Kennedy, and then afterwards everybody in Vancouver that was listening to the show, and of course our ratings have gone through the roof, so it's about 6 million people, all chanted who killed Kennedy, would that mean all 3 million, 1 million people in Vancouver would die?
No, but that's why you'd be killed, because you have access to electric media that gets the word out.
But what if we told everybody all at once who killed Kennedy? Could we kill all Vancouver? Like, could you kill all Vancouver if you wanted to, J.R. Bob Dobbs?
No, the only person who would be killed would be the medium that broadcast it. Now, here's the point. The people, they can yell the names, and the names in some ways have been said before in different fragmented ways. Not exactly the right names, but very close. And those were close enough to get those people in trouble who said it on the media. But the point is, the population scream all they want, but the population's disappeared. They have no access to those people, and it will never be proven that those were the people.
Caller, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Bob a question, if I could.
Go ahead to Bob Dobbs. This really is Bob Dobbs. Isn't that amazing?
I'm surprised, actually. I just tuned in a couple minutes ago and heard Bob. I'm pretty surprised, and I'd like to ask you a question. Maybe it's been answered before earlier in the show, but I paid my $30 to the Church of the Subgenius. I'm, an ordained minister in the church.
What's your name?
And,
What's your name? What's your name in the church?
What's your name in the church, caller?
And I'm not on a rescue ship with the sex goddesses, and I missed X Day and everything like that, and I'm wondering what happened.
Well, as I've said for many years, nothing was going to happen. I'm the Bob Dobbs that you've interpreted. You've got the church that interpreted me, presented a fraudulent image, a necessary image to prepare my arrival. But the Axis arrived in February '88, and it's through me that
you... Maybe we should just clear a bit of this up, Bob Dobbs. On July 5th, 1998, it was prophesied by other people like William Cooper. He's the guy who also said the driver killed Kennedy. They weren't talking anymore about Kennedy killing here at the moment. On July 5th, 1998, he said there'd be an alien invasion, but it wasn't aliens. It was actually the government flying UFOs. And you also believe this too? And I guess this is what the caller is asking about.
I don't believe what Cooper says. That's ridiculous, what Cooper says. But Reverend Stang said that July 5th would evoke the aliens, July 5th, 1998. Now, it didn't happen. And he was tired and feathered, and you can go on alt.slack and read all about it. Many people are confused who were members like our caller and wondered what to do about it. Well, that's what they got to work out. But what's lucky is you have me here to tell you what actually is going to happen and what did happen. For example, I'll tell you one thing about the Kennedy assassination, just so that you have this one fact to sort through the situation. Lee Harvey Oswald actually was one of the people who shot. Now, he was instructed to miss Kennedy, but he accidentally hit him. But the reason Oswald shot and was not supposed to hit him because he was in on the earlier attempts on Kennedy, which were merely warning shots. Now, this is something that's never been said before, but use that fact. You can sift through a lot of disinformation to focus and winnow down things.
Where were the warning shots fired against Kennedy?
Because of what he was doing with legislation and with potential activities in Vietnam.
And I think the caller just left as soon as we mentioned anything more about Kennedy there. And you're listening to CITR Radio, FM 102, Cable 102, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and the Norwood Human Survey Radio Show. And we're live here with Bob Dobbs. Now, Bob, continuing on here, you really are Bob Dobbs, aren't you? You really are Bob Dobbs.
The original Bob Dobbs, the only.
Now, Peter, Elliott, Trudeau, and Maggie, what's their role in all this stuff, aside from, fucking Mick? What's the deal on Pierre and Maggie?
There's no deal. I mean, basically, British intelligence brought in Pierre Trudeau. He had been very active in Paris in the late 40s and early 50s when I was there, and he was a necessarily well-conditioned British intelligence agent, which was setting up the position of Canada as the Switzerland of the solar government. He was a very important person, a very nice man, and he acted out his role in history, and he's caused the division of Canada.
How about Prince Charles? You met Prince Charles?
Yes, he was one of the people I had to fight on the Secret Council of 10.
And have you corresponded with him still? Like, can you give me his phone number?
I stopped corresponding him in 1990. When Lockdown Bob Rule happened in 1990, you had people that I had problems with on Secret Council 10 went down. The first was the death of Prince Turn Taxis. He went down in 1990. Gorbachev went down in December 91. He was the figurehead for the Romanov faction, not the Romanov dynasty, but a Romanov oligarchical faction. The third person, Prince Charles, went down in June 92, 6 weeks after Bob's Me Ecology came out, and that was with the publication of Lady Diana's books, which was the destruction of Prince Charles' image. He is now walking wounded and irrelevant. Here it is 6 years later. That was capped off in 97, the final move by Bob to destroy his image with the death of Lady Di. Now, she wasn't murdered, but it certainly didn't make him look any better.
What would you like us to do, Bob Dobbs? What would you like to achieve? What can we do? What would you like us to do, Bob Dobbs? And remember, it's 822-247-UBC-CITR. And you could ask Bob Dobbs about Pierre Elliott Trudeau or Prince Charles. 822-247-UBC-CITR. What would you like us to, what can we do?
Well, you had an event there in April 22nd, that weekend, 1998. You had the Cold Fusion Conference, the 7th International Conference. Cold Fusion is something that's not talked about in Canadian-American media, yet Pons and Fleischmann, the inventors of that technology, this really breakthrough technology, which is going to help us all retrieve our slack, you can talk up cold fusion by getting Infinite Energy magazine out of New Hampshire. Just go on the web, punch in Infinite Energy, and it gives a summary of the conference in April in Vancouver. You can be proud there. So I'm addressing you in Vancouver. It's part of the reason why I called you, because it's a good place to talk. I haven't talked there before, and you've got this cold fusion enthusiasm bubbling there. You should encourage that and have shows about it.
What Bobisms, J.R. Bob Dobbs, have been co-opted by mainstream society? Like the movie Slacker, that's out of Texas. Like there's a Doritos ad with the word Bob in it. Think the Northwest Territories want to rename themselves Bob?
Yeah, that's true. There's three examples. Well, the Church of Subgeniuses Stan created was very popular in college campuses in the 80s. Now that's Generation X breeding ground, and when Generation X started to get into the media in 90, 91, 92, had a little influence, they wanted to talk about their past, to celebrate their youth. So they used those images. Now, what's really important, though, is that began in 1990, and that was, as shown in my chart in Flipside, the beginning of Lockdown Bob Rule, which was a 1990 to 2020 period. That is the beginning of Bob hogging the media. Now, it's echoes of me. It's not me. I show up in 98, the actual person. But what's happening is in the early 90s, you had so many events from Twin Peaks on over to the revival of McLuhan that I was involved in that reflect that.
Mark Mothersbaugh of Devo also put like a Bob character on the cover of one of his records, didn't he?
Well, he was one of the first to give Stang a chance to move out of the little Dallas parochial situation he was in 1980. It was Paul Mavrides at Ripoff Press in 1980 who discovered the Subgenius pamphlet, and Devo guy, Mark of Devo, got turned on, and he helped promote it, and his name was in the book, and so Devo had clout, so that's why Stan got off the ground a little bit in the college world.
And Pee Wee Herman had images of Bob, didn't he, in the beginning of his Playhouse?
That's right. So it's a very important cultural meme. Now, it's only an Android meme. I'm the real meme. I'm the one that overcomes the Android meme. So the Android meme has been focusing on Bob more and more. Matter of fact, you have President Clinton in the White House who acts out of J.R. Bob Dobbs' lifestyle.
Have you talked to Clinton at all before, Bob Dobbs? 822-247-UBC-CITR if you want to speak to J.R. Bob Dobbs.
I only talked to him in the 80s before he disappeared in 1990.
What was it like? Your Rolodex must be totally overflowing with phone numbers and information. I mean, have you, like, saved the world on an afternoon? Like, you're just watching TV, you see some shit going down, and you phone up your buddy, and he tells to pull back the tanks? Have you done that at all, Bob Dobbs?
Yes. I did it on September 17th, 1982 with Dr. Beater.
Explain, please. I'm unfamiliar with the situation.
Well, Dr. Beater, if you know the album Men in Black by The Strangers, about 1980, you ever seen that album?
The Stranglers?
I think it was The Stranglers, yes. They had an album, I think it was called Men in Black. And they had a picture of a Dr. Beater audio letter, a cassette. Now, Dr. Beater was a very important person who revealed a lot of stuff in the 70s. And his work and his warning peaked in 1982 when the Bolsheviks, the ex-Bolsheviks of Moscow, took over the American Pentagon and set up the first nuclear strike. This is in that dark period of the first years of the Reagan presidency where it looked like the evil empire was going to go to war, or that the Americans were going to prompt it. Well, the Pentagon was prompted by the Bolsheviks, who were forced to hibernate back to the United States. And in September 1782, they were going to do a first strike against Moscow. But thanks to my coordinating efforts with the Gorbachev faction and Dr. Beater, that was aborted.
Caller, are you there?
I am.
Go ahead to Bob Dobbs.
Am I talking to Bob now?
You are talking to Bob. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, Bob. I'm glad you're on the scene. You finally made it. Listen, could you explain a little more about the Fondi?
Do you know what the term means?
Well, it's something to do with the gold cartel.
Right. The Fondi is the European term for the trust funds. Now, the trust funds go back, it's a technical term in Italian law.
Uh-huh.
And so Prince Charles can trace his family back 1,000 years in general terms. But he actually represents the German oligarchy, the German fondue, and Fondi is Fondi is plural for the singular term fondue.
I see. Nothing to do with chocolate.
No. And
how about Tsar Nicholas Bones? Is that anything?
Who?
Tsar Nicholas, they're trying to put him back in the ground now and all that. Is that any kind of a connection?
Yeah, remember in the 19th century, Queen Victoria was related to all the royal families.
Right.
And that is the Fondi. Those families, those economic consolidations that go back 200 or 300 years.
Is there a way to topple any of this? I mean, are you a good guy, Bob Dobbs? Are you a good guy? Are you like a Robin Hood? Are we happy to have you? Are you fighting for us, whoever we're fighting against?
You damn well better believe that. The thing is I wasn't sure if I was a good guy until 1990. In the battle from 77 to 90, when I was working it out with the Android meme, which was a very virtual and much of the kind of environment that you people are worried about experiencing over the next couple of years through programs like the Teletubbies, these situations are virtualizations that actually happened secretly in the late 70s, early 80s. In that period where I had to kill a lot of people and involved in a lot of scandals just to clear up the mess, I may not look like a decent person, neither my wife. But
so you have done a few bad things then, Bob Dobbs?
Yes, but
what generally have you done? Like, what bad things have you done?
The worst things. I was involved in creating AIDS, for example.
Creating apes?
AIDS, AIDS.
And what respect? I thought the Japanese developed that in World War II.
No, they didn't. It was developed in Africa. It was actually developed in the 70s. This is exclusive. I've said this on other talk shows, but the reasoning behind AIDS was to have war without weapons. And the idea was to create an immune-weakening genetically engineered virus that could be put into an enemy population, and they would be weakened, but not killed. They would immediately pick up local diseases, and once that phased out over 2 to 3 weeks, you would have moved in. You then have a healthy population once they get over the effects of the temporary AIDS virus, and they can work for you. That was the final strategy of the military oligarchs.
So do you have the solution for AIDS? Do you have the cure for AIDS?
When I found that in 1990, then I realized I was a good guy.
Okay, so why don't you just give us the cure for AIDS, and then that's it? I mean, then we're rocking.
Well, that's what I'm doing here in New York. That's what Connie's doing. Now, here's where we get to
your wife
why haven't you heard of me? Why haven't you heard of me? Because the Bolshevizing, the consolidation of media control in North America makes it very hard for me to get out. But also, with the decentralization of the Internet and shows like this, I do get out a bit. Now, this will happen over the next couple of years and decades, and over the long run, I'll be an old man then, but I'm very healthy because I have these kind of treatments. I will get this stuff out to you.
Bob, have you ever walked into a room and seen somebody there and they felt your presence and just wanted to run away because they know what you stand for? They know that you know what's really going on? Like chance encounters at supermarkets?
Yes, only young children pick that up.
No older people, like you haven't walked in a room with G. Gordon Liddy at all, and he knew who you were without you having to say anything, and he knew to run away because you know what the secrets were?
G. Gordon Liddy was such a lower level, he wouldn't know about me. I'm not knowable very much in any of the espionage terms that you popularly think about, like Watergate or G. Gordon Liddy. These kind of people had nothing to do on my level. And they don't know about me.
Caller, are you there? Still there?
I'm still there.
Anything else to add to Bob Dobbs at all, caller?
Well, I'd just like to say hi to Connie. And did you ever go to Digby, Nova Scotia?
Now, you must know me because Digby is a very important place. Why do you say that?
Well, I have some big connections to Digby.
Yeah, no, Digby is important. I have been there many times in Digby.
Good. Hey, the house on the hill, that's where we live.
Ah, okay.
Well, caller, thank you for phoning in. And
very much, and give my love to Connie.
Caller,
okay.
Caller, do. And you're listening to CITR Radio, FM 102, Cable 102, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and the Nerdwater Human Interview Radio Show. And we're here still live with Bob Dobbs. It's 822-247-UBC-CITR if you want to ask Bob Dobbs any questions. UBC-CITR. Now, you love punk 77 style, don't you, Bob?
You asked if I liked it?
You like punk 77 style, don't you?
Yes, because I was the one who kind of got it off the ground at CBGB's in 75. I was hanging out with Dean Latimer and a bunch of people from High Times as part of my work in pop culture, and I got up and I was at a poetry reading on the CBGB stage, and I did what never been done before. I read my poetry while doing push-ups.
Boy, if I were you, I'd retire. I mean, I would have met Hitler, invented punk rock, and invented AIDS, and had the solution for AIDS. That's enough to retire on there, Bob Dobbs.
Well, if I was a human, yes. If I was a pink. But I have a long-range, long-distance plan, so I'm not going to rest on my laurels. Those are puny laurels compared to what I'm really going to do.
Now, Bob Dobbs, I met a guy a few years ago. I interviewed a guy called Henry 77. Henry 77, and he was into Fibonacci numbers. What exactly are Fibonacci numbers, and what was this guy Henry 77 possibly talking about?
Oh, that's really important. The Fibonacci numbers are very important in geometry, but the man who has developed that into a whole new geometry that anticipates the treatment for AIDS and the treatment collectively for cold fusion is Lyndon LaRouche. If you go and find his books, he's not a very popular person in Canada. You read his books, he develops the important discovery of the Fibonacci series, which was done around 1100 or 1200 AD, and the geometry that comes out of that leads into incredible understandings that's post-fractal.
Like the Kennedy assassination, what's the Fibonacci understanding about the Dealey Plaza? Isn't there some numbers that go back and forth there?
Yes, the number 22 especially, November 22nd. 22, if you look at the Bosnia Ecology album, you see a tetrad. That's what McLuhan developed, the tetrad. You see a tetrad on the number 22, which obsolesces the number 7, retrieves the number 18, and flips into 14. So the November 22nd date, you will find in the CIA there had been many activities done on the 22nd of various months. It's called the October 22nd movement. So the importance of the number 22 is the numerical aspect of Dealey Plaza. As for the Fibonacci series and Orphic Baroque spirals, that was the quintessential postmodern espionage event, which turned into a house of mirrors that nobody could solve.
Caller,
we're part of it.
Caller, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we are back. Let's remove that interview. That's pretty good. That's me and Nardwar, July 17th, 1998. I was on fire there. I had a lot to say. Welcome the opportunity to put it on the record, which we now know is way more accurate than anybody thought back then. Okay, so we've got, let's see who is here. Now, Bert, are you there, Roxy?
Yes.
Yeah, Bert emailed me. He spilled some coffee or something on his computer, basically fried his computer.
Oh.
Yeah, he says, "Hi, Carol and Bob, I spilled tea on my keyboard. I am attempting to dry it out in order to Skype." So let's see if he showed up on the, where is it? Okay, we have One blocked. Doesn't look like anybody's here of potential Bert being. There's Sean. There's somebody who's unblocked, but they're not saying anything. Then there's... I better renew this. That's what I got to do. Okay, so...
Put some renew on your keyboard.
Yeah, Bert, put some renew on your keyboard. I think that's all we got. It's just you and me. Well, wait a minute. Here's who's Norway? I keep thinking that's Era, but she's not from Norway. Hey, Norway, do you want to say something? 479. Look, I just muted you. Here, I'll mute you. Unmute. Whoop. Hear the sound? Mute. Unmute. You want to say anything? No? Okay. Bert's number, Nate's number's still here, but I don't think Nate is still here. He said he's going to go to sleep. Okay, so I hope you Zappa fans enjoyed that digression into my life in the rock and roll industry, talking to the music journalist Nardwar. That's how far gone it's happened. It's become. Nobody, the Beatles, Mick Jagger, nobody predicted the crazy state of rock in 1998. Are you ready? I'm ready. Ready to do the next part. Okay, so let me...
Yes,
okay, I was thinking...
I just wanted to make a final point about the Troubadour subject, just to finish that.
Okay.
Yes, I think, just like Zappa was always criticizing that love was deformed by this romantic idea of love.
Yes.
We also had this deformed idea of spirituality. And I think one of the biggest findings that you have made as a troubadour was exactly to bring the non-physical and present it as it is.
Yeah, casually.
Without the veil of New
mystery.
Age, religion, mystery, whatever. But as part of our being.
Yes.
It's a natural fact. And yes, I think that's very revolutionary, because all this time we all need to get in touch with that non-physicality. And we were actually separating more as we try to be spiritual.
Yes, that's an important point.
So
you're separating yourself from the non-physical by trying to get in touch with non-physical. Yeah.
Yes, and getting into religions or practices that are not really helping you complete.
Right.
It's just distraction or entertainment.
That's a big statement to, if you understand what you're saying, that confronts the deepest yearnings of humanity and deepest habits and deepest assumptions about what spirituality is. That's a pretty profound project.
And that your troubadour singing, talking, found this other thing to communicate.
This archive, living archive.
Yes, and to answer and help you find even more and share more and keep up with the singing.
Yeah, we don't stop seeking. We keep finding. And we're in touch with something that we know has more things to reveal. That's what's exciting. We know there's much more to be said and going to be said. Just yesterday we were talking to Ion and praising what we had learned yesterday, and then he went to his refrain, "You ain't seen nothing yet." So it's pretty fantastic to think in 10 years, man, what's going to be happening? if it's we haven't seen any inkling of it, boy.
So this was the Troubadour episode.
Troubadour. A true bad oar. True or OAR. In McLuhan's coach house, there was the oar he used at Cambridge in the 30s. The rowing oar was on the wall. So the Troubadour, the true bahaha, or ba, that's sheep noise. The true mortar, and mortar and truth pretty intertwined. Truth isn't limited to mortar, but most people take it as part of mortar. So the true ba, sheep's ba, or like sailing, rowing, floating in the liquid capital. Noah's Ark with an oar. The true ba oar. All right, then.
True.
Okay. I found this article. If you have any other things you forgot to say, just butt in and say them. But you've said the main point is that Iondom is a new kind of troubadouring. So this is from the Melody Maker.
Yes, and I really like your singing about Trump, because I think without Ion and you talking about this topic, I think I will be scared.
Well, you seemed to be scared a couple of weeks ago when he was talking about Mexicans. You took it personally in some way?
No, but of course there are many things I don't like that he's saying, but there is a deeper understanding of what's going on, because like I said, not all aristocrats were assholes.
Right.
They were also a lot of people that had very high ideals, and they were trying to program the environment as well as they could. Everything, every single object in their environment was designed by great artists, and yes, we should stop limiting ourselves to judgment of good or bad, and like McLuhan said, try to understand the deeper process that created that phenomenon.
Yeah, he called it process pattern recognition.
Yes,
process pattern recognition.
I think all the things you shared and explained makes it clear.
Right. Yeah. So
what's going on?
When you first saw the present, which is Trump, it shocked you, so you naturally went into a good-bad judgment. Then listening, us talking, and whatever we've been doing, communicating the last few weeks, you started to see that the good-bad thing misses the point of Trump, that there's a larger, more intricate process going on. So you loosened up about judging Trump as a necessarily evil phenomenon.
Yes, I suppose that your man knows what he's doing.
Did you say Germain?
Saint Germain.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Yes, he knows what he's doing.
Yes.
I don't think Ion would be as enthusiastic. I mean, there's many things we bring up that Ion dismisses. So why is he love talking about Trump, making humor out of it, talking patterns about it? What is it about Trump that requires Ion's attention? Well, he is running for the center of the Android meme. That would be the easy answer, but I think there's something else going on.
Maybe he's the one that is going to dissolve what it has to be dissolved to.
Dissolve what? I missed what you said. Dissolve. He's going to dissolve what?
the old environment to start with the new energy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if he gets in on his watch, he's going to see the release of The Living Water, Bread of Life, and probably Coldplay on his first term. I asked Ion what will he make of it, and Ion said, he'll be delighted.
Yes, we're going to put some renewal on his toupee, and everything is going to be fine.
Yeah, we have to smuggle it in there. Okay, so I'd like to read this article. I've got many articles, but I'm trying to find unique ones. This is an interview in Melody Maker, which was a British Rolling Stone kind of magazine. Melody Maker's been around a long time. And this is December 18th, 1971. So this is, 7 days after Zappa was knocked off stage, almost killed. And it's an interview with Ian Underwood, who does the excellent horn playing and other instruments, but he was the most Institute Academy-trained musician in the Mothers Invention in the 60s, before they broke up. He suffered the breakup of the Mothers, but then when Frank got them back together again, the new Mothers Invention, Ian was part of that band, Ian Underwood. And Ian Underwood's nephew lived in Halifax and became a friend. He was a student at Dalhousie University, so Carolyn met him. So we had an interesting conversation with him, Carolyn more than I did. But he had some things to say about, his uncle, Ian, whatever. Yeah, I guess uncle. So that was interesting, meeting someone who was a relative of one of the band members. So we're going to read this short article to show, what it was like being a band member with Frank. So I don't know if this interview was done before the accident. Could have been a couple of days before that, it took a week or two before they published it. I'm just glancing at it. I don't see anything about Zappa's accident. So this is probably done before the attempted murder of Frank Zappa. Ian Underwood it's called Mother's Pride, Mother's Invention, Mother's Pride. So people are proud of Ian being in the band. Ian Underwood was feeling happy. His hotel had given him a back room without bothering anyone or they bothering him. He just loved that hotel. It was the first time since he joined the Mothers that he'd actually been able to play a few classical variations while on the road, in the concerts. Practicing aside, Ian hasn't always been happy with the Mothers Invention. 2 months ago, for instance, he was thinking what a bummer it was with Frank's current setup. No chance to do anything more than one solo. A strictly rhythm and effects man is what he was reduced to. I'm adding those words. A strictly rhythm and effects man. 8 months ago, it was even worse. He'd had it up to here. He just told Zappa he'd be leaving after the next tour, and Frank said okay. But it never happened. Ian changes his mind a lot according to how he feels about the last gig or so. And right now, it's hunky-dory, even without the piano and that. So what brings an ex-Yale and Berkeley student playing reeds, ARP, and keyboards? What's ARP? ARP. You know what ARP is?
ARP was a synthesizer.
Kind of synthesizer, okay. So what brings an ex-Yale and Berkeley student playing reeds, ARP, and keyboards with 3 ex-pop stars? So he's playing, that would be the Turtles, Flo and Eddie. So he's playing reeds, ARP, and keyboards with 3 ex-pop stars, an old jazz pro who looks as if he suffers from muscular spasms, and a deep-thinking egghead who started life as a freak. Those are members of the Mothers. Well, Ian liked the music. Ian liked the music from the start and still does, even though it's now more commercial and personally restricting for him. Then again, he's always nurtured a fondness for audience participation. Remember we were talking about about the participation mystique. Then again, he's always nurtured a fondness for audience participation and abuse. With the Mothers and Frank, you usually get one or the other, and often both. Audience participation and abuse. In the old days, of course, it was all much looser. Ian remembers the tiny Garrick Theater in New York's Greenwich Village, where around 400 people would be crammed into this long, narrow hall with a stage at the end on which stood the Mothers surrounded by a forest of amps and equipment. That was in 1967, when Underwood joined the Mothers, straight out of Berkeley, where he had been studying music. The strange aspect of his enrollment with the Mothers was that rock and roll had not previously impinged on his consciousness at all. As a student, he had played in a jazz band called Jazz Mice, which did occasional gigs at colleges or local radio stations. And his other musical direction was towards the aleatory music of John Cage. To this day, his knowledge of rock is limited. Ian gives several explanations for this. Now that's interesting, eh? Frank infiltrating the rock and roll, rock world, and he's got musicians who never knew rock. It's pretty unique right there.
It is.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, that shows how far Frank's vision spread. I mean, he could include people who never even knew rock. It says here, Ian gives several explanations for this, why his knowledge was limited. To begin with, he was raised on the East Coast, which during his formative years, he says, was musically more exposed to Doris Day than anything funky, as the West Coast was. I guess the West Coast was exposed to more funky stuff in pop radio. More fundamentally, however, he never attended high school, but moved through the educational system from private school to prep school and then college. Thus, he missed the high school hops and all the teenage rock and roll culture that such establishments have helped to breed. Thus, he missed the high school hops and all the teenage rock and roll culture that such establishments, I guess meaning the schools, have helped to breed. Instead, he took up jazz. Quote, I admired Coltrane, John Coltrane, but Ornette Coleman, I think, is the one jazzman who's been the biggest influence. I met him at the Lennox School of Jazz, where I'd won the Schaefer Scholarship. There were 5 of us in all, and I won on flute of all things. But I studied there, and he was there too with Don Cherry. I roomed next door to him, but it wasn't a very even relationship because I was at a different stage of musical development. End of quote. Let's see. There it was, however, and when they were at Yale, Ian and his friend Steve Swallow, the bassist, he was well known, the bassist, Steve Swallow, would drive all the way into New York of an evening to see Ornette and Don Cherry playing at the 5 Spot. Now, that's where I saw Cecil Taylor, 1975, 4 years later, at the 5 Spot in the East Village. Then they'd get back to New Haven and drink coffee at 5 in the morning to keep awake for lectures at 7. It's weird, though, says the journalist. These days, Ian is off jazz almost completely because, quote, my final experience with it was so frustrating, unquote, he says. And he says, Ian says, with the people I was playing with before, it was just, what is this? I'll have to get the right context. With the people I was playing with before, it was just emotionalism and frustration, and I became convinced that these elements would be there in virtually any jazz performance I heard. So I stopped and said, where's this at? I didn't want to pick up my horn and blow my brains out and know that after 10 performances the same things would happen. I have a strong desire, you see, to hear things organized and disorganized things played in context. This is what I've liked about the Mothers. They would do something disorganized within an organized framework. There was a time when Howard Kalin and Mark Volman, they're the ex-Turtles, excuse me, there was a time when Howard Kalin and Mark Volman first joined, that would be in 1970, that I didn't like the music at all because it was very commercial and frustrating because not only was I not playing any solos, but there was no organized madness. Now the solo space had been increased to combine with these looser elements. I guess does he mean that's the phase he didn't like? Now the solo space had been...
I like that concept of organized madness.
Right.
Madness.
So Now the solo space, so does he mean now he's happier? I'm not sure. Now the solo space had been increased to combine with these looser elements. Well, okay, it's been increased, so he's getting more solo time. Excuse me. He became a mother of invention in very much the casual way that they all do. He went to see them at the Garrick Theatre, where the stage looked like a garbage pit, that's in quote, a garbage pit, and dug the performance so much that the day after he followed them down to the recording studio and started work on Absolutely Free. He thinks it was. He started work right away on the album Absolutely Free, he thinks it was. He then went on to do some gigs at the Garrick Theatre with them. When one night Frank called and said, "Do you wanna?" And Ian replied, "Sure." A couple of weeks later, he was playing at the Albert Hall on the first tour here. It was the first gig at the Garrick Theatre that clinched his decision to join. Quote, "The music was good, but Frank really had it together. He had it precisely, though not as much as he would have liked, I guess." Frank, because he's talking about what it was before Frank broke up the band, then Frank broke up the band, now it's back, the band's back together, but I think he's implying that Frank didn't like the way the band was going, so he broke it up. So Frank really had it together. He had it precisely, though not as much as he would have liked, I guess. Frank was into conducting, and there were all these little pieces like King Kong, and I dug the audience participation, so I said, yes, that's for me. Since then, the music has become more commercial and predetermined, with an emphasis on intricate arrangements. The lesser flexibility has prompted him, therefore, to think of working outside the mothers. He wants to compose a lot more, but within what framework, he's not sure. See, Frank had covered how to compose and the whole broad range, so if you wanted to be different and unique, Frank had you beat. So it would be hard for someone to come up with something past Frank. Then it says, about a year ago, he made tentative experiments with a small group which consists of himself on guitar, a bassist named Alan Cooper, and his wife Ruth, who studied at the famous Juilliard School of Music on drums. He was to be on drums in the band. It was assembled partly because he wanted to try out writing for a small group, and partly because he wished to learn guitar, which would increase his facility in composing. He then says, my wife, who played with Alan, that's Alan Cooper, in a rock group called the Hamilton Face Band, is very, very good, says Ian. And she made me write parts for the drums because she didn't want to improvise. They were highly complicated and a little bit abstruse, and the music would come out sounding vaguely like Captain Beefheart. It was a mixture of different styles. We rehearsed off and on for 6 months because we were on the road with the Mothers of Invention at the time. He keeps saying just the Mothers. But there's some good music there, and if ever I put a band together, I'm sure I'll use it. End of quote. That may or may not be soon. The Mothers are going to take it fairly easy next year. They will do only 3 tours, and Zappa will perhaps do another Hot Rats album. Right now, Zappa is waiting for the delivery. See, okay, so this is the week after his fire in Switzerland that the Deep Purple made a song about called Smoke on the Water. So they lost their equipment in Switzerland, so they had to borrow equipment. So that's what they're saying. But this is a day or two before the tragic concert where he'd be knocked off stage, which is like about just a week after their concert was interrupted and burnt down. So they will do only 3 tours, and Zappa will perhaps do another Hot Rats album. Right now, Zappa's waiting for the delivery of some electronic equipment, which will have a far-reaching effect on their overall sound. For a start, the keyboard equipment will be compacted, and a few extra devices added to their sound. All this, and not to mention the movie. So it's interesting that the journalist, does not have any inkling about what's going on with the burning of the building in Switzerland. Why Why didn't Frank tell him that? So, or why doesn't, maybe Ian didn't feel that he could talk about it. It was all Frank would discuss it. And it's written, this article is by Michael Watts. I've heard of him. I think he went on and did a book on Zappa. I may be thinking of another guy, but that's a British writer. Do you have any thoughts on what I did, what I just said?
No, not really.
Did you find it interesting?
Yes. I can say. We talk about that accident that maybe was how do you say, when somebody tries to kill you? Because I think there was something else besides that. At first, there was the burning, and then he had this accident where he fell down, or something like that.
Right. So what are you saying?
We had this weird theory that maybe it was planned.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Somebody was out to get him. This is an item in Time magazine, December 27th, 1971. They have a section called People, so short items about people. So it says, the rock group called the Mothers of Invention has confronted some harsh necessities in its current European tour. Replacing the instruments and equipment that were incinerated by a fire in France was bad enough. No, a fire in Switzerland. But replacing lead guitarist, singer, and songsmith Frank Zappa is something else again. He will be out for 3 or 4 months with a compound leg fracture and other injuries received when an unappreciative music lover in London jumped up and threw him off the stage. Okay. Now, this is... let's start this interview. This is Frank being interviewed in Downbeat magazine, the jazz magazine. And it's dated Music 1971. It might have been a special issue in 1971. It's called An Interview with Frank Zappa by Mike Bourne, and it's called The Aesthetics of Freakery. Okay, so it says, on the 4th of July, Frank Zappa played the second of 2 Indianapolis concerts. At that time, the new Mothers of Invention revealed themselves surely the most consummately brilliant ensemble of musicians performing in the rock idiom. Ian Underwood on keyboards and tenor sax, George Duke on keyboards and ring modulator, Zappa on guitar, Jeff Simmons on bass and vocals, Ainsley Dunbar on drums, Howard Kalin and Mark Volman percussion and vocals. Yet Zappa proved himself, as he has consistently since his popular emergence. He proved himself hardly the rock artist most may have expected, not simply a jazz rock artist or any other expressive amalgam, but a serious composer of contemporary music whose bizarre wit and often quasi-perverse stage presence have perhaps prevented, for an audience stoned on image, the ready perception of the true genius in his art, which is certainly formidable. We spoke in the sterility of his Holiday Inn motel room. So Mike Bourne starts, how does it feel to spend Independence Day in the heart of Middle America? Frank says, painless so far, except for the Holiday Inn scallops. He has complained about these motel foods before. According to the press, your group isn't supposed to be officially together. Well, we were offered an extremely large amount of money to play a festival in England. I didn't think it would be such a bad idea. Is this another Get Your Chops Together tour? No, we already did that one. This group has been together for about 4 or 5 weeks. We rehearsed for about 10 days before we went out on the road, and we've played San Antonio, Atlanta, a TV show in Holland, a festival in England, and then Ravinia. Is there a Ravinia in Italy, Roxy? Does it, Ravinia?
Ravenna?
No, Ravinia.
I don't know.
All right. And that job last night was our 6th job with that instrumentation. The guy says, you made this line about, quote, most people wouldn't know good music if it came out and bit them on the ass, unquote. Frank Zappa says, I didn't even say good music. I said music. So Frank said, most people wouldn't know music if it came out and bit them on the ass. Music. He's claiming people don't understand what music is? Then he's talking about some other level role of sound in a tactile environment. He's implying music is an anti-environment, not limited to the ear. So the interviewer says, that poses the question, who is your audience to be? Who is it? Who do you want for an audience? Zappa goes, who are they really? Well, judging from the letters we get, they're boys between the ages of 14 and 17, middle-class homes with short hair and not too rich, not too poor, not too weird, not too straight, just sort of middle Americans, actually. We don't have a very strong following among what you would call your hippie fringe or your bomb-throwing leftists or extreme right. We've got pretty much a middle-of-the-road audience. Who would you want your audience to be? Zappa says, I just wish there were more sort of middle-of-the-road people. Then we'd have a bigger audience. The problem in the United States today is that everything is becoming so polarized. It's a constant pressure on everybody to choose up sides, to be either right or left, and to live your life according to some idiotic dogma that will allow you to be in the club. What about the degree of musical appreciation in your audience? Well, I don't want the people to be different, you know. Let's put it this way. I would just as soon have those same people who were out there in that audience last night with a little bit broader background by which to compute the musical events on stage. When we do things like the introduction to Call Any Visual is the opening part of the Agon by Igor Stravinsky. Nobody recognizes that. We played it at that concert in Los Angeles with the Philharmonic. Zubin Mehta didn't recognize it. And we're playing exactly off the score. We voiced it out. The exact same things that are on the page. There's nothing left out, just that it's being played by electric instruments. The only person that knew that we played Agon in L.A. was Lalo Schifrin. I've heard of him. Nobody in the orchestra even recognized it. Well, do they not recognize it out of context, or maybe can't see beyond? Zappa says, no, it's more likely they've never heard Agon. Mike says, the one aspect I noticed about your performance was the great theatrical precision. The music has that precision as a score, but the dialogue is also that exact. Like the moment in Call Any Visual where you say, quote, you and your little green buddies maintaining your coolness together, unquote. Zappa says, well, that's right off the record. That's the words to the song. That's not an improvised monologue. And he's talking about an album called 200 Motels, the soundtrack of the movie. And Frank says, well, that's right off the record. That's the words to the song. That's not an improvised monologue. That's what I mean, says Mike. I suspect many people assume that these are improvised ad-lib bits. Frank says, I don't think that. I don't think that because judging from the response to the opening line of Call Any Vegetable, which is, quote, this is a song about vegetables. They keep you regular. They're really good. They're real good for you, unquote. Well, that's the automatic clue that we're now going to play Call Any Vegetable. Teen audiences respond strongest to material that they've already heard on record. And judging from the applause or whatever noises that are coming out of the audience, they already knew the song, which was recorded in 1967. You know, it's been out, so they had a chance to hear it and know what the thing is. And whether they like it or not, they respond to it because they remember it. It's like somebody's going to play something off their record. I'm going to do that again. It's like somebody's going to play something off their record?
Mm-hmm.
So, Frank says, so you've got to compute that into their response, too. And you have to compute all their responses by that criteria. They'll respond best to things they've already heard at home, things that they've lived with already, things that are familiar, things that they believe they already understood and can make value judgments about. So that means in the global classroom, you're taking in new information. That's like classroom information. And you're supposed to be familiar with it after a while. They'll respond best to things they've already heard at home, things that they've lived with already, things that are familiar, things that they believe they already understand and can make value judgments about. But when we play the Hunchback Duke, they don't say or do anything, in spite of the fact that 80% of the material in it appeared on the Burnt Weenie Sandwich album under the title of Little House I Used to Live In. And also the closing movement of the Hunchback Duke medley is Cruising for Burgers from the Uncle Meat album. So individually, they might recognize those things when they hear them, if they heard the record. But if I say the name of the song is the Hunchback Duke, there's no response. So he's frustrated by the audience is rather dead to him. Hey? Any comment on that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was thinking, what song is that?
What song? You mean in the sense of new song?
Yes, I didn't remember that song.
Oh, Call Any Vegetable. You don't know that? That's from Absolutely Free. Wait a minute. Which, or is it Cruising? What song? Wait, what happened there? Oh, I stopped reading.
Hunchback Duke.
oh, the Hunchback Duke would come from Hunchin' Toot, that play we read, the 1972 play, Hunchin' Toot. I think that's where the Hunchback Duke was, but I personally can't remember hearing anything called Hunchback Duke on the records. There may be somewheres in there, but I forgot. So he's saying that people respond to what they recognize, what they're familiar with. But when we play the Hunchback Duke, they don't say or do anything, in spite of the fact that 80% of the material in it appeared on the Burnt Weenie Sandwich album under the title of Little House I Used to Live In. Well, I read this, didn't I? And also the closing movement of the Hunchback Duke medley is Cruising for Burgers from the Uncle Meat album. So individually, they might recognize those things when they hear them, if they heard the record. But if I say the name of the song is the Hunchback Duke, there's no response. Yeah, like when you got to the lines from Cruising for Burgers, that's when you got the ovation. But do you think that theatricality in the band obscures musical appreciation? Or do you feel this is what they really want to see? Neither of those things, says Frank. I think it's integral to the music. It's as integral as any piece by John Cage. Like, for instance, the one where he has the trombone player who wanders around stage and first blows his horn into a bucket of water and then lies on his back under a piano and plays one note and then gets up and pulls an apple out of the end of his horn and throws it. You know, it's part of the music. For instance, the point where we're just scratching on the strings of a guitar and the bass and doing all these poses around the stage, it's necessary that it be in there. It would be extremely dull during that set there and went glonk, glonk, glonk. Mm-hmm. So he knows that the orchestral environment is dull. It has not kept up with the TV experience that people are having. So he has to enter the rock world just to have a sense of livelihood around him and to be lively in front of. So it's easy to understand that the old, he calls them the blue-haired ladies in tennis shoes, that they're going to the opera and the classical symphony performances and seems a little slow. So Frank has to make art congruent with the velocity of the time. So you talk about how they had to liven up their effort to the concert classical stage. They did some gestural antics. It would be extremely dull during that section if we just stood there and went glonk, glonk, glonk. Dull visually as far as a concert is concerned. Well, says Frank, on a record you can do certain things to it to enhance the sound, but to keep the momentum of the piece, we've tried it before without the movements, and it's always more effective. It carries better if there's some physical movement to enhance that very sparse section, because it's just a few little clicks in that. Okay. The journalist says, do you think your music can be as spontaneous as you would like it to be? We're not doing spontaneous music to the extent the old Mothers group used to do it. I've more or less abandoned that until the audience got a chance to comprehend it. I mean, there were elements in what we did that were completely spontaneous, like at the point where I start conducting and breaking up the tunes. That's all 100% spontaneous. Nobody knows where it's going to go. I can stop the group or twist the time around or do anything I want, because this group knows all the signals. But I'm just not doing it as much as I used to, says Frank. This is Frank. I mean, there were elements in what we did that were completely spontaneous, like the point where I start conducting and breaking up the tunes. That's all 100% spontaneous. Nobody knows where it's going to go. I can stop the group or twist the time around or do anything I want, because this group knows all the signals. What?
Yeah, that they don't know where they're going. They just have to react.
Did I hear you
live,
say
real time?
Right. Did I hear you say amazing?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, like they are. Electric media are call and response. They demand response. You have to interact with it. So he's enhancing the interactive, natural spontaneity of conversation. He's miming speech between several people. I can stop the group or twist the time around or do anything I want, because this group knows all the signals, but I'm just not doing it as much as I used to. All right, so the journalist says, like the medley of hits, seems as if a whole piece, the medley of his hits in quotes, seems as if a whole piece, orchestrated tightly from one song to the next with a couple of solos. Frank says there's 3 guitar solos in the medley. In Wino, at the end of You Didn't Try to Call Me, and in the middle of Call Any Vegetable. So Wino is something on its own. In Wino, and then at the end of You Didn't Try to Call Me, and in the middle of Call Any Vegetable. And after that medley, we played King Kong. And in the middle of the first solo is George Duke. And then I play one. And then Ian finishes off on the sax. Depending on the atmosphere or how tired he is, we throw Ainsley in there and have him crank off a solo. Yes, you were saying something?
No, I just like the phrase he finishes off.
Yes, he...
Like
right.
Killing.
Yes, then Ian finishes it off on the sax. Okay. The journalist says, and outside of those 5 or 6 solo moments, the rest is as if you're reading from a score? That's right. We're playing set pieces that have never been given a good performance before, because now that we have Mark and Howie singing in the group, for the first time the melodic content of those songs can come out. Because I was never a good singer, and Ray Collins at the time, Zappa actually, had an accident in his teens, and I forget what crushed, maybe his throat or something, or maybe that happened in England. Okay, sorry I brought that up. Because he says I was never a good singer, and Ray Collins at the time, he was the lead singer, was not very fond of harmonizing with anybody else. So we couldn't get into any of the stuff that we're doing now, the 3- and 4-part vocals, which I enjoy doing. I don't mind singing those same songs over and over again. Of course, this is the first time that we've played that conglomeration. If I'd been doing it for 4 years, I might feel a little differently about it today. But what we're going to do for the next time we go out, is to put together another package of tunes that's just as tight as the first medley. And so we have, say, 3 different shows to choose from. We don't have to do the same. Right, we don't have to do the same one every night. And it takes a lot to get it to the point where those things come off like that. So that's pretty good. You had to deal with the repeating songs in nightclubs, right?
Yes, that's why I stopped playing with bands, because after a month I'm tired of the same songs.
Yeah. So he figured out a bit of a way to loosen it up.
Yeah, how to. Yes, it's a lot of work, but it's...
Well, he's not considering what anything else that's going on is interesting. He's too smart for everything. He's too snobbish. There's nothing to do but to disperse his energy into making and composing music and practicing. That's all he has to do.
Yes.
We wish the same for you.
But I think, yes, it's amazing, but you also need the musicians that are willing to do that.
Yes.
Because most are happy just to know the songs and play them and They don't want to.
You were by yourself.
For the money they're going to get.
Yeah, they don't think about it as much as you're thinking about it. You got irritated by it. They didn't, you're saying.
Yeah. And they think more effort should get them more money, so they're not willing to. But Zappa will do the effort without thinking about the money. He will even invest his own money to make these things as he wanted them to.
Well, he did invest his own money in many of these things. He did invest his money.
Well, for example, in hiring orchestras and they're rehearsing before the recording and then recording many takes until he was happy. That's a lot of money.
Yes. Well, they did have record company sponsorship. I guess they covered some of the bills.
Yes, but many times he financed himself.
Yes, on his own. The orchestral stuff he did on his own. It's interesting how, later some of the Mothers Invention sued him from the first band. They ripped him off, they thought. But I was always curious about how did Zappa become the leader and then have a big house? Is it because he did all the work of designing the album covers and working with Kalshenko? We don't have a clear image of how he covered his expenses.
He was a secret agent.
Good point. Yes, he was being bankrolled by the guy who didn't like LaRouche. Bankroll the opposite to LaRouche. So the journalist says, you're missing your front line of saxophones. Well, as a matter of fact, I could probably duplicate that with Mark and Howie and Ian, because Mark and Howie both play clarinet. But I haven't had the time to put together a completely integrated musical thing, because we had 10 days of rehearsals to learn a very difficult repertoire and learn mostly in the direction of vocals, because that's what they do best. If the group stayed together for a longer period of time, I'd have them playing saxes and various percussion instruments and guitars and whatever. We could have a variety orchestra, or whatever you want to call it. I think it's enough for right now that they just sing those songs, because they're not easy to sing. Then the journalist says, I asked you last night if you felt bad vibes, and you said you felt no vibes at all. That's right, says Zappa. Can you put it down to lack of musical appreciation in the audience? Zappa says, no, I don't. I didn't even consider that, because when I go out there on the stage, I'm not out there to scarf up the vibes from the Woodstock Nation or tune in on the groovy peace love thing. I want to play my guitar, and I want to do my show, and that's it. And anything else is peripheral. The journalist says, then you don't consciously seek any audience rapport? Zappa says, well, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I don't want to go down and kiss somebody's ass to make them rapport with me. Michael says, no, I'm asking, are you playing for yourself more or for the audience? Zappa, I'll put it to you this way. I don't want what we do to be an unpleasant experience for anybody. I certainly don't want to bring them down by what we play. And I don't want to get myself off at the expense of the audience. I don't want to get off. What's that? I don't think of the audience as the main thing when we go out there on the stage. Wait a minute. Where am I? Right, I jumped ahead. If it's not, it's not. I don't want to go down and kiss somebody's ass to make them rapport with me. Michael, no, I'm asking, are you playing for yourself more or for the audience? Frank, I'll put it to you this way. I don't want what we do to be an unpleasant experience for anybody. I certainly don't want to bring them down by what is this? I certainly don't want to bring them down by what we play, and I don't want to get myself off at the expense of the audience. But, I don't think of the audience as the main thing when we go out there on the stage. They're there. I play just as hard in rehearsal as I do at the show. So his younger brother was hanging around in case any help was needed. So I'm looking at the article. Well, I can't tell. It says it starts in 37, goes to 38. I'm going to change this order here. Just a second. Okay, so this article talking about the Grand Wazoo, and then Matt Groening, who created the Simpsons, and who I'm sitting in a restaurant in Santa Monica Beach with in April 1980. He gives me, what does he do? Gives me some albums, bootleg albums that he could get out in L.A. You're saying that we're speaking the new song. Definitely we're including speech, but and maybe the Muzak. Do you have a problem with Muzak? You know what Muzak is?
There's this background music that is like the ads is not to be really listened to. It's
right.
Just a background.
But Frank, no, let's see. McLuhan got attention because he said that advertising was not meant to be listened to. I don't know what got into you, but most people didn't understand that statement, didn't look into it. I don't know if it's that dumb. I don't know, I guess so. What are you getting at?
No, I think it's true. It's made to attract your attention, but without you really thinking, stopping. Like, for example, the posters that McLuhan made for Sarah Bernhardt, he was the first one to make long, big posters.
Yeah.
And people will take them off, pin them off, because they found them very beautiful. They will really stop and look at them as an artwork.
Right.
But that doesn't happen often with that. Maybe it's just to have like a presence like the logo, just that you see the logo and you recognize the logo, but because like Zappa said, people react to what they know. So it's just to put their logos out there, their icons.
What is to do that?
The ads. People tend to buy or to react to things that are familiar, so they might buy the logo they know, even if there is a better product, they keep on buying the familiar logo, maybe because their mother bought it or because they just know the logo.
But what's the context? We're talking about Muzak, then I don't know the context of what you're saying. Either I've lost, I faded out, or I'm not. What's your point? What are we talking? What are we criticizing? Or you're pointing out that people rely on logos.
No, you say ads are not supposed to be seen.
Noticed. And then now you're talking about posters.
Yes, I'm saying it's mostly about the logo of the brand, just to have that people recognize it and buy what they know.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they don't look at ads; they just look at the logo in the ad.
Mostly, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There are some amazing ads that have amazing photography or a really interesting concept, but usually we don't stop and analyze ads. They're just polluting the...
Well, okay, that's interesting. When McLuhan says ads are not supposed to be noticed, I'm thinking they don't get noticed at all. But you're saying, oh, no, they're noticing the logo, but they're not looking at the details of the ad. Yeah, so there's actually two meanings there. They're not meant to be noticed. People don't have time to really look at how they're made. Or they're not to be noticed at all. And they somehow influence your brain through peripheral vision or something. So, okay. All right. Let's move back to where were we? Where were we? Okay, I think we're
talking about music.
Right. Then you don't constantly seek any audience rapport. Well, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I don't want to go down and kiss somebody's ass to make them rapport with me. And Michael says, no, I'm asking, are you playing for yourself more or for the audience? He says, Zappa says, I'll put it to you this way. I don't want what we do to be an unpleasant experience for anybody. I certainly don't want to bring them down by what we play, and I don't want to get myself off at the expense of the audience. But, I don't think of the audience as the main thing when we go out there on the stage. They're there. I play just as hard in rehearsal as I do at the show. Okay, I don't remember reading that part, so we're caught up. I play just as hard in rehearsal as I do at the show. But then the guy says, Michael says, but it seemed that the times when you most went out to the audience were moments of subtle sarcasm or overt cynicism. And Zappa says, well, that's the way I am off the stage, too. In fact, I wish that the audience would understand that by not giving them any special treatment, by not bending over backwards to do something on their behalf, they're being treated as adults and being given the benefit of the doubt. I think it's really pandering to the lowest common denominator in the audience to go out there and just, I don't know how to describe it, what most groups do. So he doesn't want just to be playing the greatest hits that they're known by. All right? So,
yes.
Michael says, did you feel your performance of 200 Motels with the L.A. Philharmonic was a success? So we played that a few weeks ago. The audio of some of it. Yeah, I felt it was, definitely. First of all, 14,000 people showed up by actual box office. That's the reports that I got. No press since that event has given an accurate accounting of what is this? No press since that event has given an accurate accounting of what the box office was. Remember we read that article and it seemed a bit off. Compared to the actual audio we heard. So he has not many reviews of it or noticing it since that event has given an accurate account. No press since that event has given an accurate accounting of what the box office was. They intended selling 11,000 tickets. That would have been 11,000 seats where everybody could have seen the stage, and 3,000 more people than they expected showed up. And those people, like some of them, were press people, were sitting behind the orchestra. The orchestra in a place that big had to be amplified, and the speakers are facing toward the far end. We were about 12 feet above the orchestra on a platform, and the only thing that I could hear was the percussion section, which was right at my feet. And we were amplified, not just our instrumental amps, but going out through a PA system also. So anybody... What?
Yes, it's... the acoustic of that concert were really hard because he says they had monitors to listen on the stage and they were also amplified for the audience. And he could not hear anything because there was so much reverb and people also absorb sound. When a place is crowded, the sound is absorbed, and if you don't have the right amplification, you cannot hear.
Right. So
I don't know how they play it.
Right. Okay, so maybe he says, the orchestra in a place that big had to be amplified, and the speakers are facing toward the far end. We were about 12 feet above the orchestra on a platform, and the only thing that I could hear was the percussion section, which was right at my feet. And we were amplified, not just our instrumental amps, but going out through a PA system, too. So anybody who was behind the projection line of those speakers, God knows what they heard. If it was anything like what I heard from where I was standing, it was somewhat incomplete. But at the end of the show, the people just went completely berserk. They couldn't hear it, but they went berserk anyways. We got a 5-minute standing ovation, and there were people out there who looked like they really dug it, really heard it. Now, that's incredible, because we read some reviews. They all put it down. They said it was a failure. Man, people really were intimidated by Frank. They didn't want to help him at all. They were hoping he'd go away. He was too good.
Yeah, there was a lot of reverb, but somehow the atmosphere of the concert was really, really good.
Yeah.
Everybody was very happy and having fun, and Frank was so funny.
Everybody's happy. Happy. Okay, so, we could pick that up in the recording. And then, okay, so Frank's saying, 5-minute standing ovation. Then Michael asked a good question. How could you tell? How could you tell it was a standing ovation?
He saw them applauding.
It's says, I saw a few faces. You can tell whether or not, like for instance, when they give you a standing ovation in a town like Indianapolis, it's probably because somebody wrote in Rolling Stone magazine one time that at the Fillmore East somebody got a standing ovation. So they figure in order to be in, when a rock and roll band comes to town, when they finish playing, you stand up and clap. I really got that sort of impression from the audience. So he's saying they couldn't hear it, but they knew they had to stand up because Rolling Stone told them that's what you do. Okay, and then Michael says, it's progressive also, like a third of the house standing for Coven last night, some band called Coven. Then maybe 2/3 for Jerry Hahn. And then you got everybody. You are the star of the show, ergo you get the full standing ovation. Zappa goes, certainly, protocol. So he's kind of playing it down a bit, eh? He's saying, these guys only gave a standing ovation because they thought they were supposed to. That's protocol. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Always these Zappa interviews turn out to be interesting. Michael says, there might have been some other difficulty related because many of the pieces they couldn't dance to. Zappa says, well, if they can't dance to it, it's their own fault because the stupidity of clinging to a dance form where you have to do a specific pattern of steps, the twist or the frog or the watusi, some dance with a name on it, I think it's a bad thing. It's against the natural way of dance. If you want to dance, you just get up there and move your body around to whatever beat it happens to fall on. That's where it feels the best. But a lot of these kids are too embarrassed to even try it. The only place where they really get into that is L.A. Now, isn't it interesting that Zappa is talking about this stuff? He's always criticizing. He's always complaining. He's not deluded. He's not going to be fooled by anything, right?
Yes, but it is true that maybe older generations were used to dance with a couple,
right,
and have these different styles of music, and they even learn how to do each dance, and they were not used just to improvise.
They had floor maps where your feet would be trained to move a certain pattern. So improvising came in with Sputnik, said McLuhan. The Cape Canaveral caper, he called it, like doing the twist. How did he define? He said, "You're in a robot work situation. It's quite rigid and corporate. So you want to unwind. So the dancing music was for a different reason than cultures 100 years before. People weren't coming in from a wound-up corporate robot life, and they maybe didn't want to unwind, or at least not so group-oriented. So he said they'd come in, and then he said you created your own space. TV is making you want to create spaces, not to connect with someone else and then line up in a line and fit into a larger space. You make your own space. So he said you don't even have to be dancing with anybody. You're not holding arms and the hands and moving around a formula. You're creating your own space. So that is the ground of satellite environment. Everybody's creating interesting new spaces, including being terrorists and guerrillas and going around blowing up places. You're improvising something that threatens their surveillance around you. And these dances mirrored
actually, that. Dancing had the function of sort of, it was the only way young people could get near to each other.
Yeah.
And smell each other, talk to each other, and touch each other. So maybe when the introduction of drugs created a new situation where that was no longer necessary, that was no longer the function of dancing.
Right.
So people will start dancing on their own or be crazy on their own.
They didn't need to get contact with each other.
Freely, without this, like you say, the Watusi and all these names of different dances.
Yeah, they weren't visually biased people anymore who had to engage their other senses and press up against each other just to feel. Now everybody was feeling constantly in the bone conduction of the electronic resonance of all this electronic media around you. So you actually tried to slough off feeling and create a wall around yourself through gesture.
Yes, freaking out like they freaked in LA. And there were also a lot of young people taking their clothes off. It was really like extreme.
Yeah.
From dancing, all these very formal steps to the total freedom.
Yeah, dance is pretty good at showing the grounds of society over a couple of hundred years. The different absurd formalities compared to the way people dance today or dance by the 60s is the best gauge of changing sense ratios. You know, you couldn't dance like they do in the 70s and 80s in a court in 1780. Well, they didn't even have the same soundscape.
Just left the conference.
Somebody just left. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. Let's carry.
Say bye. Bye.
This is a long interview. I don't know. I want to take a break. I don't know if I want to read the whole thing, but let me just read a little bit more. I want to go watch some TV. I'm going to take a break, and then we got to start again in 2 hours at 3:00 my time. So we're talking close, but a lot of these kids are too embarrassed to even try it. And he's talking about in Middle America. Where is this? It's being interviewed in Indianapolis. Okay. So the only place where they really get into that is L.A. Michael says, when we discussed the response to 200 Motels last night, you made an allusion that it was a success, quote, despite the critics. Yeah, we heard some of that. Well, I was talking about the ethics of the critics. For one thing, the main critic of Los Angeles, I don't think has ever given... Where's the next part? Yeah, I don't think... where is it? For one thing, the main critic of Los Angeles, I don't think has ever given a positive review to anything that Zubin Mehta has ever done. It seems like, I think his name is Bernheimer, has just had a hard-on for Zubin since he got to town. You know, no matter what he does, it's always written up as shit. And Zubin's quite a good conductor. I've seen him I've attended maybe 5 of his concerts prior to the one he conducted with us. And I saw him do a boss version of Petrushka, that'd be Stravinsky, right? At a matinee concert that I couldn't believe. They were really cooking it. And it got maybe a little applause. Are you laughing at the cooking it? They were really cooking it?
Yeah.
And have you played Petrushka?
Ion is lately
yes, recipe.
Ion lately is cooking it too.
Yes, yeah. Now you've probably played Petrushka, right?
No, but I know
the piece. Okay.
I like Russian composers.
All right. And it got maybe a little applause because it was an old lady audience, just back from the beauty shop. And stuff like that never gets reviewed. Like, nobody's happy with their audience, except maybe athletes. And stuff like that never gets reviewed. He did a version of the Miraculous Mandarin one night. You know that one? The Miraculous Mandarin.
No.
Okay. He did that one night. That was also just top 40, Frank says. It was also just top 40. He was really tearing ass on it. These are classical conductors. Tearing ass on it. Really cooking it. That sounds preposterous. And the orchestra...
The best classical music review.
Yes, it's Frank. And these guys are tearing ass. They tear it up on the weekend. And the orchestra has some good players in it. It has an especially nice percussion section, I think. And none of those things have ever gotten reviewed well by Bernheimer. And then the proof Bernheimer's reviewing... and then the proof of Bernheimer's reviewing was the Pierre Boulez concert a week or so after our show. And he reviewed it thusly, quote, "At last, the L.A. Philharmonic had played with precision," unquote, as if Maida was some sort of schlep, and suddenly Boulez comes in and magically the orchestra is first rate. And that's not true because, Boulez is a very accurate conductor, but he didn't get the type of accuracy that was described in the newspaper article. Boulez was illuminating parts in the scores that I had never heard before. But as far as the orchestra playing together and really hitting it, no. 80% of the time they weren't. Nothing to warrant the review that it got. He's quitting. He can't get it right at all. So Michael says, is this ethics or just lame ears? No, I think it's ethical. I think that there is probably some sort of personal conflict between that reviewer and the conductor of that orchestra. And the guy just said to himself, I'm going to get that son of a bitch. Now, how's this for a comment on classical music? You never heard your professor talking about this. I'm going to get that son of a bitch. Now, there's Frank. Frank's aware of the competitiveness, the sport game aspect of culture by the late 60s. You know what I mean? This is what we were talking about many hours ago, the violence that took over culture. And Frank, being in the thick of the new competitiveness of the baby boomers, knows it. So the reviewer says, I'm going to get that son of a bitch. And then Frank says, I don't think the quality of the reviewing is honest. And then Michael says, he's one example. Then Frank says, well, I'll give you a better example. How about Time magazine? A week before the concert, they sent a writer, this guy named Tim Tyler. He came to my house and asked me a few questions about the thing. Then he says in front, quote, you're probably not going to like what I write about your show. He's telling him he's going to give it a bad review. And I said, why is that? Frank says, and why is that? And the guy, Tim Tyler, responds, well, they want me to cover it from the standpoint of I got to find a musician in the orchestra that hates your music, and we're going to cover it from his point of view. Wow. This is incredible. Every time you read a Zappa interview, something interesting happens. That's incredible. The guy actually told him, we have to have a guy hate you. So they've already banned Frank from pop radio. Now that he's going into the classical field, they're out to get him there. This is like incredible. He's like a Wyatt Earp or a popular sheriff in the cowboy days, walking into town, cleaning up the criminals. And most of the society is criminal, and they hate Frank. Keeps cleaning up the messes. Sounds like me.
Wow.
That's why I'm so hated. Hated by millions of people. Just because, they can't figure out what I'm doing. All right, so they can't figure out what Frank's doing. And he said, Frank, he deserves it. He was satirizing everybody. He didn't realize people would not like being satirized. Even editors of magazines in New York City. So Tyler says, well, they want me to cover it from the standpoint of I got to find a musician in the orchestra that hates your music, and we're going to cover it from his point of view. Jesus. Oh. And it's Frank goes, so what can you do? They come and tell you that up front, man. And so he scoured the orchestra trying to find somebody who really didn't like doing it. And he couldn't find anybody. So then he really started scraping around and trying to get somebody to say some bad shit. Uh-oh, Bob's going to start dying laughing. Here we go. Here, Bob's going down the laughter hole. Where are we? He's trying to get somebody to say some bad shit about it. And he explained it to me this way. He said, figure the type of people who read Time magazine. It's a businessman, and he doesn't like music anyway. But he's looking for something to chuckle over, as if the whole movie section of Time is for the edification of some guy who sells aluminum siding. And nobody who has any interest in the arts ever reads it, which is probably true. But he says the function of Time magazine is not to do a musical review because, quote, we're not really qualified to review the music, unquote. And I didn't even see the article, but I'm sure that it did.
Alyssa just left the conference.
I got to click something off. Unlocked name, exit name. It says here you got to go none. I don't know how I got back. Oh, maybe I refreshed it. But remember, I read the people, the Time magazine section on people, the short item. They got it all wrong about Frank in that little item, right? They got it wrong. So, so he's saying that the editors of Time magazine. Now, this is targeted media management. They know their readers, an illiterate, semi-cultured nobody, jerk, and no, not necessarily nobody. He could be a famous businessman, but they got no culture. And Time magazine must design their magazine to have that attitude, to laugh and mock whatever they're reviewing. Now, McLuhan wrote about Time magazine way back in the 40s, early 50s. He said, you can't get truth in Time magazine style. In Time magazine style, there's no truth. So, back to this point. See, like, here's Frank talking. He's doing media ecology. He's talking about the media environment he's got to live in. Not talking about the concert, or he talks a little bit of the concert, but then he covers this whole media angle, which is pretty interesting, eh?
Yes, because I think Time magazine was always famous for their pictures.
Yes.
Was it more like a visual thing than a content thing?
Yes, right. And Life magazine was even more famous for pictures. So, okay, but he says the function of Time magazine is not to do a music review because we're not really qualified to review the music. And I didn't even see the article, but I'm sure that it didn't say anything at all about the music in italics. So Michael says, well, a lot that I've heard about the concert seems to erect a kind of legend of outrage, like that moment in the Marx Brothers movie, Night at the Opera, when Chico and Harpo tear up the overture. Like, people will believe you had the violins blow bubbles, anything that sounds freaky or strange, that people would respond, yeah, Zappa would do that. So he could only be a cliche. Yeah, like, people will believe you had the violins blow bubbles, anything that sounds freaky or strange, that people would respond, yeah, Zappa would do that. So what's Zappa going to say to that? He says, well, I've got the scores here if you'd like to see them. He can prove to you what they played. And everything that those people were doing was all written into the score. I didn't just say, quote, okay, when you get done, you over here. You watch what he says. I jumped ahead. Okay, when you get done, you over here, you make an ass of it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Even Zubin Mehta didn't have to explain himself like this. So Frank says, okay, when you get done, you over here. Okay, you over here, you make an ass out of yourself this way.
We're not going to make it. We're going to have to take a break.
Oh, Jesus. Let me just get this. I can't even see the thing now. I'm crying. Get the water out of my eye. You over there. It's almost like it was written in the score. You make it act. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going to try. I'm not going to laugh. I am laughing, but I'm not going to laugh, all right, so we can get it through. Okay, when you get done, you over here, you make an ass out of yourself this way. And you over there, you make an ass out of yourself that way. Jesus. Okay, all right. Let me just check. How are they responding on the chat lines? Anybody talking this? Anybody hearing us? No commentary. Okay, so you make an ass out of yourself that way. So then, end of that quote. Then Zappa says, it was all part of the musical concept. And I think one chick wrote that at a certain point in the performance, the brass section stood and tore their music Jesus. They tore their music up and threw it in the air. And threw it in the air, which was untrue. Nobody did that. Jesus Christ. These reviewers are making it. I think they were hallucinating. Holy shit, that's incredible. Which was untrue. What happened there was, in the score it says, quote, horns stand and shuffle decks of cards, unquote. Well, in a normal acoustic environment where you have some resonance to the room, if nothing else is playing and the horn section stands and goes whoop like that with a deck of cards, it's a sound. They made the sound of ripping. But in a basketball area, in a basketball area, it doesn't make much sound at all. And they'd been doing it, but it just wasn't coming up. So I didn't know. So I didn't know it. But they had decided among themselves at that point. At that point, even the orchestra rebels. And they decided among themselves at that point they're going to stand and throw the decks of cards all over the violas. And the viola players just went, what? Because all these cards are coming down on them. So they did these players were so used to being disciplined that when they were given a little freeway to do what they want, they turned the juvenile delinquents and little kids just started being silly. And Frank couldn't control them. And the viola players just went, what? Because all these cards are coming down. It was actually great, says Frank. And I didn't mind them improvising on the score at all. Okay. Mike says, that theatrical act...
They did, what was the word, dumping? You said when they throw confetti?
Oh, yeah, bunting. They did the bunting thing, yeah. Bunting.
Yeah.
It was actually great. So then they're complaining. He's shocked at the reviewer, but he doesn't mind them doing that. But it looks like the reviewer didn't understand what was happening. Heard the rip and thought they did tear their music up, but they didn't tear the music up. They tore the cards up. And it was just a sound effect they were making. They didn't tear up the cards. They made a sound, brap, as if they were tearing it up, but they did throw it on the people. And Frank liked that. Michael says, that theatrical act is an improvisation on the score? Frank said, right. Then you do compose in terms of theatrical elements in the music. Frank says, absolutely. Have you felt your records were ever sufficiently reviewed? Well, there have been some glaring exceptions to that. There have been about 3 really perceptive reviews that I've read about any of the work that I've been involved in, but they're spread out, and they're usually in publications that never reach a mass audience. So our image is brought to the public by magazines and newspapers and such that reach the largest number of people, and that's where the worst reviewers are, in the larger publications. And so what are you going to do? I mean, he had the same communication problem I have. He can't, nobody cares. And so what are you going to do? The only place where we really get a decent break is in Europe. Well, I shouldn't say like I have, but like Ion has. There are people misinterpreting us all over the place. And so what are you going to do? The only place where we really get a decent break is in Europe, because we do really pounds of press over there. I guess he means he does a lot of interview. Like, we just got back, and I must have done 40 interviews in the time I was there. And those papers have large circulations. And it seemed the professionalism of the reviewers was right up there. They took the job seriously. Even though some of them were young kids, they were very thorough, and they had their questions mapped out. Oh, there's that old French education again. Like in America, they haven't been taught to do anything in decades. You guys have the strict education. These kids they can do the serious thing. They had their questions mapped out, and they took time to write down exactly what you said. There was one horrible exception to that, which appeared in the largest British paper, the Daily Express, multi-million circulation. This guy was a little drunk when he was writing down my answers and came up with some strange things. But in general, the pop trade papers like Meltley Maker, things like that, and other newspapers I dealt with over there, guys were really serious about what they were doing. So Michael says...
I would like to make a short, small comment.
Yes, go ahead.
When I went to America, I was really impressed that there was this test with multiple options.
When you were as a kid, you mean when you were 12 years old in Washington?
Yes, because I never had that type of test in the French school, and I thought that was sort of very silly, stupid. Just to have A, B, and C instead of writing an essay or a summary or something. Just like, that's it? Just A, B, and C. That's the test? I was really shocked, like, what is this?
Wow, yeah, I can imagine. You didn't have to do any creativity, any memory. You just had to tick off what seemed to be true. Make a choice. Yeah.
Yes, but that doesn't teach you how to think or organize your ideas. It's just remembering data.
Right. No,
memorizing data.
LaRouche he writes in his books way back then. He hates that testing. He's ranting against that kind of testing. Okay. Okay. Michael says, European critics are often characterized as cats, incredibly sensitive to honesty and how well your music is what you intend it to be. American critics sometimes seem to write about personality more, or in some instances, what they would rather your music be than what it is. Zappa says, well, in America, there's two things that stand in the way. One, art in any shape or form is not a necessity to the American public. Now, McLuhan would describe that technically. Why would there be interest in a painting or a music when you got TV and movies to watch, right? Much media must post Gutenberg art. So Frank is not explaining it, but he's saying he knows that's the fact. Art in any shape or form is not a necessity to the American public. They really don't feel that it's an integral part of their lifestyle, which means their later media mix. You know, it's just a diversionary facility, part of the general leisure time boom. It's always been advertised in the United States. Well, art? Anybody can do it. Everybody's an artist. Okay, turning the page. Everybody's a singer. You can play the guitar, you can play the piano, so there's nothing special about a person who has the ability to do something specific and who has devoted his life to doing that one thing. It's taken for granted, just like maybe the plumber could fix a car because they're both made out of metal and they both have tubes in them. So you've got that to overcome in the first place. The other thing is that because of the way the public views an artist in the United States, certain neurotic things creep into the personalities of the artists who live here. Because you're isolated, and you're already viewed as something that came out from under a rock. And in many instances, the people begin to act that role. This is especially true in jazz circles, I've noted. And that just serves to push the audience farther away from them. So when you come up against an interviewer who's looking for a story, who needs to serve a certain thing on assignment for his magazine or paper, then you haven't got a chance, because he'll make you look like a buffoon, or he'll make you look like some sort of a creep or whatever. They make you look that way. That's not the way you are. Wow. Pretty interesting. Right?
Yes. Yes, also the insight that he would write all these gestures in his scores. I find that also very interesting.
These gestures?
Because I thought it was...
Oh, yeah. The action. Yeah.
The actions, I thought that they were improvised in real time, but sometimes they were also scored, so I didn't know that.
All right. Hey, you know what? I just remember Bill won't let me stop at the bottom of the hour. I've got to go till 2, so I guess we are going to finish it. Then I'll only have an hour for my fun. Damn. Grumble. I'm not used to not getting my way. Okay. Let's see. But this is fun. This is pretty interesting. I read this. This is 40 years ago. 44, 45 years ago. I don't remember any of this.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, this is this guy, Mike Bourne, interviewed Frank in 1970. That's the one I read. I may never have read this one, which is a year or so later. But Frank was always exposing the ground, the mechanics of an environment. You know, he's talking about what it's like to be a critic, how you be a critic, what the critic says about itself. He's showing you the process involved in the role.
Yes, and another thing I found very interesting is that our senses doesn't work just like on its own, like you just hear, you just see, or you just they're all on all the time. So there is this interaction of the senses, and I like that he was aware of that, and he will do verbi vocal visual.
Right, verbi vocal visual, right.
Compositions, not only acoustic.
Right. Now, that's right. He's operating from a tactile position, which is not a sense. It's the thing that's orchestrating the different senses. So it's orchestrating verbi, vocal, and visual, and kinetic, and proprioceptive. He's working all the different sensory phenomena. So what did you say? You said something.
I think it's the first time I noticed that.
Well, what did you notice? You mean when I read it to you? What do you mean?
When you just read that he was composing not only acoustics, not only with sounds and notes, and he was composing in a wider way. He was verbi vocal visual.
All the verbi vocal visual.
He was composing for all the senses. He was making music that would be interesting to play and to experience, because it's not only listened.
Right.
It was to be seen, to be engaged with the movement, to
like a movie.
There as a participating.
Multi-senses, synesthesia. Yes. That proves my point that he's a tactile creator, not just a musician.
Yes.
That's why he says this is a movie for your ears. So he's trying to do what McLuhan's pointing out. McLuhan's saying, hey, we're not a simple visual society anymore. We've got multimedia, multi-senses. He's trying to show the same message in a music context, whereas McLuhan was doing it in a book context. So, yeah, it's good to notice that.
Yes, and some people may have thought he was only being like a clown, making these gestures. The fatty communion.
Yes. He'd just be manipulated. Like, why would they're thinking, hey, I'm listening to some music. Why would people throw a card deck up in the air? What's that got to do with my ears? But he was showing more than the ears. He's probably going beyond John Cage. You're going further into the multisensory
because he was not limiting himself to be a serious composer. He was really pushing all boundaries in the genres with the senses.
Right. I was thinking when we talked to Pauline Oliveros, I brought it up. I thought she was emphasizing the ear too much, so I gave her the benefit of the doubt and said, you are actually trying to point out stuff beyond the ear. And she was. But Frank does it simply. She's still focusing on the ear too much, so to speak, on listening, deep listening. maybe she means by deep listening exactly what Frank was trying to do. Multimedia, having your ears notice the other senses. Right? What do you think?
Yes, and well, the fact that she said we listen with the skin, for example.
Right.
We don't only listen with ears. We listen, like Frank said, with the eyes.
Right, with the other senses.
Like all the senses interact, and I remember reading some articles on how at the beginning people will get upset because they saw a keyboard and then all these crazy synthesized sounds will come out of the speakers, and people were expecting like an organ or a keyboard, a piano.
And where did you experience this?
A synthesizer with a keyboard. That was an article I read a long time ago about
the effect of the first synthesizers.
Yes, that the people. Yes, because we don't only listen with our ears.
Right.
People are seeing a keyboard and they're expecting to hear an organ or a piano. And all these crazy sounds were coming out, and they could not relate both the visual and what they were listening.
Right. It was a shock.
Now, yes, now it's no problem, but at the beginning, some composers were having trouble with the audience just because of that.
Right, right.
Like they were asking, where are all these sounds coming from?
Okay, let me, that was very interesting. So let me see, where are we at? Oh yeah, they try to make you look like a buffoon. Okay, so then Michael says, one of the strange aspects to revolutionary aesthetics is this idea that once the revolution comes, we will all begin to spontaneously create, because we're all essentially artists. Everyone has this creative essence that will be immediately exposed if the government changes. Zappa says, well, I think that everybody does have a creative essence about them, but they should realize that that essence exists in varying degrees from person to person, and the emphasis of that essence shifts. Some people might be a little bit better expressing themselves in clay, for instance, or with finger paints, and definitely should not take up the saxophone. Michael says, do you think you've had an influence more by your music or by your image? Frank says, influence over what? Michael says, other artists. Frank says, I think we've definitely had an influence over other musical groups, obscure as the Mother's Invention might have been, because I hear things now happening, especially in groups coming out of Europe, that would not have been possible if we hadn't taken the first step and said, you don't have to play three-chord blues to make it sound like rock and roll. Pop music can exist in time signatures other than 3 and 4. Lyrics do not have to be about boy-girl situation. It's not enough to just say that in an interview, and then have it published someplace, and then some guy who's forming a group read it and go, yeah, quote, yeah, maybe that's true. We don't have to play in 3/4, unquote. You have to do it on a record and say, look at that. Maybe you didn't sell 1 million, but that's how to do it. And we did it. We did all those things a long time ago, and now it's happening over there. We played in Germany 2 years ago. There were a lot of local groups that come in the afternoon and do that gig, and I would say that 40% sounded like side 4 of the Freak Out album. And then Michael says, I responded to that, the fourth side, the return of the Son of Monster Magnet. No, wait a minute. He says, I responded to that, the return of the Son of Monster Magnet, side 4 of the Freak Out album, like I first responded to Coltrane's Ascension. I forgot that Coltrane did a song called Ascension, or an album or whatever. Like when I first heard it, I wasn't ready for it. But then later, after experiencing the music more and more, I would go back to it, and it would by then sound even tame. But you've often been compared to Dada, especially more so in discussions of Captain Beefheart and other groups you manage. Do you feel this is a conscious element in your music, a kind of overt craziness? Frank goes, Dada? Well, some people may find it hard to believe, but my music is a direct extension of my lifestyle. And I try to keep it. I remember Frank didn't know what Dada was at some point. Anyways, he says, but my music, he goes, data, ? Well, some people may find it hard to believe, but my music is a direct extension of my lifestyle. And I try to keep it as closely related to the way I think when I'm off stage, no matter what the music is. In other words, he's talking about off stage. He's trying to make it match what life is for him, or his media diet. In order for me to feel natural playing it, it has to be pretty close to the way I feel when I'm off the stage. That's too much of a jolt to have to manufacture something that would be overtly crazy and be anything other than that off the stage, and then go up there and suddenly turn it on. You know, it's cultural shock. So he's actually saying he can't act. He can't make it up. He can't just be crazy in a silly way. It has to fit some kind of order that he has in his daily life. Then Michael says, some Hoosier, which is like a university guy, some Hoosier reading that might respond, quote, oh, wow, he likes to ball vegetables. He likes to fuck vegetables. Some Hoosier reading that might respond, oh, wow, he likes to ball vegetables. And then Frank says, well, am I to be held to blame for the reading comprehension of somebody from Indiana? So, no, he's not to be held to blame. So there's a break, and now dig this question. So they have it looks like part 2 of the interview. And we've done 3 pages. And what's coming?
It's a very good interview, I think.
Yeah. And so then it says, Michael says, are you only in it, there's the big question, are you only in it for the money? Zappa says, no. And that's another criticism that I have of reviewers, because on the day that album was released, the thing that escaped everybody was the fact that it was designed to show that the Beatles were only in it for the money, not that we were. If we were only in it for the money, we'd be doing something else. If we were only in it for the money, we'd be doing something else. I mean, to look at that cover and to see the people on that cover and say that these guys are, they're wearing dresses on the cover, stupid, silly, bad dresses, and say that these guys are only in it for the money.
That was a really provoking statement.
Yes.
We are doing this only for the money because it's
a joke,
romantic
though.
As an artist, yes.
Yeah, it's a joke because it's obviously not how you attract money. It's like they're idiots, not even savants, they're idiots. They don't know how to be for the money, and they do it all wrong. They really did know. They really did want to make it funny, but they were so retarded they thought, well, maybe this will make money. That's pretty funny. He didn't even know how to sell himself, is the joke. Right? They're pretending.
Yes, that's what we were saying before when we were talking about the Troubadours, how he will do this
outrageous thing.
Say this type of things to make people think about.
Yeah.
What are they doing? What they're doing, for example.
They don't mean it. They're not in it for the money.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's interesting is Zappa did know how to market his stuff. He was a clever advertiser. Maybe he wants to make sales, but he knew how to get attention. He knew where to advertise Freakout. He did it in children's comic books. He was quite innovative in how he promoted the first album. At least that's what the myth is. He says, so, I mean, to look at that cover and to see the people on that cover and say that these guys are only in it for the money, I thought that was the funniest thing we could have put together. But automatically, everybody assumed that was the exact truth. And nobody stopped to question for a minute the relationship between the Sgt. Pepper cover style and the title. They never once questioned that the Beatles might be anything other than directly descended from heaven. And I personally felt for a long time that they were extremely plastic and flat-out commercial. Mike says, well, the response was usually, oh, a parody of the Beatles cover. Zappa says, no. Likely they didn't even know it was a parody of the Beatles cover. I'd say 30% of the audience didn't know it was a parody of the Beatles cover. And Michaels disagrees with Frank. I doubt that. I think people are sharp enough to see something that blatant. Frank says, do you? It's like Ion. Oh? Do you? Even though it's inside out? Because remember, you couldn't see the Beatles stuff. They weren't allowed to put it on the outside. Paul McCartney wouldn't let them, so it was hidden. Do you? Even though it's inside out? Think about it. It would have been released the other way if the Beatles hadn't screwed it up. We had to get permission from them to put it out. Michael says, when We're Only in It for the Money was reissued, censored, I recognize most of the cuts for being naughty words or such, like flower power sucks. But I never could figure out why that line from Let's Make the Water Turn Black was cut. The one, quote, I still remember Mummy with her apron and her pad feeding all the boys in Ed's Cafe, unquote. Frank says, that was cut because some executive at MGM thought pad meant sanitary napkin. And the image of Mummy feeding the boys a sanitary napkin was too much for feeding
imagination.
Yeah, feeding, handing a sanitary napkin as food was too much for him. Can you imagine where that guy's head? The Frank is as shocked by the people as they are of him. Can you imagine where that guy's head was to make that connection?
Yeah.
Damaged people. So Michael says, still, a lot of your lyrics evoke strange images for many people, some very startling, like on Concentration Moon, about the cops shooting kids, which really takes on a new significance after Kent State. That's a murder. The cops killed some students in May 1970. Frank says, you get a different perspective. That song was written in 1967, 3 years before Kent State. Then Michael says, the lyrics in the Hunchback Duke about student leaders also indicates an attitude, a disfavorable one that most college kids most likely don't expect. So the lyrics in the Hunchback Duke put down student leaders. And so that's an attitude, a disfavorable one that most college kids most likely don't expect. Frank says, I don't like student leaders because I don't think that they're really qualified leaders. I don't think they're offering their constituency anything that resembles wisdom or leadership, and serve only the same function, and they serve only the same function as Chubby Checker, showing you how to do the twist by putting a bath towel around his buns to give you the idea of how you're supposed to move. What is this? So he's saying that the student leaders are just like Chubby Checker. Let me see. They're offering I don't think they're offering their constituents anything that resembles wisdom or leadership, and serve only the same function. Well, I guess he says in the next sentence that they're just fads, so that's what he means. Student leaders only serve the same function as Chubby Checker, showing you how to do the twist by putting a bath towel around his buns to give you the idea of how you're supposed to move. And they also see that the whole revolutionary trend this season is a fad that's similarly based to a dance craze or flower power or transcendental meditation. And as soon as something comes along to replace it, this will blow over, because the people who are actively involved in what they think is a revolution right now haven't the faintest idea what they're doing. And then Michael says, like what they used to be called spring fever is now called politics. Frank Zappa says, it occurred to me the other day that the American public, at the point when the peace negotiations were announced in Paris, thought that was a great way. We'll negotiate and we'll bring about peace. And everybody sort of welcomed that. I'm surprised at that same sort of rational approach. I'm not saying that the peace talks ever could have been successful, but that the same sort of rational approach couldn't be applied to the domestic grievances of the people who have been abused by the government. They haven't even really sought a way to bring their grievances to the attention of the people that might be able to do something about it. And they're also too lazy to take the steps that would be the most effective to correct these grievances, because a demonstration doesn't correct grievances. The Mexicans need to learn this. It only does two things. It polarizes the good guys from the bad guys, and that changes from whichever standpoint you want to look at it as to who's good and who's bad, and it only serves to notify the other party that you're pissed off about something.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. It's not effective communication, which was the reason McLuhan went public, to improve communication skills. He says, you're telling them you're pissed off about something, but it doesn't correct the situation. And I think that everybody's been notified already. You know, everybody's got the idea. So now the thing to do is change it. If you can't go directly to the government and say, look here, we're the majority, these people under 25, and we've got some needs that aren't being taken care of, and we don't like this, and we don't like that, do something about it. If you can't take the direct approach, then you have to do something a little bit more incognito. One of the things that I've been advocating all along is called slot power. Holy shit. I've been looking for this quote for fucking 20 fucking years, and I could never find it. I knew it was in Downbeat.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew it was in Downbeat, but I never looked at this fucking article. It's too long. I actually, in my mind, thought it was a short article. So that means I did read this interview. I remember standing in a store and reading it. I didn't buy it. I just read it in the store. This is quite a discovery. And I thought it was called suck power.
Yes, you see, the troubadour found it.
I found it! I've been looking for this. Another discovery. And you were here to witness it. That's right. I always thought it was called suck power, and you'll see what I mean. But he says it's slot power, S-L-O-T. So I like this. He's saying, like all those Mexicans last year, they were protesting millions. Why don't they just march up and demand to get in the office, I guess, is what he's saying. Or what, you send up some representatives? Not that they're going to be responded to, but it's interesting. He's saying, you know, going out and doing a mass demonstration is not effective. Who are you communicating to? You're just communicating to the TV camera, which isn't the city hall or the government. So, anyway, so that's a pretty good, that's like the kid who sees the emperor's not wearing any clothes. So he's looking at the protesters, seeing they haven't got any clothes on, or any new clothes. So he goes, if you can't take the direct approach, then you have to do something a little bit more incognito. So now, here's the more incognito thing. One of the things that I've been advocating all along is called slot power, where a lot of the hippie girls, who are now, say, some of the ones in Chicago who joined the Weathermen and helped make Molotov cocktails, you know, the radical terrorists almost, they would be better off going into an uptown bar with a different set of clothes on and picking up executives and industrials and maybe eventually marrying these people and exerting a profound influence on the lives of the men who actually have control of the material things in the United States, and just sort of by inference and pressure from another direction could cause a great deal of things to change. Now, I remember him saying, I thought he said they should go and give these guys blowjobs. That's why he called it suck power. Maybe this isn't the suck power thing I'm looking for, but unless he's going to say a little further, this is an early version of it called slot power. I don't know where the slot is. So, would you do that? Would you, for the movement, go marry some executive and give him a healthy sex life? No, you wouldn't do that.
Well, because the royals did all the time, like.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Frank the First was the enemy of Charles V, and then his grandchild Isabella went to marry the son of Charles V.
Yeah.
So that's how they will influence the houses.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they don't. Not just
somebody from the family to be the wife of the enemy.
Right. They did this infiltration. That's right. Yeah, that's right. They're doing what he's telling. Infiltrate the enemy.
More effective than war.
Right. Okay, let me just tell Bill. Hey, Bill, I'm taking a break. In 10 minutes. And he's going to play some music as we go out. Okay, take a break in 10 minutes, and I have carte blanche to press the panic button to wake him up. Panic button, Bill. I'm taking a break in 10 minutes. 9 minutes now. Maybe even 8 minutes. Okay, so let's see if I can finish this. This is tremendous. You have to realize how many articles I have to pick from. I always pick the good stuff. Or what seems to be good.
And the right thing for today.
Right.
For each day.
That's right. So So he's saying, so that's interesting. Yes, the royals knew what to do. So Mike says, that's not your basic working through the system ideal. You know, you go into the system and you work your way through it. That's not your basic working through the system ideal. And then Frank says, but it's still a lot tidier than going out and blowing things up. And the other way is, and it's an especially effective tactic in the Midwest where you have a lot of small towns, if you think you really know where it's at and you're a long-haired kid, you know, and you really got the best interest of the United States at heart, and you're really patriotic and you really want to change things, what you do is you get some of your buddies together and you go to a small town and you cut your hair, and as soon as you're old enough to vote, you just take it over. And this has been done a couple places on the West Coast. You get your own sheriff, and you get your own mayor and your own city council, and then you've got a town. But see, there's a lot of these kids that know deep down that if that ever happened, they would be forced to accept the responsibilities of actually running that town. And then what do? They're not ready for that. And Michael says, there's an impatience about that also. And Zappa says, but impatience is irrelevant, man. You can't be impatient about something that's this fucked up. They actually censored that in the magazine. You can't be impatient about something that's this fucked up, that took this long to get fucked up, hundreds of years, and you're not going to undo it with one demonstration. He makes it sound absurd, even the idea of having a demonstration. You're not going to undo it with one demonstration. To me, that's a result of media talk. To me, that's a result of television. Television has shortened your interest span and led you to seek out things like instant TV dinners. I know it's worked on me, definitely. I can't wait 2 seconds to get something to eat if I'm hungry. Somebody could offer me the greatest meal in the world if I waited 2 hours. And if I'm starving to death, I'll eat a peanut butter sandwich. Somebody could offer me the greatest meal in the world if I waited 2 hours. And if I'm starving to death, I'll eat a peanut butter sandwich. You know, that's exactly the way it is. And it's the same with these kids. Or it's the same with those kids. They think, you know, quote, we'll just go out there and we'll stand around in the street and we'll scream and somebody will squirt us with gas and then we'll have a revolution. Yeah, we laughed about this before.
That's very interesting because that explains why we are so impatient.
Yeah. Your TV bodies used to being satisfied instantly all the time. And then you know, the chip body's equally so. Man, oh man. And they don't
so for example, now we just Google things, and I can't even get the books of my ancestors online.
Right.
I don't have to go to a library and photocopy them or wherever.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Like everything is instant. So yeah, we're not used to long processes, and it's very interesting because already McLuhan was doing culture research business like slogans.
Yes.
And now we see Trump is so popular because he's not giving long discourses. He's just
he's not even finishing his sentence. That's how far gone it is.
Yeah, it is. But for people, that's perfect because they don't have this attention span.
They actually know they don't have to finish it. They know what he's talking about. So they know the thought. They've heard it 100 times, so they know where he's going to go with it. They got ESP from information overload. Okay, I don't think I'm going to finish.
I mean, everybody's texting and doing these smileys and full sentence.
Yeah, what's his name? He should come out and just flash a smiley.
He just has to say "lol." That's it.
Yeah, he should just have a slideshow. He doesn't even have to speak. He just puts up images and everybody responds to the images. That'd be neat. They could boo, they could yell, you know, make it a PowerPoint, they call it. Okay, so he says, and then we'll get squirt with gas, and then we'll have a revolution. And Michael says, and we'll wear our scars like medals after they get beat up. Zappa says, yeah, that's right. Michael says, I notice in both theater and in music this kind of impatience, an inability to wait and appreciate what is happening, wanting it to be over, to have already experienced it without having to expend too much time. Well, that's a product of the instant replay. You have the meaning before the experience. So actually, Bill's asking what time back on. I'll say 3 p.m. 3 a.m. We'll only get an hour break because I think we agreed. It depends on whether Ian shows up. Okay, I'll just say 3 a.m. So in an hour. Now, where were we? Yeah, the instant replay makes people really impatient. Zappa says, you want it to be over so you can clap. Michael says, so you can file it. And Zappa's quoting somebody. I heard that solo the other night. I heard that guy play 27 choruses of Lady is a Tramp. And then Michael, they're jamming here, he quotes, and I applauded like I've never applauded before. It's all about the clapping. How much clapping you get to do. And then Frank goes, yeah, he was heavy. He's quoting somebody. Then Michael says, are you a fatalist then? Do you think there's a chance to get out of it all? Do you think there's a chance to get out of it all? A chance to educate the public? A chance to... Frank says, yes, 50-50. That's optimism, 50-50. Michael says, a kid asked me to ask you, quote, what possessed you to pose for that poster sitting on a toilet? Well, this is a good thing. Good story. Frank goes, okay, it went like this. I had no idea there was ever going to be a poster. That picture was taken in a toilet in the Royal Garden Hotel in London, and was part of a publicity campaign for our first appearance in England. And so the guy that took it just decided to make a poster out of it. And due to the copyright laws in England, the photographer owns the photographs. Here, the photographer, here in England, that's where he's, oh, I don't know. No, here in America, here the photographer owns the photograph, but he doesn't own the right for your image on it unless you give him a release. There in England, they don't need a release. So he took the thing and went out and made a poster out of it. Well, it pissed me off, and I couldn't do anything about it because they had a whole bunch of them on the market. And it's probably one of the best-selling posters of all time, though I haven't seen any money at all from it. It's bootlegged all over the place. Somebody makes a poster of it. Somebody else will take a photograph of that poster and print up his own. There are 2 or 3 different varieties of it that are circulating all over Europe. Well, yeah, that's... Yay! Maybe a little bit more. Yay! End of part 1. Yay! The longest show in the history of radio. We've been on the air for 11 hours. No, 12 hours. 12 fucking hours, baby. Dave Newfeld. Wonderful Dave Newfeld music.
There is no media. There's no journalism. There's no reportage. Belligerent Alec Baldwin screamed at cops during arrest. That's a bigger story than the knockout game that killed a Chinese man 68 years old in the Lower East Side. And I have a picture of the guy who did it. Beating up a 68-year-old Chinese immigrant who's retired in the East Village, walking after taking care of his granddaughter. A knockout game artist comes up from behind him, punches him, throws this old Chinese man to the ground and kicks him to death. And that's not in the New York Post or the Daily News because it's an uncomfortable story. It's a very uncomfortable story. It's liable to make people think. It's liable to change the narrative. So I said 7 reasons Solange is the more interesting. I never saw anything like this. It's so degenerated, I can't tell you what I think of it other than what I think of it. That's what I think of it. That's what I think of it. Here again, Daily News. Why Solange? I don't know who Solange is. Solange, it sounds like a sponge. I don't know what Solange is. Is it a verb? Is it a noun? Is it a sponge? I don't know what a Solange is. Why sponge snapped? This is the front page of the New York Daily News. Reaches millions. Witness tells the news fight erupted after Jay-Z's plan to attend Rihanna's. I don't care about them. Low life, garbage, all of them. How do you like that? Garbage! Garbage, filth, garbage, filth, garbage, filth, low lifes. Why are we worshiping these people? Why? White, black, it doesn't matter to me. I'm sick of the entertainment worship. I hate them. They've destroyed America. They're degenerates, all of them. They don't stand for anything decent in the country. Nothing. In my day, an entertainer, if he was a family man, the people loved him. The women talked about Perry Como. He was a man who went home to his wife. He was a family man. Now, we all can't live up to that standard. I get it. But now it's the opposite. The lower the slime, the higher the exposure. The filthier the slime, the more exposure. So you have entertainers' daughters now trying to break into the public eye who are strip-teasing every day on Instagram. Whether it's Sean Penn's pathetic daughter or Alec Baldwin's pathetic daughter, every day they try to expose themselves in a pathetic striptease in order to get in the newspapers. And this is what they expect. This is what they expect. Why don't know why it happened? Look at the father. Look at the father.
Hey, this product is only for ascending people.
Mm-hmm.
Not for unhealthy people, not people who are sick, not people who got all these
problems. We're not here to cure anything. We're not here to help anything. We're not trying to soothe anything. We're not trying to make you happy. We're not trying to prove your happiness. We're not trying to see that you're whether or not you're happy. We're not here that we did not. This product was not created for your benefit, for your pleasure, or for your enjoyable delightment. It's not for that. It's only for the ascending.
Okay, Roxy, you ready to continue the Zappa expose?
Yes, I was reading into the Panic Encyclopedia.
Good. You were reading it?
Yes, I was just jumping around. But on the first page, they mentioned Trump.
Really? Wow. Hey, put your mic up and read that. But, fix your mic. It's too muffled.
Yes, it says, panic is the key psychological mood of postmodern culture. Panic patriotism, too. That is Donald Trump and Lee Iacocca.
Move it around. Are you sitting up?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't work lying down. Look at Susanna. Says, oh no, I fell asleep and left my phone unplugged. Now only 4% charge. I can't take you with me, Bob. That's horrible. She's going to miss him. Big morning. Okay, so you're sitting up? Mic is adjusted? Is this important?
I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, it says, panic is the key psychological mood of postmodern culture.
Good.
Panic patriotism, too. That is Donald Trump and Lee Iacocca. Who's that?
He was the president of Chrysler Corporation in the 80s. When they were in financial trouble. Lee Iacocca.
As self-nominated American heroes of the marketplace, breaking with the old robber baron tradition of practicing primitive exploitation in the age of an equal exploitative primitive capitalism. They have discovered the secret formula of postmodern robber barons, as that of merging the economic calculus of let's make a deal with political rhetoric of making America stronger. And this is in 80-something?
89.
They wrote this?
89.
Yeah.
And so Trump, you don't have to read anymore. So Trump was saying what he's saying today 30 or more years ago. He was saying, that's incredible. He's going to make a deal with America.
If they knew, this wouldn't be called Panic Encyclopedia, but Terror Encyclopedia.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, read a little more.
Yes.
Or is that it?
Yes, that's the introduction. how.
Amazing. They named Trump, and he's saying they're postmodern robber barons. Postmodern robber barons.
Yes, self-nominated American heroes.
Wow. Okay.
So let's make a deal.
Okay, that's
Merging economical calculus with the political rhetoric of America, of making America stronger.
That's exactly what he says today, economic calculus with political rhetoric.
Yes.
Well, Croker said to me a few years ago that Panic Encyclopedia was ahead of its time. The real panic happened in the 2000s, the naughty knots. He's saying this about 2004, 2005, that he realized that the full-blown panic reality was happening in the younger George Bush's administration. Like panic war when they invaded Iraq in 2003, and then I don't know what happened after panic web 2.0. You have your MySpace, your YouTube, your Facebook, panic communication. But that's pretty good. That's a good find. And that's the opening paragraph of the book. The opening anecdote.
On the first page.
Wow. Okay, so let's finish the Zappa interview for the Zappa series. This is an interview in downbeat. Ein's not here yet, so we can finish this up. We can play. So we continue talking about Bob, but we say it's about Zappa. That's right. And maybe now you're clear, now you're perceiving clearly. Let's maybe bring Bart in. Let's see if Bart has something to say once. Well, let me finish this up, Bart, and I'll bring you in. So we're reading the end of this very long interview in 1971, where it's a jazz magazine, Downbeat, and Mike Bourne, their jazz critic, is interviewing Frank Zappa, and it's called The Aesthetics of Freakery. And we made all kinds of discoveries. As Kim pointed out, we died laughing at some point, or I did, laughing at, I can't even remember what it was about, but somewhere earlier in the interview. About the critics. The critics, how crazy the critics were. And then, okay, so Frank has just described how that poster of him sitting on a toilet happened. We won't repeat that, but I'll repeat the last couple of lines. Frank says it's bootlegged all over the place. Somebody makes a poster of it. Somebody else will take a photograph of that poster and print up his own. There are 2 or 3 different varieties of it that are circulating all over Europe. There was no copyright limitations in Europe, so it could go all over the place. It wasn't fair. Frank did not ask for it. He didn't get any pay for it, and pissed him off. So Mike the interviewer, do you get hecklers much? Frank says, oh, yeah, they're heckling because it's fashionable to heckle the mothers of invention, because they know I'll say something back to them. We really don't get into too much audience abuse anymore. In the early days, when what we were doing was so far removed from everyday experience, what you said about freak out, it was weird for its time. When we first started performing things on stage, there was quite a bit of hostility from the audience, but we weren't going to let that wither our presentation. So we just give it back to them on a psychological level. Now, outside of bashing someone's head in the audience, what can you do to them for revenge? Have you heard the Chicago Art Ensemble? Frank asked. They played at a festival we did in a tent where people were sleeping in sleeping bags all around the place, and they had magnesium flares on stage. We've never done anything dangerous like that. And Mike says, did you sit on stage for a half hour purposefully tuning up a long time and then get up and then go up and say, quote, now you know what aggravation is? Frank says, nope. I'll tell you one that I heard. A kid from the flock came over to me and said, is it true about the gross-out concert at the Fillmore East? And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, well, I heard that you said you'd give $1,000 to anybody in the audience who could outgross you. And I said, oh, really? Then what happened? And the kid said, well, this kid came up on stage and he took a crap right on the amplifier. And I said, yeah, well, then what did I do? And the kid said, well, you shit on the amplifier, and you stuck your finger in it, and then you stuck it in your mouth. Is that true? And I said, no, it's not true. And he said, I was so proud of you. And I've heard about 5 different... He says, I've heard about 5 different stories in that same vein circulating around about gross-outs. I think another version is, somebody shits on the stage, so then Frank outdoes him by eating the shit. That was what people were hallucinating. So Mike says, the myth of the outrageous. Frank says, yeah. Mike says, who do you listen to? Frank says, I mostly listen to orchestra music. I've been listening to Debussy and Ravel lately. Honegger, generally Stravinsky and Varese. Then Mike says, this is my pet question. Frank Zappa says, well, let's have it then. Mike says, what could you conjecture as a legacy of yourself? Frank says, a legacy of myself? What would I like to leave? Mike says, what you'll be remembered for. Something more than an infamous poster. Zappa says, I think that's about all I have to look forward to, actually. The poster and rumors about me sticking my finger in my mouth on the stage of the Fillmore East and saying, that's aggravation. And that's the end of the interview. So we finished it. Now, let's bring Bart on, see if he has something to contribute about the Zappa world.
Let's make some urban legends about Bob.
What did you say? Revelations, did you say?
No, urban legends. Like
urban legends about me, yes. Yes, yeah, okay, Bart, no, this is Bart. Any thoughts about, did you hear the Zappa stuff many hours ago, or you were sleeping?
Well, what I did hear was you laughing to the point of not being able to speak.
Yes, I love that. I love laughing like that.
Yeah, and Sustained, too. I probably listened to a solid 20 minutes or so of your uncontrollable laughter.
It's, and you can't fake it. You can't make yourself get into that state. I can't. It has to happen as a surprise. It's a wonderful surprise.
Right. I mean, I've been listening to you for however long you've been on the air, and I've never heard you laugh like that.
Well, you didn't hear my Donald Trump one the other day on What Youth?
I did listen to that. I did. There was a lot of laughter there too. Yeah, I would within the last. Just recently, I'd say you've been laughing so hysterically on air that it's just been unprecedented. But
more urban legend. Did you actually laugh on stage, Bob, and then couldn't talk and went blind for 20 minutes? Yes.
Yeah, and then took a dump on the amplifier and stuck your finger in it.
No, my shit started laughing. He had a incredible laugh. Yeah. The shit was laughing.
Everything in the general vicinity was laughing. Yeah.
Right. And okay, no, that's good. Now I'm going to go to see if I have another interview. They're pretty interesting. You guys can talk. Oh, here's something about 200 Motels, the movie. A long article. Let's see how they review it. I saw the premiere of it in New York City in November 1971 while staying at Dave Wally's apartment on East 7th Street or so in the Village, and he was finishing up his biography on Zappa, and he and Zappa had a falling out. So I had to hear David Wally commiserate about what an asshole Frank was. And about a month later, after hanging out with Dave Wally for a week, he took me around to interesting poetry readings. The Warhol guy who was in the early Warhol movies, Gerard Malanga, gave a poetry reading. And then I bumped into him the next day up at the Guggenheim. But a month later, Frank's concert in Switzerland, Zurich or someplace in Switzerland, burnt down. And a week after that, he was knocked off stage and almost died. Dave Wally said, there it is, Frank got his karma, he fucked with me. So Dave Wally thought that Frank was getting paid back for messing with Dave Wally. So I don't think he would ever admit that in public. He's dead now, but I had to keep that confidential, that he gloated over Frank almost dying. Hey, what do you think of that? I witnessed it. I witnessed the dark underbelly of human relationships.
Oh,
okay.
A wonderful world.
Okay, so this is called, it's from Cream Magazine. It's called 200 Motels, What's the Deal? And I actually just played What's the Deal, a segment about 15 minutes ago from the movie. So it says, this is by Rick Bolsom. What's the deal? That's a quote. Somebody gave weird old Frank Zappa a bunch of money to make a moving picture. So this is a young kid. Frank is only 30 years old. So some kid is calling him, some rock critic, must be in his 20s, and weird old Frank. Somebody gave weird old Frank Zappa a bunch of money to make a moving picture. Is that just like years ago when somebody gave Zappa a smaller bunch of money to make records? Well, sort of similar. Over the last 6 years, Zappa, both with the Mothers of Invention and under his own banner, has made record albums. He has also written the music and words for these albums. Whatever the source of his inspiration, be it taco and burger stands in the valley, Perez and Stockhausen, the moon glows and the coasters, or his friends, that's an important part, his friends, like Beefheart, Zappa has set a pace in expanding rock and roll creativity. He has become the big musical editor of reality. That's the satellite conductor. Our orchestrating rock and roll social historian and critic in residence. Though he has never made music that set the world dancing, he has opened doors for others and a few minds as well. Whatever you may think of his composition, whatever you may think of his technique and performance, his public positions, his jaundiced view of America and some of its noblest institutions, like the back seat of your car, for instance, Frank Zappa has always been an innovator. Think back on the psychedelia extremis of Freakout, the rock and roll revival launched by Rubin and the Jets, the classic satire of Absolutely Free, the musical excellence of Hot Rats, and the almost impenetrable conception of Lumpy Gravy, just for example. All this has a lot to do with 200 Motels, Zappa's first public film. 200 Motels is the rock and roll music movie that the Beatles never made. It's the very first rock and roll music movie. Its basis in reality is music. It lives because there is rock and roll. It got financed because of the music, and it was music before it was a film. That's right, 200 Motels is a music movie in the greatest sense. It is a film created as a piece of music using techniques that may not be revolutionary in a very advanced orchestra, but are unique in movie making. In fact, the film is the ultimate... what is this? Okay, I guess... In fact, the film is the ultimate, and then in brackets, for rhythm breaks involve flying trade-offs between Phil and Cuban conga player Flaco Falcon. No, sorry, that's not there. It has a bracket, but that's funny. No, that's not it. Let's see. Okay, here's the continuation. In fact, the film is the ultimate, for now, and logical extension of the entire body of work, both on record and on stage, of Zappa and the Mothers. Not only is it unique in terms of its structure, but also in the videotape techniques which allowed the creation of the optical effects which alone are worth the price of admission. Then he makes an aside. He does a sidebar. He says, an awful lot of people dismiss Zappa as not being a true rock and roll musician because his composition is dependent on things other than simple chord changes and harmonies. Remember we were talking earlier, Roxy, about his using more than one sense, not just the ear. So they're saying his compositions depend on things other than simple chord changes and harmonies. Now, a lot of people are going to dismiss him as a rock and roll filmmaker. It's very hard to get so many people lined up to dismiss you. But Zappa's creative output has always been the alternate selection in a world of top 40, and the impact of this movie will give film freaks an alternate of their very own. So he goes back to his review. 200 Motels is a film conceived in Holiday Inns. It represents bits and pieces of life on the road with a rock and roll band and how everything gets to look when you are alive on the road. Of course, it's more than just that. That's just the form. It's also hysterically funny. Zappa mostly sits in his basement in Laurel Canyon and works. He is a compulsive worker, and when on the road, he writes when not performing or rehearsing. Sometimes he writes while the band performs. Sometimes they are simultaneous actions. Meanwhile, he is also looking out around him and checking the events and people for more material. Say something funny within 50 feet of Frank Zappa, and you might well hear it on an album. In brackets, honest. That's what all... Yeah, honest. That's what all the...
He was non-stop recording.
Right. He was being like television, which is a non-stop.
Documenting his environment and...
like a TV camera. Being a TV camera.
And these links we were saying about how he was composing for different senses, not only for the ear.
Right.
Because music for a film goes with the visuals.
Yeah.
So he was trying to make this merging of perception.
Exactly.
It's reflecting back the environment, his immediate environment. I was thinking, just to interject, it's almost like ion. When you come in proximity to ion, you're being reflected back at you.
Yes. Earlier today, in some of the rants that Ian did about me, he was saying things about me that I've never said to him. He was picking out little personal things about things I'd done. He mentioned them. It was really making Carol laugh because she knew what he was referring to. But he can go right into X-ray you. He can tell you things about yourself.
It's almost like you walk by, say, a computer, and just being in proximity to it, it starts sending sounds and text and images.
Scanning you.
Yeah, it just starts responding to you while you're in its environment or proximity.
He's like walking down the street, and he's a bum bumming some money from and he just starts sort of talking about you as you go by.
Yeah, you're not going to want to take a ride up there.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, how's your sex life? How's your business?
Yeah. Let me tell you about Deutsche Bank.
Ain't Trump wild?
Yeah. Oh, but if you're in a rush to get somewhere, I don't want to bother you, but you may not get there.
Yeah, take it easy. Relax and allow, buddy. Take it easy. But you are fucked up, but be easy about it. You're fucked up. Be easy about it.
Hey, have a sip of this. See, hands your brown paper bag.
Hey, you ever want to make a coconut pie? This is how you do it.
And today he gave the ice cream recipe.
Yeah, I mean, that is I've talked to the people at the thing, and it's a big secret recipe, and the guy discovered it, and he did it, and it's a real important process how he makes ice cream, so that for people who are sensitive, it doesn't bother them. They don't get buzzed out from some sugar thing. It's really an important formula, and I wonder if he gave. I have to get Carolyn to re-listen. Somebody, Bert, if you find it again, tell me where it is, and we'll get Carolyn to listen to it and to see if she can see how accurate it is. I wouldn't be able to figure it out. I don't know anything about food. I just eat the shit. But Carolyn has to make food. She's a scientist of food.
You just put your finger on it and then
I just put my finger and lick it. Now, you know, Bert, I just want to point out, see how fast Roxy is? She took an image that just happened, 10 minutes ago and adapted it right to what I was saying. She got a fast mind like that.
Oh, yeah.
Have you noticed? Yeah.
I've been very impressed. You didn't think of that?
No, I wouldn't have made that connection that fast, I don't think, as she did. But anyways, what were you going to say? You've been listening?
No, I've been impressed with Roxy's output. She's been excavating so much stuff, some of which you shared on Dupes, the Ascension related information. But I mean, go Roxy.
But Roxy gets self-conscious. She asked me to remove that.
Oh, well, that's it's great and it's appreciated. It gives you're sort of fleshing out more of like I said, the historical aspects of Ascension, how that's been incorporated into into art and architecture and so forth, it gives some context for it, because up until this point, we haven't had much of a discussion on the particulars of it. You know, it's just been something that we've played around as being out of reach and this and that.
Yeah, Ian said to me the other day, he said, "I'll never tell you guys how to ascend." Which, you know what, that is the appropriate response when you consider what he said. He says, you don't have to ascend, you already did it, but you haven't caught up yourself. And all these things, so he can't tell you to be consistent with the fact you're already ascended. But you're also not ascended, and you need some help there. So all this talking to Ion is where it comes in. Listening to Ion, he prompts notions in yourself, clearing the debris. That's the technique. The massage, the mental massage Ion's giving us, and other things. That's right. The only way to, you know, he's not going to give you a formula. You actually can ascend by learning how to react to him, to his talking.
Yes, yeah, because the formula is a way, it gives you the sense that you've completed it.
Something that
okay, what
do you hard to believe?
No, what's so amazing, Roxy?
Yeah, the whole thing about Ascension and changing the blood and the fall, and it's something that for a normal mind, a rational mind, could be impossible to accept.
Yeah.
But for me, seeing these things in literature, in architecture, in science, in many things that are there and have been there and are documented, it's like a validation of this. I'm not crazy. It's really
right.
happening.
Well, I want just to add to that. You know, the people, Roxy had uncovered that not only were there people that were ascended that weren't telling people, the people that Roxy sort of uncovered that were searching for this stuff, they were applying the greatest techniques and the best minds that they had at their disposal, and here we are stupidly stumbling into this thing and just ordering up these drops and saying, I like these, and having this process basically just unfold for us. It
by default.
It defies reason, yeah.
And that's all. Remember, bring it back to me. I was there. I was fucking manipulating all these people for fucking thousands of years. Just think of that fucking idea.
Yeah, and I heard
I can't remember it.
I heard a statement from you, Bob, recently, just going to the archives again, that like you got pissed off about 100 years ago that there are all these ascended people running around that weren't telling anybody, and you decided to knock the walls down and let everybody know.
Yeah.
And that Ion moved in to support you in that.
Non-physical agreed. They probably kicked me out of their club, and I'd had enough. So I pulled a Marilyn Monroe, and I started to expose them, but I was not stupid like Marilyn Monroe, and she got murdered for exposing Jack and Robert, but I have survived so far. And then it turned out I had the whole goddamn fucking universe on my side. They were sick of these fucking idiots also for hiding everything. And Ion's pissed off, and he's going to reveal everything.
How come Marilyn dies and you stay alive?
Yeah. I had said a couple weeks ago, Bob gets away with so much, and we don't understand how he does it. But he's gotten away with incredible stuff. So I've been thinking about what did I get away with? So yeah, maybe that's one example.
Well,
anyway,
overturning the entire thing. Yeah.
You know what?
We're overturning the entire thing. Just that, you know.
But you see, let's say none of it's true. Ion is a master perceiver of things in human culture and human behavior that he can build a case as good as Einstein doing the theory of relativity or something. He can build a case to say this is real, even incorporate me into it. What?
And even you believe it.
Yeah, I believe it.
Even you're starting to believe that you're also know.
Yeah, he's got me believing it. And but if it was just made up, it's just a fantastic, amazing novel that he's unweaving. I mean, he's made me a character. He's making other people characters, and he's always changing. He has told us some new information over the past couple of weeks that we can't tell anybody. it would fuck everybody up. So we have to sit up. We have to wait for other events to unfold that we can do it. But I'm always amazed at how he can up the ante and come up with the next incredible bunch of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It's amazing. You know, Ando Crystal may be right. He decided pretty early that Ion was a demon. A demon. Think humans on any level about anything. But we have the products, we have the wonderful effects, so at least if he's a demon, he did a few good things so far.
Well, they continue to obsolete thought.
Yes. Well, that's why you keep listening. You know, it's like surfing. You keep having the waves of ion information push you forward that distracts you from getting preoccupied. You're too busy trying to stay balanced on the board.
Yeah, trying to stay balanced and being balanced.
Yeah.
Two different things.
You know, you're preoccupied. You don't. You're not thinking too much about your mortgage or something when you're surfing. You're proprioceptive. The mind is monitoring your proprioception, which is what Ion says is your role of the mind.
Monitoring your proprioception.
Yeah, that's the autonomic system.
Yeah.
The movement inside you of whatever autonomics and proprioception is.
Right, the blood flow and circulus, the nervous system and all
balance
that.
And inner movement and vertigo sensations. That's what the mind is for, to be monitoring that. It gets slowed down and then starts talking. Think of a slowed down tape.
Yeah, it's like Ion said, it's a Corvette trying to tow a hitch, a heavy trailer. It wasn't meant to do that. No, Corvette.
Corvette.
Ion said it's like a Corvette trying to tow a hitch, heavy trailer.
Yeah, yeah. So it starts to slow down and make concepts, and then it slowly gets faster and faster and faster.
Actually, can I read a statement here, a McLuhan statement?
Sure.
I know he's dead and buried, but
say, however,
you read your McLuhan, then Bob will have to make his however statement. That's right.
This is
hey, Roxy remembered that. She remembered that.
Yeah, that however is a while ago too. That's great. Well, okay, so if this is from Donald Thiel, Messages in McLuhan's Letters, the communicator is correspondent. If, as McLuhan
did you send me that, Bert, you sent me that. You found that, right?
It was I think mentioned during one of your last, or maybe I came across it listening to one of the last couple paydays.
Yeah, someone sent me that the other day.
If, as McLuhan claims, he is a Thomist, his own theory of communication...
Did you explain this? This is, McLuhan's letters come out in 1987, and Laws, that was the beginning of the McLuhan revival, and Laws of Media comes out in 1988. Don Thiel had done the best McLuhan book in 1971. He swore he'd never write anything again, but he reads the letters, and it gives him new information, more about the manipulating part of Marshall. So he's prompted to write a review of the letters, and this is what you're reading. And I read this over CKLN. It was really a really good review. Did you read it all? Did you find it helpful?
It reiterated your statements and ideas, and what we're doing here. And when you see this again, it's just fresh and new.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the background for it.
Yeah, it's titled Messages in McLuhan's Letters, the Communicator is Correspondent by Donald Thiel. If, as McLuhan claims, he is a Thomist, though of a somewhat hermetic and Neoplatonic nature, his own theory of communication, which he attributes to St. Thomas, can be summed up in the word participation. He sees modern art as being in the business, quote-unquote, of direct participation in experience, quote-unquote, and therefore is no longer being the communication of thoughts and feelings, quote-unquote. In the 20th century, the high arts, quote-unquote, share with the press and advertising agent. In the 20th century, the high arts, quoted, share the press and advertising a, quote, tendency toward participation in a process rather than apprehension of concepts, end quote. Participation occurs through interaction, so that McLuhan is speaking of a communicative action similar to Kenneth Burke's concept of symbolic action, in which all the participants are co-creators. Such a bias towards participation, by which McLuhan characterizes modernity, is the basis of the drama of human communication. For McLuhan associates this communicative action with the activity of making sense, which he associates with the Thomistic conception of the agent intellect. Knowing is making, in quotes, he asserts, and for him the poetic activity is every bit as rational as other forms of communication. This, he claims, concerns the process of recognition and recognition, retracing and thus remaking the product of the labyrinthine human consciousness. His view of communication as a shared process of human making, of producing and reproducing cultural work, one of the leading forms being conversation, recognizes the collective aspect of social communication. McLuhan again and again stresses that he is reading the collective unconscious of the drama of society, even though he uses other signs to symbolize this.
Other what? Other signs?
Other signs.
To communicate this.
To symbolize this, yeah.
To symbolize it. I noticed on the chat line you said knowing is making. You mentioned that, and I was going, that's McLuhan. Maybe you even said it was McLuhan, but I was wondering where you saw that, because I don't think McLuhan ever said actually knowing is making, but it's something that McLuhan would get someone else to say. So you got that. That's Thiel saying that, right? That's where you got it from.
And he's quoting it though.
Oh, is he? Knowing.
And maybe that's a Thomist statement.
Right. But what Thiel said there is really important, and we were trying to talk about participation many hours ago. What was that about, Roxy? Participation versus the literate citizen. Oh, Trump. Trump brings...
How TV made...
no point
politics.
of view. It's just participation mystique.
Yes, and actually I think that's one of the things that make Trump so popular. He doesn't come and say something about politics and his agenda. He makes people participate.
Yeah.
It's more about that.
We're watching him make knowing. He's knowing. He's getting big discoveries about the political process and how corrupt everything is or how bad he's in these. And so he's expressing his discoveries in a participatory mode. I mean, that totally resonates with what we were talking about many hours ago, that section you read. Very, very appropriate. So is that near the end of the article, or is he saying at the beginning?
Let me find it here. This is in the middle.
Okay. So what did you think of that when you read that? Did it help you?
Well, I thought it was a...
I was laughing because I was thinking about the reviews you're going to get on Reddit.
Wait a minute. I'm asking Bert. I want to see what he learned from that, what he just read.
It's a different way of saying this is a process. Engaging this.
It is a good description of payday with Ion.
Yeah.
So what were you saying, Roxy? You lost it?
I was laughing because I was thinking about the reviews you're going to get on Reddit after this
you're saying
of the Trump phenomenon.
Did you say Trump's going to get on Reddit? Is that what you just said?
No, you got some criticism or comments on Reddit. So maybe if they find out you...
what are you talking about? The chat line? I don't know what you're referring to. The chat line? Who's criticizing who?
No, and I think in a Trump forum.
Yeah.
They talk about you.
Do they? I didn't know. Oh, yeah. You're talking about when they call me, I channel an alien. Those quotes.
Yes. Yes.
So why do you bring that up?
I thought maybe they will find out that you are talking about the whole thing, the Trump phenomenon.
Yeah, that was...
You'll get some more comments.
Well, right. I did meet the guy who posted it became a phone friend. He got in touch with me, and he's been reading a lot of good stuff, but he had no one to talk about it. So we talked. We had a good conversation one day. But then he started sending me emails with things for me to look at, and I didn't have time to do it. So I haven't responded as much as he may want to what he asked for me. But the guy was an interesting thinker. He's a carpenter, so he's thinking about listening. He's listening to Ion and stuff all day long. You know, as a carpenter, he can do that. So
one thing I noted about Trump. Go ahead, Bob. Did you have a statement?
No, what you read is really important. It's the process of cognition, the stages of apprehension. These phrases I use, he's putting them all in one interesting explanation of what McLuhan's doing. And I was very, very impressed when I read it back 30 years ago, and I read it on the show on CKLN. He wrote the right stuff based on reading all McLuhan's books. He knew what to say about it.
That's exactly right. Yep, he had an accurate sort of translation of what McLuhan was doing.
Yeah. And you read his book, The Virtue March of McLuhan. There's pages and pages of it. It's actually very rich. Pages and pages of very good description of what was going on, what McLuhan was trying to say or be.
Yeah. So I can read another. I have another couple of excerpts that are shorter, if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah.
But I wanted to make one quick statement about Trump. Is just sort of a humorous aside. Is that when he's interviewed, he's looking out into space. He's not making eye contact with anything or anyone, right. And it's almost like. And in a sense, I could say he's channeling you, Bob. You know how channels, like, they look off into space. They're making their,
Did you hear me the other day talking about he looked like Dave Worcester to me?
Yes.
The way Dave Worcester would be.
Yes.
Yeah, he's staring through them. He's listening to their words. He's responding to their words. He has pretty good instant reaction, but he's sitting there like a Buddha. With his big
and he's giving you these cryptic messages that a quote-unquote channel might give you. You know, you're in a warehouse with wheat.
Right. He's doing the granary. That I did. Yeah, no, I enjoyed looking at him when we did that the other day.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's squinting. He's like looking through he's like, we're looking at these weird aliens interviewing him, and he's sort of squinting at them, or
they're over the shoulder of the person interviewing him. His contacts, quote unquote, his Bob or whatever, his ethereal Bob, feeding him lines.
No, this could be the finest point of my art, besides Ion, is that I've talked this shit for 30 years, and finally a human being has picked up on it and is being me right in front of everybody.
Well, would that be considered your xenochrony?
Yeah, it's a new kind of possession. This outdoes Rasputin or anybody. I've possessed this fucking guy, from 6,000 miles away.
It's a live xenochrony. It's not recorded.
Right.
You've actually moved up.
Yeah.
It's instantaneous xenochrony.
Yeah, and Ian keeps trying to point this out to you guys. He didn't say it was all about Bob 3 years ago. Only gradually over the last year he started to emphasize it, right? Or that Bob caused this, caused that. He didn't say that 5 years ago.
But you do that because sometimes I go into some topics just like that, and I don't know why. And then I tell you I was reading this, and you said, "Oh yes, I was reading that too the morning of the revolution."
So you're saying what? You're saying that you're synced in? Or I took over your mind?
No, that you do that somehow you send this telepathic...
right. Yes.
So, okay.
Because it has happened to me many times.
Right. No, yeah,
I
you're right.
just go into some subject and something that I don't really usually will look into.
Right. And then you
said, I was reading about that.
It happened yesterday. There was something you were looking into. You sent me an email, and I had just been reading that in LaRouche or something.
Yes, it has happened many times. So
yeah.
I think it is really possible that you are doing
Right. That's what awareness did. I was involved in transpersonal communication at a very high level of symbolic exchange.
Yes, or I told you about Michel Serre, and you say, oh, yes, it's that book. And
it's right here. It's in the book.
Chapter,
yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah, that's a good example, Bart. I sent her a whole bunch of books. I had duplicates. So she finds Michael Serres, S-E-R-R-E-S, through her studies, and immediately I say, oh, that you just got out of the box that she just opened, and look it up. And I even knew what part of the book it was in, the latter part of the book. And so she goes through, and she doesn't see the name, but she reads off the articles, and then I recognize, oh, that's the title. And so she has a whole essay on Serres that she was sort of intrigued by, and it's done by Croker.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I was looking for a spelling for his last name.
Yeah, S-E-R-R-E-S.
Okay.
And that's a good that's a good example of she discovered Serres early in the day. Then she gets a box of books. She opens them. Then she's telling me about the books. Then she mentions, oh, I was reading about this interesting guy, Michael Serres. I think she wouldn't tell me the name. I said, what's the name of the guy? And she had to look for it, and finally came up with it. And I said, oh, he's right over there in that book that you just got.
So anyway, who is Michael?
There's Derrida, there's Lyotard, there's Barthes, there's Serres, there's Foucault, Deleuze and Guattari, Virilio, and they're all influenced of ran across McLuhan. They're all trying to translate the McLuhan impact from the late 60s. They're trying to point out, do something that he didn't do or include something that he missed. And
yeah,
Croker,
I started looking.
So Croker looks into them all.
All right.
Yeah,
I jumped into the tail end of that hour where you were mentioning Michael. You asked about Michael Serres, and you were talking about the article and the notion of the other.
Yes. Does he talk about the other, Roxy? I think he does.
Yes, I'm sure most French philosophers do.
They're all designed for different kinds of minds. You know, different kinds of minds go to one of those guys that I mentioned. You know, so a certain maybe Northrop Frye archetypal kind of thinking coming out of Jung is, I think, the Michael Serres quadrant.
So I'd like to read just another excerpt.
Yeah.
From the letters. Here's a McLuhan statement. I have no theories whatever about anything. I make observations by way of discovering contours, lines of force, and pressures. I satirize at all times, and my hyperboles are as nothing compared to the events to which they refer. If you study symbolism, you will discover that it is a technique of rip-off by which figures are deliberately deprived of their ground. You do not seem to have grasped that the message as it relates to the medium is never the content, but the corporate effects with an E of the medium as an environment of service and disservice.
Yeah, that's quite a mouthful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like 100 years ago the painters abandoned.
And that's from does it give a? I think that's from a letter. That's the kind of statement that Don had not seen before. He was quite taken by the stuff that McLuhan was writing to people. But that's a letter, right? Is that one to William Kuhns, K-U-H-N-S?
Say that again?
Is that a letter to William Kuhns, K-U-H-N-S? Like, does it give a, look it up, the number at the end of the quote and see what it is in the footnotes.
Yeah, it's 80 from 1987, 448. Is that letter 448?
No, it means page 448.
Okay.
Does it say who is the letter to?
It doesn't, at least in this article.
Oh. Does he have the name before the letter, before the quote, in the sentence that introduces the quote?
Let me see here. In one of his recently published letters, Marshall McLuhan gently disagrees with a writer who had failed to understand his work since, primarily the writer who had not previously studied Joyce or Baudelaire.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the letter to William Kuhns, who went on to live with Mrs. McLuhan and try to write a biography, and it didn't work. I don't know why he failed, but he ended up leaving, going back to Quebec or someplace where he lived. I think Mary McLuhan told me about him. Oh, Mary McLuhan called in last week, but she said, I don't think she understood the technology. It said that, I guess it tells you you're on mute, that you're muted, right?
Yeah.
And so she thought she would never get to speak. For some reason, the Android told her she was muted, so she just immediately listened. But didn't expect to ask anything because she didn't know how to get out of the unmuted state.
Well, but because when you tune in, it says always your line is muted.
Yes.
Until you...
And I didn't expect her. I would have seen her phone number if I was expecting her, and I would have unmuted her. So she was puzzled by that, why she was muted. She took it personally. We know who you are.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I want to continue. All this is for the benefit of the Zappa people who listen to this, because we're still doing Zappa. And it's all relevant. Zappa, much of what Marshall said, Zappa did too. In the process of perception. So let's continue with what this guy says. Okay. All right. Zappa mostly sits in his basement in Laurel Canyon and works. He is a compulsive worker, and when on the road, he writes when not performing or rehearsing. Sometimes he writes while the band performs. Sometimes they are simultaneous actions. Meanwhile, he is also looking out around him and checking the events and people for more material. Say something funny within 50 feet of Frank Zappa, and you might well hear it on an album. In brackets, honest, that's what all the guys in the band say in the movie. That's also what Larry the Dwarf says in the movie. Larry, by the way, is played by Beatle drummer Ringo Starr. He looks strangely like the Mother's guitar player. It's all part of the plot. End of bracket. Zappa's main themes, the other side of American life, as typified by the Southern California style, as well as national sex habits, life values in general, and life's repugnant side in particular, either drive you off steaming or get your attention onto what he's saying. These themes used throughout his material in the part are, of course, These themes used throughout his material in the part are, of course, the base for 200 Motels. Then he quotes a section in the movie. Centerville, a nice town too. That's the end of the quote. Centerville, a nice town too. This is Flo and Eddie are sort of creeping through a small town and are saying this. Then he writes, groupies, rednecks, drug freakouts, and monsters, all flavored with a touch of concentration camp, all fair spots to stop on the tour. Centerville, a nice town too. Groupies, rednecks, drug freakouts, and monsters, all flavored with a touch of concentration camp, all fair spots to stop on the tour. The film itself, now that's something. Zappa has always wanted to work with tools over and above those provided by the members of his band. There have been several memorable Mothers meetings with symphony orchestras and musicians, and a lot of Zappa experimentation with film before, but never has he had the opportunity and the money to put it all together in a controlled package. His Uncle Meat, the soundtrack of which was released as an album a couple of years ago, has never been finished, even though much of the footage is not only truly documentary, but has already been shot. The reason the picture has lain dormant? No money. Shit, back to this one. The writer goes, shit, back to this movie. Zappa's basic forces for 200 Motels. Then he lists them. The mothers, the current mothers, the mothers from the past, that's Jimmy Carl Black, Jim Sherwood, and Don Preston. Theodore Bickel, in brackets, in the lead, sort of. Ringo Starr as the devious Larry the Dwarf. Keith Moon as the hot nun, in brackets, groupie. Martin Lickard, Ringo's ex-chauffeur, plays Jeff Simmons, ex-Mother's bass player. Janet Ferguson and Miss Lucy as the groupies. Mother's roadie Dick Barber plays the vacuum cleaner. Miss Pamela Miller plays a rock and roll newspaper reporter. The Royal Philharmonic Orchestra plays itself, as do the top score singers, in brackets a choral group. And there are also a number of dancers appearing in places likely as well as And there are also a number of dancers appearing in places likely as well as That must be misprint. He also
Bob?
had... Yeah?
What's the title of the article you're reading?
200 Motels, What's the Deal? If you go to one of those Zappa archives, you probably find it.
Okay, yeah, there's a site, I think called about afka.com or something.
Yeah, one of those places, yeah. Kill Ugly Radio or Africa. It's called 200 Motels, What's the Deal? So he then says Zappa also had the facilities of Pinewood Studios in London and expert help in choreography, direction, etc. And now the crux of it all, the film created from the amalgamation. The form for the story is life on the road, the unreal world of a traveling rock and roll band, the warped intensity that the road gives to individual events and to all events, which then tend to converge into a single reality, the overkill of setting up, playing, leaving, arriving, meeting people, walking down another main street, living in a carbon copy motel room, a copy motel room, a motel room, all the same motel room, all the same reality. Every different place tends to be the last and the next place. Every different fact of life in that town becomes life in all towns and in no towns. Every little bit of every waking minute becomes a repetitive game, and the tunnel vision that is the result is reflected in this moving picture. Now, given that premise, what would you do? Make a documentary? Recreate scenes abstracted from several events? Write a comedy and hire the monkeys to play the lead? Give it up as a drag? Well, anyone would be okay. But based on Zappa's track record, he did what he did. He satirized, he glamorized, he fantasized. He put it to music so that if it moved you, you could dance to it. Just as back in 1967, the Mothers had the nerve to open their act as an off-Broadway revue and invite the theater critics, the years not having taken their toll, find the Mothers of today flashing Zappa's maniacal wit out from the once silvered screen. Let me read that. Just as back in 1967, the Mothers had the nerve to open their act as an off-Broadway revue and invite the theater critics, the years not having taken their toll, find the Mothers of today flashing Zappa's maniacal wit out from the once silvered screen. 200 Motels is a multi-level, non-objective, out-of-sync with reality experience that people not oriented to the style will find very confusing. It is a multicolored, phantasmagoric, flashing, crashing assault of sound and sight. It will leave you wasted either in the beginning, the middle, or the end, according to your own ability to respond, evaluate, and retain. That's Payday, right? The Payday description.
Mm-hmm.
To come out of your first viewing of the picture with a clear idea of what happened is very unlikely. To come out of the first time through humming the tunes is also unlikely, even if you heard the album first. To keep things popping along, the sequence of the album doesn't match that of the film either. If you happen upon the album before you see the film, don't try too hard to follow it all. It doesn't work that way. If, on the other hand, you see the film first, don't hope that the album will thrill your memory cells and carry you along that magic path of remembrance like your love story soundtrack does. This album goes into your mother's pile and has a place in relation to some of the stuff on Chunga's Revenge and the Live at the Fillmore East album, in both of which you'll find more songs and music relating to 200 Motels, in fact, written for it. The movie hit me a lot like Freak Out did back in 1966. Amazing if you get into it, but it could give you a real headache if you don't want to listen. Zappa sort of confirmed this when he said, quote, 200 Motels is a film version of Freak Out. It's the ultimate extension of the Freak Out album cover, unquote. There have been a lot of other Freak Outs, see the lowercase f, on film. For instance, Satyricon and El Topo. We were talking about El Topo a couple of weeks ago. That's Jodorowsky. And Fellini did Satyricon. There have been a lot of rock and roll and music-based documentaries from Monterey Pop and Woodstock on up and down. There have also been loads of films based on operas and operettas and other musical things. But as in the Freak Out album, Zappa has taken the time and trouble to assimilate all the styles as they have been established and not only meld them together, but add another crazed dimension to the whole package. When you see 200 Motels, and I hope you do, let it dance in front of your face and run around through your head. That's the first time. Then in other next times, fit the pieces together. If reading this makes you feel that the picture is a multi-level jigsaw puzzle, you're very right. If reading this stuff makes you think that 200 Motels is a maniacal, disjointed trip, you're wrong. If bright colors and loud noise bother you, you might well find yourself outside the theater of your choice before the film is over. If not, you'll probably sit through a couple of showings. At that point, of course, they will come and take you away. And if on a whole other level you are familiar with Mother's albums and shows, you will find some clues in the film to the particular thrust of many of the things that Zappa has played with before. If this has at all been the least bit confusing to you, and you want to know from a more traditional point of review, whether you should go see this movie, then, and so now this is a sidebar, a different, darker print. So this is, I guess, his short summary of the film. Frank Zappa has created a masterful audio and visual feast. His character directions are honed to perfection as he portrays musicians on the road, groupies, rednecks, lovable and otherwise, musicians not on the road, heartland America, and other facts and fantasies of life. Tony Palmer's visual direction is well done and does give a certain strange cohesiveness to the multi-level imagination of Zappa, who also wrote the screenplay and composed and arranged the music. The use in a commercial film for the first time, as far as I know, of the videotape to film process is milked for all it's worth. See, he films it on videotape and then transfers it to a 35 millimeter film. The flexibility in shooting a film using this system and the range it gives a director and editor in achieving every conceivable visual effect will establish a trend in filmmaking. The cast includes the Mothers of Invention, both past and present, and a highly unlikely mixture of other performers. Ringo Starr, at his comedic finest, plays Larry the Dwarf, which is a parody of Zappa, and Theodore Bikel as Rance Muhammad, a very friendly Lucifer figure, turns in a credible bit of insanity. Keith Moon, the Who drummer himself, as the hot nun, is disjointedly funny, and particular mention must be made of Janet Ferguson and Lucy O'Farrell, who play the groupies with wit, conviction, and great presence. The choreography by Gillian Lane beautifully melds with the overall surreal quality of the film, and the dancers. The choreography by Gillian Lane beautifully melds with the overall surreal quality of the film, and the dancers are particularly talented as well. The Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Elgar Holworth, and the top score singers, directed by David Van Ash, add dimension not only to Zappa's compositions, but are used visually as an integral part of some of the subplots. The found footage of the orchestra and the singers not only adds measurably to the portrayal of the story, but gives added depth to their individual performances. Special mention must also be made of an animated sequence appearing in the film titled Dental Hygiene Dilemma. We've played that on the show here. Not only is the animation and concept brilliant, but its overall bizarre nature will be considered by some to be the singular, outstanding piece of footage in the movie. Mickey Mouse was weird at times, but nothing like this. So that's his straight summary. And then he finishes, and then he goes, so much for that. A dedicated mother's freak, and only a very dedicated mother's freak, might just ask himself after seeing the flick, why Zappa hadn't gotten even more bizarre. Why perhaps he hadn't put more into the film. For instance, the material in the Fillmore Live album. No one in 200 Motels does the mud shark. I wondered about that too, so I asked Zappa. Zappa's answer. My answer is, he said, I'll give you $679,000 and see what you can do with it, up against a bunch of unions and an orchestra, a director that quits 5 times while you're shooting, and given all those other variables, let's see how far you go, unquote. Maybe next time United Arts will see its way clear to lay a couple of million on Zappa, and he'll have more than 7 days to shoot a film, and we'll see just how bizarre it can really be. But in the meantime, you really ought to see 200 Motels a few times. It's fun, it's exciting, it's weird, it's insane. It's a peek into Zappa's mind that is made easier, not harder to understand, despite your first confusion. It's made easier, not harder to understand, despite your first confusion, by the visual dimension. Zappa has been with us for a lot of years now. He's going to be doing his things for quite a while longer. He may well outlive creatively all his contemporaries and so become a bigger and bigger part of this culture we have here. Early Zappa will one day, and it may be soon, become nostalgia. And when it does, 200 Motels will be on your own private late show. And that's the end. So that's a very good review.
Yeah.
Rick Bolsom. He's probably dead. Probably got busted selling dope. And we haven't heard from him. And that was that. Here's a good quote. Here's what Zappa says under the category of philosophy. I believe the basic stuff of the universe is in the shape of waves, not subatomic particles. LaRouche would agree with Zappa there. Then, if the two components of the universe, waves and time, are actually one, and if a wave equals a wave, all time equals all other time, and you aren't going nowhere because you've already been there. Viewing this whole mechanism from a distance, it would just be a solid object. How's that? Pretty ionic there.
Yeah.
Right.
Manifest matter.
No, yeah, that's kindergarten stuff compared to ion, but not bad 45 years ago, right?
But the idea is, I think.
He says you're not going. He explains. He says if time equals all other time, and you aren't going nowhere because you've already been there. That's the neutrino. Then, if the two components of the universe, waves and time, are actually one, and if a wave equals a wave, all time equals all other time, and you aren't going nowhere because you've already been there. That's brilliant, the last part, because you've already been there.
Yes, and there is also these explanations about how particles, a set of particles, one particle can be somewhere in the universe and the other particle somewhere else, and they affect each other.
Yes.
They're somehow in contact with each other, so yes, it's amazing how we are rediscovering that we can be here and there to physicals and all these things.
Right. Now, I'm going to, we could end the Zappa thing, but I wanted to see, we've got some people here. Let's see if they want to contribute some statements about Zappa. Okay, so I've unmuted everybody. Do you have anything to say about what we're doing?
Who is a Bernie Sanders follower?
Bernie Sanders. So none of you have anything to say? You all hate Zappa?
Oh, good Lord! It was a perceptive statement that he made 40 years ago. I agree.
Right. Why are you saying good Lord?
Well, because nobody's saying anything.
Right,
it was very perceptive.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. 45 years ago.
Yeah.
Almost 50.
Oh, 40. Right. 45. Yeah. That was 71.
70. Yeah, about 71. He said this.
Yeah.
It's amazing that almost 50 years and he sounds so fresh.
Yeah. Like that new piece that I played today that Susanna found is really good. Did you guys hear that? Like you don't hear the opening music, do you, Roxy? You're sleeping.
Sometimes, but today I was sleeping.
Okay, let's listen to this beginning. So it goes on with a couple other songs.
Amazing.
Isn't that beautiful?
Amazing.
Yeah.
The beginning and that trumpet.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It makes you feel like making sweet, sweet love.
So,
so they are.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Beautiful sentences.
Sentences. Listen to the critic here, Bart, sentences and paragraphs, Roxy, clauses of subjectivity.
So beautiful how they...
His punctuation was erotic.
Solos.
Yeah, great punctuation there. The drums, and then the guitar, and then the horn. Isn't it great how it starts? And then it goes a nice piano, and then it goes into the big horns, and then it goes into a great ecstatic guitar, and then a quiet horn. Jesus, you can't get better than that.
Horny.
I sent it around to some of the old dogs, and they wrote back. One of them wrote back, "This is the most amazing Zappa music I've ever heard." And Kevin's saying, "Very beautiful." Kim finds it beautiful. It's what is it? You can't resist it, right? A tone-deaf person.
That's music.
Yeah.
That's real music. The when everybody's in perfect timing and everything is so beautiful.
Yeah. Now, you played classical music. Did you, in your schooling, you were young, did more the older stuff? The 19th century music is what you would play in class?
Yes, because when I was in the conservatory, I was first on violin.
Right.
There's a lot of Baroque music.
Baroque. So you know what you guys achieved in your classes. You know, Frank you know what they're achieving here.
Yes, it takes a lot of practice to be able to play with so many people in such a perfect timing, and just jump from one person to the other, just like they're gliding like butter.
Right.
You don't see any jumping, any interruption, or like
they make it look too easy.
Flowing.
Yeah, they rehearse, but then they do things spontaneously, right? While they're performing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so, because they do, it's 3 songs. It's Eat That Question, formerly Eat That Christian. And my interview with Zappa brought that point out. And then it becomes, it ends Any Kind of Pain, and in between is some other song. I guess maybe I posted it. What is that? No, I don't think I didn't fill out. So there's 3 titles mixed together, and I assume it happened live, that it was not edited. But I'd never heard it before, and Susanna found it the other day. So it's a great find. We could unite the world on that. It could become the national anthem, right?
Yes, I agree.
that and Strictly Gentile, if you change the nation.
Oh, yeah, Strictly Gentile is great. So I found, here's another interview. It says, concluding Frank Zappa, February 1972, on death, rock writers, and money. So I don't think I know this. So it says, Zappa is not renowned for his appreciation of rock writers and their work, and he makes his point quite forcibly on the subject. So here's the quote. Mr. X comes over to do an interview. He has not seen a show or listened to the records, but he went to a place that has a large bunch of clippings, and he gains his information from what other guys wrote, and they didn't know. And then he comes and does an interview with you, and it perpetuates itself. I know this is an important factor in the way any artiste who is doing interviews gets portrayed to the public. It's difficult to get your point across 100% because it's being translated, interpreted, modified, restructured, reslanted, reorganized, regurgitated by somebody else who's going to do that to suit his own artistic and political ends, depending on who and what he is writing for. I would say this. The level of pop journalism in the United Kingdom seems to be superior to that of the United States, although it may be an illusion. However, neither are good. There are, of course, exceptions to everything, and I'm sure sprinkled throughout the world there are a few good rock and roll writers, and to you brave few, I salute you. To the rest of you guys, I hope you earn a living. End of quote. So then the journalist says, and so bearing that little lot in mind, here I bring to you a chunk of stimulating verbatim straight from the tape recorder on a few topics of mutual interest. So it says, he was asked, Is he bothered by the John Sebastian syndrome? I don't know what that is. Was he a member of the Loving Spoonful? I don't know. So Zappa says, I would rather not discuss it. I find it very sickening, but there again, some people get off on it, so it should happen. Some people need wonderful people, even if they're made out of cardboard. So then, next quote, does anything frighten him? Old age, death. The old age, death? He says, no, I haven't explored the avenue of death yet because I'm still alive. And the only way to really do that is to clap out. And end of quote. What would he say was the most painful experience he ever had mentally? Zappa says, the most painful, I've never seen these answers. The most painful experience I've had recently on a mental level was watching a U.S. TV show on which we performed, and the sound was completely fucked up. That troubled me quite a bit. Unquote. Does he feel there's any age limit one could place on being a musician? He says, no. I hope I will still be on stage playing the guitar when I'm 50. I love to play the guitar. It's one of the great physical sensations of all time. Unquote. Do the deaths of people like Joplin, Janis Joplin, Hendrix, and Jim Morrison concern him at all? He says, I knew all those people, but I don't think their deaths affected me. I can quite honestly say that. I could make myself sound dramatic and loyal to the rock and roll cause, but I won't say that I was moved. I would just say that the one that I knew the best was Jimi Hendrix, and I was surprised. I don't see why I should be moved by the death of someone else. Mourning is not productive. Perhaps I'm inhuman. That's a pretty good statement, eh?
Yeah.
Did he think there any significance in the fact that those three people died closely together? Frank says, yes and no. There were similarities between the lifestyles of them, but they were all individuals. Also there were horrible differences between all three of them. Definitely three separate categories, each with his own peculiar little wheel gravitating around. Each with his own peculiar little wheel gravitating around. Did he think we would be subjected to further losses among well-known rock artists? He goes, yes, with an exclamation mark. No, it does not sadden me. I don't think it is anything to be sad about because it's irrelevant. Man, this guy is really not even concerned about this phenomenon of death. No, it's irrelevant. That's pretty unique. Okay, here's one I've never...
I think he was against those type of cult following, so he will not promote that type of...
Yeah, he's not into you identifying with someone else's death. It's irrelevant to you. It has nothing to do with you. I would agree with that. Right?
Yes, it's their choice.
Yeah. So then, here's a question I haven't read this interview. We've had it here for 30, 40 years. And they go, how dangerous a medium does he consider TV? He says, the evils done in the States over the last 20 years, that would be 52 to 72, the evils done in the States over the last 20 years in terms of modifying the public's opinion has given us a set of standards which are perhaps far out of line from the biological norm. That's what McLuhan says. All that damage has to be repaired by the medium that caused it, i.e. the box. All that damage has to be repaired by the medium that caused it. Then the guy writes, Zappa is certainly not obsessed by the idea of material wealth, but he's certainly too shrewd to minimize its importance. What he earns, he likes to ensure he gets. He still takes risks, of course, in a bizarre fashion. Like, for example, the plan to release 9 albums in March, 3 triple album sets of unreleased Mother's material. They will retail at $7.98 in America for a set of 3, which is extremely reasonable and only possible because Zappa is prepared to take a royalty cut. Even so, he is not a poor man, and so, quote, he's asked, what sort of financial share do your musicians and your band have in their work? What sort of financial share do your musicians and your band have in their work? Frank says, they are paid on a regular salary basis, and it varies on a tour, depending on what the potential gross of the tour is. They don't have a percentage interest. Their percentage is in the records, not on the tours. Before they go out on a tour, they get a guaranteed figure of what they will earn by the end of it. Unquote. Does he feel at all guilty about making a lot of money out of his music? He says, I find nothing wrong in a person being able to support his daily activities for the purpose of earning a living from something he likes to do, and from something he might be able to contribute to other members of the society. For instance, if the guy is a composer in the United States, you can't earn a living out of it. If you want to have the privilege of writing a symphony, you're going to work in a gas station during the daytime so that you can eat while you do it. To me, that's bad because it minimizes the proficiency of the composer, and the guy gets uptight because he has to spend the day doing something he does not like, and after he has written his symphony, he can't even get it played. That's what I was faced with at the time when I was doing music. I wanted to write music. I had no way to get it played. I had no way to support myself, so I did one of the hardest things there is to do. I managed to earn a living from something I liked doing. I got my music performed. I haven't always had it performed accurately, and I haven't always enjoyed listening to the performance of the things I have written. You just can't achieve perfection in that regard. I think if I may be allowed a smashing generalization, everybody has the right to be comfortable on his own terms. If they sat down and thought about it, that's really what they're after, unless the person is a born warmonger and likes to have strife and unrest all the time. An average sort of person, well, he just likes to be comfortable and happy. So that's a pretty good interview. The Evergreen...
Yes, and Pauline Oliveros told us she actually didn't make a living as a composer, but mostly from her workshops, her performing and
her teaching. Yeah. I just wanted to say the Evergreens... I started talking to the Evergreens in 1980, and I started talking about Zappa in 1980. Then I did 3 interviews in 1980 with the Evergreens, and then I waited 5 years and did another one. But in one of those interviews in 1980s, they said, in the early 1980, they said that he was one of the most rational people on the planet. That's what they said about Zappa. Yet the public thinks he eats shit. That's a good statement. He's very balanced in his statements. You get that, Bert?
No, he's a righteous dude.
Righteous dude? No, that's silly. Don't say that. He's not righteous.
He was he was very perceptive, and he was performing ionically, just in the way that he approached his life.
And the things he said. Nobody says what he says about love. Nobody says what he just said about death.
No, and the way that he
he was not
was
worrying about being politically correct.
Or spiritually correct. Or nutritionally correct.
Yeah. Right. I was thinking too about the participation aspect of his performing. That he just looks out at the world around him, and whether he's performing on stage or not, and grabs things to incorporate and reflect back. That participation is a lot like Payday, and different where you have other performers who, especially recently, where they their concerts are recorded, they're sort of lip syncing. They're just they're performing they're not detached, but they're a pre-recording basically, and they've shifted that experience of performing or interaction.
Who are you referring to?
Just pop stars, pop artists who get on stage and their concerts are pre-recorded. They just lip sync to them.
Oh, yeah. Is that right? Do they do that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, they used to do it in the 50s, but they're doing that now?
Yes, and, you probably have these singers just mugging. They're mugging to the cameras. They're playing to the audience, but it's a different it's a different form of engagement than Zappa was engaged in.
Right.
No, there's no doubt that
there have been some cases where, for some reason, the audio goes out and you actually hear their real singing, and it's like awful. Like, oh, what happened?
How do you hear their real singing? I mean, they're actually singing.
Because they're actually sometimes singing on top of the
audio track
simulation. And it slips through.
If there is a problem with the playback,
right,
that for some reason it stops or whatever, and they are really singing, it's like, what happened there?
Yeah, there was. So
what? How long has that been going on? Is it because the equipment is so good now?
No, mostly it's because they have to sing, they have to perform and change and all these things. So, I mean, just to do, I don't know, maybe one concert every night, it's a lot of work, and usually.
If you're 70 years old.
Just practical. No, but also the younger ones do that.
Wow.
There was a controversy with Milli Vanilli. Wasn't it them? Yeah.
No, they lips. What I don't know what they lip sync. They did something somewhere. I don't know.
They got caught in the 80s for lip syncing, and then more recently, Jessica
Simpson. They didn't make the album, I think.
Maybe not.
No. Yeah, and then they were forced to sing in public or something. But the
thing with them is that they were actually just lip singing to somebody else's singing.
Oh, yeah.
Not their own. That was even
so.
Worse.
In the music industry, apparently you can't make any money from MP3s or the audio, so you have to go touring. So this may be a new development. People have to tour so much they can't survive it, so they had to go simulation. This is an effect of the digital MP3 world. It forced music to retrieve lip syncing.
Yes, and they have to entertain the people. They have to dance and
right. They have to perform up to the standards of
all the concert.
They must do multimedia.
Yes, it's
okay. I have an article here, which was written in the New Musical Express, which is the other Rolling Stone kind of magazine in England. There's the Melody Maker and the New Musical Express. And it's an article by Charles Shar Murray. He was a long-time fan of Zappa, a journalist who supported Frank, and I don't know if he might have eventually got fed up with Frank, I'm not sure. But he is a legendary Zappa journalist. So we were in Europe in September 72, and we went to a concert middle of September 1972, and that was the first time Zappa had come back after being thrown off the stage, and he had a big band with him. So it was a different kind of Zappa, doing what's called the Grand Wazoo albums. So Charles Shar Murray is walking around with Frank. So let's see what he says, I guess in London. So outside the departure lounge of Luton Airport, you know where Luton Airport is, Roxy? What city is that in?
No.
Okay. Outside the departure lounge of Luton Airport is the nifty black Rolls. A couple of official-looking gentlemen in peaked caps are standing around it. As you approach, you can see an arm stretched along the back window. The arm is wearing a woolly, carpet-like sleeve, and at the far end is, as one might logically expect, a hand. Later inspection will reveal that this hand is pale, long-fingered, and unusually hairy. It belongs to a contemporary American composer named Francis Vincent Zappa. Now, Frank was not named Francis Vincent Zappa. He was named Frank Vincent Zappa. But back in 72, people probably didn't know that. So Zappa, who achieved much fame and a certain notoriety, is the proprietor of an infamous rocking teen combo known as the Mothers of Invention. Zappa painfully swings his... Oh, there's the pain, because he's got, his injury. Zappa painfully swings his legs out of the rolls. They are wearing the legs are wearing lilac pants and matching socks and brown patent leather Oxfords. He clicks his leg brace into place and stands up, casting an eye around. Holding a pair of shiny aluminum crutches, he's looking pale and wasted, all cheekbones, eyes, and mustache. "Excuse me," he says to a nearby journalist, and throws the crutches as hard as he can onto the concrete pavement. His feelings thus relieved, he shakes hands and makes his way into the airport coffee shop. So he was pissed off? Throws his crutches as hard as he can onto the concrete pavement. I guess he says to a nearby journalist, maybe there's other journalists there, or Charles is talking about himself. Zappa is embarking on the European section of a tour with a 20-piece band called Grand Wazoo, which includes Ian Underwood and his wife Ruth, Jim Gordon and a bunch of wealthy but anonymous L.A. session men, all of whom could have earned double the money staying in L.A. and working sessions. All of them are there because they'd rather play with the Grand Wazoo. There will be more technical information later in this feature. Frank Zappa was never the most conventional of souls, and as he crabs through the airport, people turn and stare. Still severely handicapped by the injuries he sustained at the Rainbow, he walks something like Ratso in Midnight Cowboy. In a trice, he is ensconced at a table with me, his wife Gail, a fellow man of letters, and his bodyguard/valet. At this table, he would consume a Dunhill, 2 Winstons, 1.5 cups of coffee, and 1 forkful of a strawberry cream cake. Various members of the Grand Wazoo crop up and are greeted. The whereabouts of the score sheets are ascertained, and some getting acquainted takes place. Zappa rates the airport coffee shop 1.72 out of a possible 10. Later amended to 1.71 after he notices some cracked plaster. 1 out of 10. 1.7. Almost 2. The master of bizarre business, Herbie Cohen, who later Frank sued because he found out his manager was stealing money from him. The master of bizarre business, Herbie Cohen, is there to organize the proceedings and is most indignant about a stunt that took place the previous night at the Oval. So that's where I saw Frank at the Oval, so this may be the next day. Studious devotees of the pop scene will know that the man who heaved Frank into the orchestra pit at the Rainbow performed this scurrilous act because his lady was in love with Frank and he wished to take what he considered to be appropriate action. At the press conference, the lady in question appeared to present Frank with a bunch of flowers. The authenticity of said lady was rather dubious, and Mr. Cohen was annoyed about the whole tasteless stunt, which he claimed was engineered by the organizer's PR man, Peter Harrigan. I wonder why Frank didn't like that. The lady in question appeared to present Frank with a bunch of flowers. Frank inquired darkly if I was Nick Kent, and when I assured him that I was not, had never been and had absolutely no intention of ever being Nick Kent, things went fairly smoothly. The Wazoo, he said, would probably lose money, but due to the particular nature of the endeavor, he regarded it as worthwhile. Gail was asked why the Zappa brood bore the names of Moon Unit and Dweezil. Dweezil, get it? Weasel, W-E-A-S-E-L. I guess a pun on Dweezil, D-W-E-E-Z-L-E. So Gail says, well, she said tolerantly, but with the air of someone answering an unusually foolish question for the 100th time, well, I figure that in about 20 years, names will get a lot more imaginative. So it's like giving them a good start for the future. With Herbie and longtime Mother's roadie Dick Barber, the industrial vacuum cleaner from 200 Motels, riding shotgun over the whole deal, things move reasonably fast to the next location. The Berlin Hilton. Have you ever been there?
Oh.
The Berlin Hilton, no less. So he's in Germany here. That would be the Luton Airport. I knew you should know what the fucking airport should be called. It's your airport.
You are not pronouncing it right because what the fuck is that?
L-U-T-O-N, Luton. But there are like 5 airports, I think.
No, there was Schönefeld, Tegel, and Tempelhof in Berlin. 3 airports.
3 airports. So maybe this
now there is Tegel and Schönefeld, and Tempelhof is closed.
Only one airport. Now.
Oh, two. They're still working. One is they're building one, but it's not ready. It's supposed to be ready like 2 years ago, and it's still not ready.
So Luton, that might have been the airport way back, and it got names changed, redesigned, and be before your time. Okay, so he's at the Berlin Hilton. Downstairs in the Golden West Bar, Frank Gale and assorted members of the group are eating and drinking. Zappa is in good spirits, doing a hilarious impersonation of an Italian cabaret singer and talking about his plans for a real-life Reuben and the Jets. They did put out an album, The Real Reuben and the Jets. I have the album. He says, we met this guy called Ruben Guevara. Laughter. And he wanted me to produce him, so I suggested that he call it Reuben and the Jets. So he went out to get some old Pachucos, but they couldn't play, so he got some new ones. Tony, and I guess he points out, slide guitarist Tony Durante, who's on the albums, is in the group. Next paragraph. Frank Schnitzel and Herbie's attempts to round everybody up for the sound check arrived virtually simultaneously, so the Wazoo piled into its bus to go to the Deutschland Hall. At this point, it may be appropriate to introduce some of the more interesting members of the Wazoo. Jerry Kessler is a small, middle-aged man with horn-rimmed glasses who bears a strong resemblance to Wally Cox. He spends most of his time being a lawyer and the rest playing cello. Earl Dumlin has worked with everybody from the Carpenters to Mantovani. Sal Marquez is a Texan trumpeter with a vast repertoire of handshakes. At one moment during the flight, he decided to demonstrate a handshake developed by him and Ainsley Dunbar, which takes rather a long time, what with its multitude of grips. Quoting Sal, "It brings people closer together, man," said Sal, while Frank rolled his eyes heavenwards and added in his most sardonic tones, quote, "like passing ships in the night," unquote. The town was festooned with posters depicting Frank in his famous yawning pose, in brackets, as photographed by Phil Franks on the front of the Chunga's Revenge sleeve. Outside the hall, this yawning pose can also be him screaming. Outside the hall was a billboard advertising the next three concerts to be held there: Frank Zappa, Johnny Cash, and Disney on Parade. Inside the hall, all the equipment is set up on the stage, and the sound check begins. Zappa finishes writing F. Zappa on the 4 million pictures, posters, and album sleeves and ambles onto the stage where sound and lighting men are beginning to coordinate. Zappa and Tony Durante begin to jam, tight and funky, hot licks indeed, just a straight-ahead two-chord boogaloo. As different members of the band get mic'd up, they join in. Finally, all 20 are blasting away. Jim Gordon kicking the whole thing along till it screams like a supercharged Chicago. A wide-eyed German freak wanders up to me and asks, quote, "Was ist this song and is it on album? Was ist this song and is it on album?" I say, "Why, no, man, they're just jamming is all," and he shimmers away. Zappa says, "Take the bottom end off the trombones," orders Zappa. "They're too murky. Kill the bottom on the trumpets. It sounds kind of weaselly." Pool, that would be in London, and there are about 8,000 people in there.
Wow.
Plenty of streaked hair and makeup, the delightful fragrance of certain substances floating above people's heads, and everywhere you look, clusters of microphones. The children of Rubber Dubber are at work and fast. What is this? Don't know what Rubber Dubber is. The children of the Rubber Dubber are at work and fast, as Herbie Cohn and Dick Barber can take the microphone down. The bootleggers are putting them up again. Yes, a song or something called Time in a Word plays over the sound system. There are signs of life on stage behind the music stands and forests of saxophones. The band settles in and do a few little honks and bleats for tuning purposes. Then Larry the Dwarf comes on into a bright shower of applause. limps to the microphone and says, quote, "Good evening, boys and girls. The first piece we are going to play for you is entitled The New Brown Clouds." And then he translates it into German. Die neue Brauner, he adds, and picks up his baton. So he's calling Frank Larry the Dwarf. No, Dunbar isn't here, Frank says to somebody. What did he say about Dunbar? Ainsley Dunbar. Probably some audience member yells out, "Ainsley Dunbar there," who was a rock and roll guy before he played with Zappa in England. "No, Dunbar isn't here," he says as an afterthought, and Wazoo is in full flight. So then Charles Charmurray writes, "How to describe the Grand Wazoo? Over to Ian Underwood, renowned outwhipper, answering a bus driver who asked whether his band played pop music, country, and western, or what. Ian said, well, it's kind of like rock and roll, only it's been expanded and elaborated a lot. We have a basic rock and roll rhythm section of 2 guitars, bass, and piano, and there's a lot of guys playing brass instruments, and a guy on cello and a guy on stage conducting it all. All the parts are written out except for the solos, where we get to do what we want. It's really good. You'd like it." So then Charles Charmurray says, "It is, and I did." So it is good, and he did like it. Zappa has an astounding ear for the sounds available from every instrument, and he has assimilated these into the parts. The individual pieces are far less disjointed than one might expect, and many of them have clear and appealing melody lines. One piece that Wazoo performed in Berlin that wasn't in the program at the Oval, and then he says, "See Nick," so this guy that Frank thought Charles was, Nick Kent. "See Nick Funky Chicken Kent's exquisite piece elsewhere in this epoch-making issue." So I guess Nick reviewed the Oval concert. One piece that Wazoo performed in Berlin that wasn't in the program at the Oval was a piece entitled Approximate, because, as Zappa said, quote, "It's approximately what was written down and approximately in tune." It's approximately what was written and approximately in tune. Okay, rabid classifiers would have a hard time deciding whether Wazoo music was modern classical, advanced big band jazz, or gulp progressive rock. Gulp in brackets. But whatever it was, the audience enjoyed themselves hugely, especially the boogieing song called Think It Over. Well, especially the boogieing, quote, Think It Over, unquote. The 3-movement, quote, Adventures of Gregory Peccary, unquote, and the old favorites, Penis Dimension, unquote. In brackets, an instrumental version of the number that got the Mothers banned from the Albert Hall. So Penis Dimension was presented as an instrumental version. And Dog Breath, an amalgam of Dog Breath and the main title theme from Uncle Meat. The audience the audience was vociferous in their approval, and they were rewarded with a slow blues encore and a thundering rhythm section version of Chunga's Revenge. I don't really think Zappa makes it as a blues guitarist, as he seems a little too facile and unemotional, but Chunga really, as we say in the trade, chugled. Back in the band bus, Frank was greeted by a round of applause from the musicians and announced he thought the whole thing had been, quote, pretty fucking good, unquote. Consider yourself introduced to Kenny Schroyer. He's a trombone player who's been working since the days of Stan Kenton, and he was Zappa's right-hand man on this project. Here with Schroyer on the Grand Wazoo, quote, I called around to see Frank, and he was sitting in his wheelchair playing all these lines on guitar, and he said, play this and play that, and I did. Then he said he needed some more musicians, and I phoned around and got them. The thing was that most of them found it hard to memorize the charts, and so Frank, who has all the parts in his head, wrote it out in a week. What's the difference? Why would you write it out? They already tried to memorize the charts. What's the point of writing it out? Maybe the charts, you write out more instructions than what's in...
You're asking me?
Yeah. You don't know.
No, I suppose it was like for reference.
Well, they got the charts. And they can't memorize them. So why would he write it out? The charts is what you follow. Wait a minute. Maybe he's just saying the thing was that most of them found it hard to memorize the charts. And so Frank, who has all the parts in his head, well, it implies that event comes after. He wrote it out in a week. But I was thinking, they're just saying that he wrote it out. It only took him a week to write all this stuff. So I'm not sure what the tense is. And there's a song called "A Holiday in Berlin," and the article is titled "Zappa: Holiday in Berlin Full Blown." Let's see if Ian showed up yet. No. So, you want me to play something from Grand Wazoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear the music that we're reading about. What's this?
Oh, and Rubber Dubber Bob.
Yeah.
Was an underground record label, rather. So they would go to the concerts and have these microphones up and record, and then press sort of pirated records later.
Yeah, but how could Zappa's bodyguard later in the 80s would wander around the audience and beat anybody up who was recording? How come Frank let these people bootleg?
Yeah, maybe he wasn't aware of who they were at the time, or.
Yeah, let's look at where is that sentence? Rubber Dubber. The children of the Rubber Dubber are at work and fast.
Yeah. So maybe he's saying that. Maybe he's saying just general audience members are recording.
Here it is. No, here's what's happening. Herbie Cohen and Dick Barber are going around taking the microphones down. But the children of the Rubber Dubber are at work and fast. As Cohen and Barber take them down, the bootleggers are putting them up again. So it's a battle of positioning the mics. It was not so uptight back then, because when John Smothers, the big black guy, became the bodyguard, he'd walk around and basically threaten people's lives if they were bootlegging. Now Frank was the most bootleg guy, and he got the FBI looking into it, and they couldn't figure it out. So Zappa took the bootlegs that had been distributed, through flea markets and whatever, and he reissued them as official albums. He sold them again for his own pricing system. That's a pretty neat solution.
Yeah, he subsumed them or co-opted them or whatever. And
they were his, so he just he took. There are people who would discover these properly distributed albums and buy them, not knowing that you could get them maybe cheaper if you were in the bootleg circuit. So he sort of got some of his money back, I guess. I think he used the same albums. He didn't do one thing. He didn't change the albums that the bootleggers used, the album covers. Now, there's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece, or a booklet, I don't know, you see people with their iPads and they're inside booklet things, you know what I mean? They got leather covers. So this beautiful leather thing with 2 CDs and an incredible booklet that was put out by the Italian Mafia in about 1994 has pretty well most of the Bob Marshall interview in it, laid out in a beautiful design. So I bought one and scanned through it, and they deleted the LaRouche parts. The Mafia didn't want to, they put out...
They're not promoting...
stuff about themselves that LaRouche was exposing. They weren't going to allow that to be in the booklet.
He's against the black nobility.
So the black nobility bootlegged Zappa and took the great Bob Marshall interview and deleted all the stuff about them. It's a great object. I'm very proud to possess it. It's all about me. I caused it. So since my background was working with the Mafia and the Secret Council 10, it was appropriate that the Mafia probably figured out who it was. So let's get back at Bob. Let's fucking rip off this interview. We'll make a nice package. They probably knew who I was. It's probably
they try to throw you off the stage.
I probably bothered them back in the 50s. They had a grievance. So 40 years later, they got back at me by ripping off my interview. Stuck it right in my face. They said, Bob buys all the bootlegs. He'll see this. Yeah,
he'll know we excised one of his offices.
Yeah, we excised the good parts in the interview. Well, Ian's very mad that I'm reading LaRouche. He's very pissed off about it.
Watch your bum.
Constantly.
Yes, you're causing all types of disturbances.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, did Ian say that? Did you hear Ian say that? That's what happened.
No, what happened?
Did I say that? My reading LaRouche has caused a fucking warp in the fabric of the universe. Did he say that, Roxy? How did you know that?
Yes, he said something like that.
Okay.
Like he's blaming the Queen for everything and blah, blah, blah.
Well, he's a clone now, right? Or a double?
That's right. He's dead. I'm reading a dead guy's his old work. These are books from the late 70s, early 80s.
Okay.
35-year-old books. Roxy has a whole bunch of them. If you go to, there's a video where Roxy goes through all the books, all the stuff that I sent her. And she's got a pile, like 5 or 6 of the LaRouche books. I don't know if you show them individually in the video. You see you gathering the pile, or was that not even in the video? That was deleted. Do you remember?
No, I just say LaRouche.
That's all. Yeah, you don't really get to, you see them from the distance.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so let's go to iTunes and play Grand Wazoo or something from Grand Wazoo.
I have to say I probably have some a couple of synchronicities with the conversation, which is at least with Berlin, that I'm half German, or at least on my mother's side.
Oh, okay.
Her name is.
Die deutsche Fraktion is here.
What did you say?
He's part of the Deutsche
Bank?
Faction.
What? He's part of what?
The Deutsche faction?
The German Alliance.
Oh, okay, the Holy Alliance, yes. Okay, now where is the album? Trying to find which category. How does it line up? Album by artist?
You're looking at what site?
Looking at my I'm doing my iTunes.
Oh,
okay. Here it is. I think it's oddly organized.
This Rubber Dubber label, they have like hundreds of artists that they bootlegged albums from, it looks like. It's impressive.
Well, I'll just have
to... That's a German company, or how come they're still around?
I don't know
that they're still around. Have a lot of control here.
There's an old article, from the... I think this is from the end. Let's see. The Ann Arbor Sun, 1971, Rubber Dubber Raided. A name synonymous with recorded quality in bootleg underground records was raided by federal marshals in its Los Angeles headquarters in 2 separate invasions, September 9th and 14th.
What year? 71?
71, yeah.
They were Frank's neighbors.
Okay, so I found the stuff.
Yeah.
We got everything unplugged. Open mic. I think it's ready. So this is Grand Wazoo, the Grand Wazoo, and it's called Think It Over. I might play a bit and then go on to another piece because this one's 21 minutes long. I won't play it all. So, Roxy, was that a mistake to let all 16 minutes play?
No.
Was that good?
No, it was amazing.
Good. And you, Bart? Were you happy with it, Bart?
I'm pleased with everything.